The story begins with the protagonist saying he has the same dream every night, a terrible dream full of zombies. A dream in which the apocalypse had come to Earth, a nightmare where the world of the living had turned into hell, and he, in the middle of it all, had one main mission. The mission was to eradicate all the zombies from Earth, and the reward would be to restore everything to its original state. In that place, he was a hunter with a single objective, and he asks if it's time to begin. He presses a device in his hand, and the entire city starts to explode. The zombie horde goes crazy as the buildings begin to collapse, and he throws himself into the street. A boy appears in style, holding a chain. He lands on the ground, kicking the first zombie and slicing 2 others with a swing of the chain. The others notice his presence and pause for a second before rushing toward him. But with another spin of the chain, he lashes everyone's legs. Another zombie tries to attack him from behind but gets a kick to the stomach. That chain is sharper than a katana. 3 more zombies come running from behind, and he performs the famous helicopter move. Moments later, blood is dripping. He had managed to clear the entire street. However, just as he begins to curse the monsters, the ground starts to tremble. He wonders why an earthquake suddenly started in his nightmare. That's when the asphalt nearby begins to break apart, and from the ground emerges a massive fleshy, hairy, toothy worm. What is this? The creature roars at the boy, who looks like he can't believe what he's seeing. In the next moment, it seems like he's been eaten. The mission fails with him dying once again. Suddenly, he wakes up in bed, saying this is way too unfair. Some time passes, and he tells the woman in front of him that he wrote down everything that happened in the nightmare last night. She says he's already written it down 99 times and feels like just yesterday he came here for the first time, completely drained. This is his psychiatrist named Choi Ne. The protagonist, thoughtful, says that 2 years ago, this nightmare started out of nowhere. Constant deaths of vulnerable people, including himself, kept repeating. Every day he would wake up in the middle of the night terrified. And of course, over time, it started to ruin his life. Having this kind of dream every night was killing him psychologically and physically. And that was the reason he started seeing a psychiatrist. Courtney asks him to sit down and inquires if he's there because of nightmares. A skeletal-looking young man says yes, and she asks him to explain more about what they're like. He responds that they're about zombies. That was the day his treatment began. Counseling sessions, hypnosis, and even medications. But even so, the nightmares wouldn't stop, and he kept waking up screaming. One day, she asked if the nightmares were always the same. She handed him a notebook and said that if the dreams were always the same, he could try making a different decision. She wanted him to write everything down, and she would think about what he could do. The protagonist was a bit confused about focusing so much on the nightmares. But she said that this was just the first step, and later, they would decide how to handle the rest. She handed him a pen and told him to write everything down from now on. Once again in the nightmare, he gets eaten alive. And he remembers that when he talked about this situation, she asked if there wasn't a warehouse nearby or something like that. He said yes and decided to follow her advice. He runs to a nearby warehouse and starts looking for a weapon, grabs a crowbar and runs toward a zombie, hits it on the head, and it goes down. Finally, he had managed to fight back in his own dream. And that's how the nightmares began to change. Back in the present, Choi-ne says she's at her limit. She asks if he's really going to continue alone in the 100th dream. He says she knows as well as he does that humans are filthier than zombies. She says she's aware but insists there are good people out there. But he replies that good people no longer want to get involved with anyone. He takes a sip of his coffee and says that even though it's just a dream, he's seen 1 or 2 people die trying to help him. It's not like he has the power to protect others, and it only weighs on him. May realizes that the dreams are so real to him that it feels like he truly lost allies. He then closes the book and says it's time to eat. They're supposed to go grab some soup, and she's paying. She even winks at him, telling him to hurry up. Later, they go to a convenience store. They're already there drinking soup, and she's commenting on how delicious it is. Our guy is smiling. Then he hears someone yelling, asking what's going on. He looks to the side and sees a man in a green shirt arguing with the cashier. The man is shouting, asking why the cashier is standing still instead of letting him pay. The guy keeps yelling, demanding the cashier accept the payment. But the protagonist's expression changes, and he seems scared. He didn't want to believe what he was seeing. When he turns, Naya asks what's wrong, and he says it's nothing. But the loudmouth in the green shirt keeps shouting, saying he'll miss his bus at this rate. Then the other person lunges and bites his neck, throws the man to the ground and starts devouring him. Amid the man's destruction, little by little we see the protagonist. He knew this was the nightmare that had been tormenting him all along. Dreams are dreams, and reality is something entirely different. But now to him, they seemed like the same thing. And worse, this wasn't just any dream. It was a terrifying nightmare. As he's panicking about the nightmare, the man is being devoured. The body rises as he cries for help. The protagonist doesn't react, and the attacker slowly rises from the corpse. It looks at him and jumps immediately. He probably thought the attacker was going after him, because he was still sitting, unable to react. Outside, there was a crowd of people begging to be saved as they were eaten alive. Everyone was trying to escape, and the nightmare had begun. He tries to stay calm and not move, but his hand starts clutching his pants and he doesn't know what to do, sweating profusely. He was hoping it would somehow pass and be some kind of illusion. But as soon as the cashier finishes eating the man, it looks at the boy. Now he knows this isn't just a dream. The zombie screams and charges at him from behind. With no options or weapons, he grabs a pot from the table and smashes it on the zombie's head. But he knows full well that isn't enough. He runs to the side, looking for another weapon, finds a broom and breaks the handle. At least now he had a chance. The problem is the zombie had already lunged and was too close for him to use the stick. As it's about to bite him, he manages to duck and dodge the attack. The creature snaps its jaws at empty air. He grips the weapon, it's a foothold on the ground, and throws himself at the zombie. Jams the stick straight into the monster's neck. With that, he scored his first kill in the real world, and the creature fell to the floor. Looking at the monster, he wonders if it's because of the countless nightmares. The moment he accepted this as reality, his mind calmed down. That's when Choi-Ne calls his name, Jerem, and asks if he really killed someone. But he just sighs, and asks if she's not seeing what's happening outside. That horde of creatures was moving corpses. Or in other words, they were all zombies. Ne seems unable to believe what he's saying, but he has already accepted the entire reality and states that what he wrote down has become real. At that moment, an explosion happens. Jerem recalls the timing of the explosion and its connection to his dream. It always happened at the gas station. Ne turns around and now there's no doubt. Everything that happened in the dream had become reality, which means this artisan village will soon be completely destroyed. By nightfall, this place will already be overrun by monsters. The problem is, it's not just this village. In the early dreams, he didn't even make it out of Korea, which was completely destroyed. By the 20th dream, he reached China, which was also destroyed, and the United States and every other city. In all 99 nightmares, humanity was defeated. That's because the zombies grew stronger every day, while human civilization, unable to adapt, was slowly wiped out. Seeing the gas station explode in front of him, he already knows what the future holds. He desperately needs to survive. That's when he hears a sound beside him. Slowly, he turns his head, and what he sees leaves him shocked. The mission system had appeared. Kill all the zombies on Earth, and the reward was to restore everything. The same window with the same message. The one that kept repeating in the nightmare. He tries to pass his hand through it, not quite understanding what it is. It was fine appearing in dreams, but it was strange that this was now happening in reality. Or rather, the mission's content had indeed changed. The mission was now about the Great Guardian. He had to protect Professor Choi-Ne at his home. The system was sneaky. Still startled, the protagonist tries to calm himself for a second. At least he had lived through this 99 times. Asking himself why this was happening wouldn't change anything. Then he notices something in the system's window. There was a section about skills. Suddenly, the window updates and asks if he will accept the challenge. At that moment, he knew this was the mission, and he had never succeeded in it. But at the same time, he felt a strange sensation. He sensed that with any choice, he had the chance to change this desperate future. Ne then asks what's wrong and if he's okay. He says yes, and that he just felt a little off. She smiles and says that's a relief, but the protagonist sees her completely transform into a zombie. With that, his smile fades. There was something he had never had the courage to write in his notes. The professor gets bitten and falls to the ground. She then rises and transforms into a zombie. But she didn't need to know that now, and he was determined to change the future, until something explodes behind him. When he looks back, there's a dozen zombies approaching. He gets startled, turns to Ne, and tells her to run. With that, the two of them are already outside the convenience store. But the street is full of zombies who notice their presence. They both run through the creatures while she carries the notes. They run to the warehouse from his dream, and he manages to open it. As soon as they enter, he closes the door and bars it with a metal rod. Finally, he calms down for a moment. He goes toward one of the cabinets while outside the zombies are pounding away. He stops in front of a locker, and Choi-Ne wonders what Jerem is doing. What he grabs is the legendary chain. He tells her to prepare because he's going to kill everything on the way to his house. Before she can understand what he means, he pulls the latch and opens the door. Just as expected, the outside is filled with zombies. They immediately react to his presence. But Jerem grabs the chain and gets ready. He had to complete this mission to receive the transmission skill. His expression changes completely. The first zombies rush toward him and begin to surround him from all sides. But with the chain, the boy is experienced and prepares the helicopter move. The first zombie approaches and takes a blow to the forehead. Ne is inside watching all of this. Meanwhile, Jerem swings the chain back and forth, hitting everyone like Kurapika from Hunter x Hunter. And boy, when it hits, it hurts. Zombies fall to the ground as he advances toward the rest. With the chains wrapped around his arms, motivated, he lets out a shout. The sensation of being surrounded and spinning the chains felt very familiar to him. Ne, watching from inside, remembers asking him why he chose chains as a weapon. The question left him a little surprised, but now it made sense. Seeing him eliminate several zombies around him, she recalls that at the start of the dreams, he always talked about the chains too. A weapon with flexible attack range and far more durable than any knife. It didn't mean to be sharp, just strong. Suddenly, one of the zombies approaches from behind. The protagonist turns and manages to make it bite the chains. He immobilizes the creature and tells it to bite harder. Then he yanks the chain to the side, destroying its teeth and hitting it in the face. With the creature still in the air, he strikes again, slashing through its chest. Ne watches from afar as another zombie sneaks up from behind. Jerem switches the chain's direction and uses his foot to kick it forward. She realizes the weapon was extremely versatile in attack direction. As soon as he was above the zombie, he pulled downward, hitting it square on the head. Another one down. And boy, he doesn't stop, already advancing toward the next group. Chains on his arms, shouting while Nei watches helplessly. Before long, he's on top of a pile of bodies. But it's not enough as another horde is coming their way. He looks at Nei and says this is their only chance to run. With that, both are fleeing through the street. The scene then shifts to a forest. In the middle of it, there's a small, isolated house. Jerem and Nei had just arrived there. He says it's a good place, deserted, with no zombies nearby. As soon as he enters, however, she falls to her knees. He asks what's wrong, and she says she's fine. She just feels very relieved. He helps her up and tells her to sit on the couch. She sits, and at that moment, the system window appears. The mission was complete, and he receives the transmission skill. He's immediately excited to see what it does. The transmission skill allows him to receive a skill from an expert. Now he's completely confused because in reality, the skill doesn't do anything. First, he had to figure out what this expert thing was all about. But it couldn't be that the clues were so vague that he had no idea what to do. The system then explains that if someone views him favorably, he can learn a transmission skill from that person. Obviously, he has no clue what this means but decides to test it. He activates the transmission on Nei. Suddenly, a magical circle forms above and below both of them. He looks surprised, but on the other hand, she doesn't seem to be reacting at all. This clearly indicated that she couldn't see anything. However, the system congratulates him, saying he has acquired a skill. Clearly, it was related to her profession, but for him, it wasn't very useful. Nei then lights a cigarette and calls out to him. She asks if those monsters were the zombies from his dreams. She remembers him writing something very similar in that book. Now she wants to know what's happening or if she's also started having a nightmare. Jerem realizes she's panicking. She's relieved to have survived, but is beginning to mentally break down. For him, though, this was all too common since these were scenes he had experienced repeatedly in his dreams. It was the perfect moment for him to use the skill he just gained. He activates mental care. A magical circle appears beneath both of them, and the system announces that the skill has been successfully used. The person's spirit had been strengthened. Suddenly, Nei, who had her hand on her face, takes the cigarette and puts it out in the cup. She smiles at Jerem and says that at least they're both alive, so it's not all bad. They need to cheer up because she's sure the world will get better. Jerem is impressed. The transmission skill really worked. That's when he remembers the artisans and craftsmen from the village where he lived. There were countless professionals there with a lifetime of experience. What if he could bring all of that to himself? The next goal was to learn skills from those people. The scene shifts to the gas station that had exploded. We see a buff man, now a zombie, a martial arts master known as Park Dalbom. The next chapter begins with him talking about how, a few months ago, he had 10 nightmares in a row. He was exhausted when someone called out to him. Turning around, he asked what the elders wanted. An old man in a suit named Youngchun asks if the nightmares happened again, judging by his face. Dalbong says it's his fault for not having enough energy. The elder remarks that the boy is lucky he had some ginseng at home, so he should go eat it. Jerem, tired, says it's okay since ginseng like that is very expensive. But Dalbong insists, saying he should just eat it because health is what matters most. The poor protagonist looks awful when he's skinny. Back at the house, he's starting up his scooter. He's ready to leave when Nei opens the door and asks if he's lost his mind. What's he thinking? Heading into the middle of the city? How does he plan to kill all the zombies? Jerem asks if she didn't see how he handled the creatures. It's just a few zombies who won't be defeated. She puts a hand to her head and says it seems there's no changing his mind. After some thought, she at least asks him to be careful, but warns that if he gets bitten anywhere, she won't open the door for him. He tells her not to worry since he hasn't been bitten since all of this began. She snaps at him to shut up and stop saying those death flag lines. He laughs, starts up the scooter, and gets ready. He's sure the two elders must be together as always, and he needs to save them both. With that, he speeds off, leaving Nei behind. She lights another cigarette and thinks she made the worst decision trying to quit smoking this year. The scene shifts to the city, which is, of course, overrun with zombies. We're inside an office in the village of Jangwon. There are zombies everywhere, walking around. Behind the counter, a small bald man is trembling. It's Youngchun, who doesn't know what to do. A zombie wandering nearby spots the trembling man behind the desk. The poor old man freezes, waiting for death to come. Then he hears a noise. Slowly, he opens his eyes to see someone had punched the zombie in the face. It's Park Dalbong, who asks if he's okay. The old man looks a little embarrassed, but seems happy to see him. But just then, more zombies appear at the door. Dalbong faces them and tells the old man to wait a little longer. They'll clean up everything quickly. The zombies rush toward him. But this is a true martial artist. He just takes his stance and delivers a one-punch blow. Meanwhile, Jerem speeds along on his scooter. He knows Dalbong is a martial arts master, so regular zombies are no problem for him. The issue is that the elders always died in his dreams. He has to reach them because of two critical variables. All he hopes is that he doesn't arrive too late. The zombies keep advancing and Dalbong is handing out punches to all of them. One punch from the guy sends a zombie flying. He smashes one in the head and another in the face. Youngchun, trembling behind the desk, is impressed. Dalbong jokes that he wishes he could have learned some of the martial arts from the Joseon dynasty, but the musclehead laughs. He says it's a shame, but regular people can't learn the celestial demon's art. He crushes the zombie remains and says only the strong like him can master those martial arts. Youngchun responds that he understands, but it's a pity since he always wished he'd been born with a strong body. Then they hear a noise nearby. A heavy footstep and a creature that looks like an uglier version of Attack on Titan 2.0 approaches. The problem is the monster's height. Dalbong estimates it to be between 2.5 and 3 meters tall. A zombie walks past the giant, who grabs its head. Opening its huge mouth straight out of Attack on Titan, it chomps down. The elders are baffled. The zombie was eating other zombies. It devours everything and even lets out a burp. But Dalbong looks excited, saying that an interesting target has appeared. He disappears in a blur and goes to punch the giant in the face. With his fist pulled back, he activates the double tiger energy strike. A barrage of punches known as the Tiger's Dance rains down on the creature. It keeps shouting and hitting the monster relentlessly. But the creature starts roaring, seemingly unaffected. Dalbong doesn't understand how the monster is retaliating even while taking such a beating. The beast lunges at him, but he manages to hold his hands. The problem is the monster begins applying force and Dalbong seems unable to overpower it. He quickly realizes he might not be a match for this thing. With a strained face, some of his vertebrae give way. He falls to the ground, clutching his back as Youngchun calls out to him. Poor Dalbong, his herniated disc acted up. The zombie, indifferent, moves in for the kill. But our Kurapika, or rather Jerem, lands a blow with his chain, smacking the zombie's face and leaving it stunned. Jerem announces he's there to save them. The two elders look at him, wondering what the kid is doing there. Jerem, knowing about Dalbong's herniated disc, suspected he wouldn't win. He tells the elders to escape before it's too late. The second variable was this giant mutant zombie. Youngchun, terrified, stares at the scene. Suddenly, he runs, picks up Dalbong, and tries to flee with him. Dalbong apologizes for not being able to do more as they begin to leave. But the giant zombie roars again, startling Jerem. He ducks, dodging the first strike, as Dalbong yells at him to run. But Jerem tells them not to worry. After all, the scooter only has 2 seats, so he couldn't go with them. Meanwhile, zombies begin surrounding the area. The two elders are already on the scooter while Jerem stands face to face with the horde. Youngchun asks if he really has no other solution while Dalbong apologizes again. Jerem ignores them, spinning his chain. There are far more zombies than he anticipated, and he's unsure if he can win. But then he hears the system sound. He has gained the favor of a master of the specialty, and a skill can now be passed to him. He immediately smiles, knowing what it is. The giant roars, and the zombies close in on him. Youngchun shouts Jerem's name as he stands still and simply says to activate the skill. Then he jumps, dodging the attacks. He mutters something about gathering energy from the province of Joseon. The buff monster looks confused, not understanding, until Jerem lands with both feet on its head, activating the Joseon realm. The explosion crushes the giant and sends the rest flying. Standing there in style, the elders are stunned. Jerem had learned the celestial demon's martial arts. At that moment, he unlocked martial evolution, though still at rank F. The next chapter begins with a tale about the strongest man in history. Known as the celestial demon, he crossed all of China. He returned to his homeland of Joseon long after. There, drawing energy from the land, he refined his martial arts. He finally achieved absolute strength, and this was the ability Jerem had just begun to unlock. The giant had been flattened. Still standing coolly, Jerem had his arms crossed. The elders hadn't even started the scooter and were left gaping. Dalbong had no idea how someone as skinny as Jerem could use such martial arts. Standing atop the zombie, he received another skill. It was the passive Joseon heart control, a skill that allowed him to sense mana. Jerem was thoroughly confused by this heart control and mana stuff. Then his status window appeared. Shin Jerem with 3 rank F skills. He began to wonder if this wasn't starting to feel like a game. That's when he noticed a strange blue light nearby. Looking down, he saw it emanating from his hand. The power flowing through his body made him feel lighter. Maybe this was what control over the flesh meant in the skill's description. Clearly, risking his life to save Dalbong had been well worth it. This skill was definitely going to help him a lot. He approaches the elders and says he's finished, and they can return together. But then something rises behind him. The monster, which had been flattened, was still alive. Jerem remarks that the creature's strength is just like in the dreams. It was time to try something different. He grabs the chain and asks if they can start a proper fight. The monster, irritated, swings a punch at him. He dodges as the elders shout for him to be careful. Once again, he tells them to get out of there and that he'll catch up soon. The elders hesitate, but he insists they go help Professor Choi, who's hiding at his house. With no choice, Youngchun agrees. He knew they were only holding Jerem back at this point. As they speed off, Youngchun calls out, saying Jerem has to survive. Jerem keeps spinning the chain while circling the monster. As the creature roars, he strikes again, landing a blow squarely on its head. The monster stumbles, but manages to grab the chain. Without hesitation, it breaks the chain, leaving Jerem fuming. He follows up with a knee strike straight to the skull. The zombie is hurting, but still alive. Jerem picks up the broken chain pieces, seemingly reforging them. He turns to the monster and asks if it knows the punishment from breaking other people's things. It's getting beaten to learn a lesson. The monster almost looks scared. Night falls and time passes. Nay is at home smoking as usual. It seems the apocalypse won't kill her, but the cigarettes might. She's worried about Jerem. Then she hears the sound of a motorcycle outside. Thinking it's him, she rushes to the door. But when she opens it, she finds the two elders instead. Confused, she listens as Youngchun explains that Jerem told them to come here and meet Professor Choi. She's relieved they found Jerem, recalling how he said he was going to save them. But she wants to know where that kid is so she can scold him for doing something so reckless. Youngchun hesitates before speaking, but both elders eventually admit that Jerem stayed behind. Nay doesn't believe it. Youngchun adjusts his glasses and says he doesn't understand why, but the young man sacrificed himself to save two old men. He stayed back, fighting that zombie alone. Back in the city, the monster is getting its face whipped. Jerem lands another punch, following up with a sequence of strikes to its stomach. He delivers a kick under its chin, sending it crashing to the ground. He calls it nothing but a punching bag. But now that his chain is broken, he'll have to learn how to use this thing called mana. As thanks for forcing him to learn, he'll send the monster to hell painlessly. The creature, despite the beating, charges at him again with jaws wide open. Jerem stands still, channeling mana into his arm. He remembers the instructions. Let it gather and release it all in a single blow. His punch creates a crater in the zombie. The impact shakes the ground, and finally, the creature is split in two. Jerem's hand aches from the force. That's when the crystal on the monster's back detaches. Noticing it, he approaches, unsure of what it is. The system explains that it's a red magic stone, a growth accelerator. Using it would level him up. Naturally, Jerem is thrilled with the news. The next chapter opens with an official announcement from the Ministry of Defense. The message describes a large-scale incident spreading across the country. It urges people to stay home and safe. It reiterates that this is a declaration of a national disaster. Meanwhile, Dalbong notices something. Jerem is at the door, knocking and asking to be let in. Everyone smiles upon hearing his voice and opens the door. Jerem grins, relieved that both elders made it back safely. But Nay is furious, calling him an idiot for worrying so much about others. She asks how he's feeling and whether he was bitten. Dalbong looks around nervously while Jerem assures her he didn't get bitten. Youngchun proudly declares that Jerem's efforts to save two old men were remarkable. He commends Jerem for doing such a great job and thanks him. Jerem, a little embarrassed, says it was no big deal. Then the system chimes in, announcing that another expert had shown him favor. He could now learn wooden architecture rank F from Youngchun. Without hesitation, Jerem activates the transmission. The circle forms and the skill transfer works perfectly. With this new skill, Jerem could now use mana to construct wooden structures. Dalbong speaks up, saying he has a question. How did Jerem learn the celestial demon's martial arts when he had never taught him? Jerem looks a bit embarrassed, but he's not one for secrets and immediately admits that it's his skill. The elders are stunned into silence, while Nay wonders aloud if he's talking about some kind of game skill. Jerem opens his palm and activates wooden architecture. The elders hear a rumbling from the ground and wonder it's an earthquake. Suddenly, a log bursts out of the ground, followed by another, forming a pillar. The elders are startled as more wooden beams rise, creating a sequence. Jerem seems to be building a wall from scratch. Though the wall is small, just encircling the house, it's incredibly sturdy. Everyone stares in awe, trying to comprehend what just happened. Youngchun rushes to the wood, touching it. As an arborist, he's perplexed. He's never seen wood like this. It's almost as firm as metal. Jerem asks what they think and explains that it's his skill, wooden architecture, which he learned from Youngchun. Youngchun is confused, insisting he never taught Jerem anything. Jerem explains that it's due to the skill transfer system he received. Dalbong starts to piece things together, realizing how Jerem learned the celestial demon's martial arts. He falls silent, staring at the boy. Memories of his past surface when he tried to teach the art to many disciples. No one ever progressed beyond the introductory stage. This technique could only be learned by a natural genius. He recalls the first time he met someone with innate talent, a 5-year-old girl named Park Izio. 18 years of training turned her into the next successor. But even she, now fully grown, couldn't display the destructive power Jerem just showed. Dalbong acknowledges that Jerem might truly be a genius. If anyone could save the world, it was him. At that moment, the system alerts Jerem that he has no mana left due to excessive skill usage. Sweating profusely, he struggles to stay conscious. He stumbles, swaying on his feet. Nay asks if he's okay, but he collapses face first onto the ground. The elders shout his name and rush to help him. Glancing at his status window, Jerem sees his MP bar is empty. The system informs him that he'll enter forced rest to recover mana. Jerem hadn't expected such a consequence. Sometime later, he opens his eyes and sits up. Looking around, he realizes he's in his room. The system announces his mana has been restored. It explains that sleeping recovers even more mana. Jerem reflects that using skills isn't always the best or most convenient option. If he runs out of mana mid-fight, he could pass out and get eaten while unconscious. Just then, May enters the room, smiling when she sees he's awake. She says she was worried about him, and he apologizes for overusing his skills. She chuckles, saying she figured, considering he made a forest sprout out of nowhere. But if he's feeling better, she invites him outside because dinner is ready. Under the moonlight, they're hosting a barbecue. The elders are happily eating. Outside, zombies are banging on the wooden wall, slowly gathering in numbers. Jerem doesn't seem too thrilled. Dalbong, however, is celebrating, saying the star of the show has arrived. Jerem asks what he means. Dalbong explains that he's grilling pork belly for their hero, but Jerem finds it odd to eat outside with zombies pounding at the walls. Nongshun reassures him, saying the wood is as hard as steel. These zombies could get all they wanted, and it wouldn't break. Even with a lifetime studying wood, he's never seen a barricade this perfect. Jerem reluctantly sits down, trusting their words. May pops open a beer and says that in an apocalypse, she has to enjoy life more. They sit, talking and eating. Jerem begins to feel something different. This was nothing like the 99 nightmares he had lived through. In those dreams, life amidst the zombie-infested world was hell every day. But now, with good food and friends, it felt different. For a moment, the terrifying world seemed like a relaxing place. At least for now. Because in the next scene, chaos erupts elsewhere. A soldier is shouting for the troops to advance and not stop. Zombies swarm toward them, while one of the soldiers radios for backup. The main defensive line is on the verge of collapse. Another massive horde of zombies, numbering over 1,000, is approaching rapidly. And the target of this attack, the artisan's village. The enormous zombie in the distance had a horrifyingly long tongue, but at least there was a massive crystal embedded in its forehead. It looked like it could grant a ton of levels. The next morning at 7 a.m., Jaren wakes up. The system rewards him for saving 3 people on the first night. He receives the rank F analysis skill, allowing him to use mana to view information about a target. Surprised, he realizes he didn't even know secret missions existed. Then he hears someone counting from 1 to 3 nearby. Looking outside, he sees the 2 elders practicing. A skill is always a good thing, so he decides to test it. Activating analysis, he examines Yangshun. The system reveals he's a 78-year-old human with no rank, a skilled carpenter, but some information is hidden. Dalbong is 73, also a rankless human, but it shows he has mastered the celestial demon's martial arts. Choi Ning is a 34-year-old rankless human and a psychiatrist. Jerem is puzzled by this rankless human designation. To him, skills like wooden architecture and analysis don't seem as exciting as the celestial demon's martial arts. He then glances at the TV and the couch, both labeled as unclassified items. It dawns on him that analysis can be used on anything. He examines the red crystal, wondering if it could locate more significant things. As he stares at it, Ney approaches and asks if it's some sort of treasure. He explains that he obtained it during his fight in the city, and that it's a kind of catalyst. She, confused, asks what it does. He compares it to an experience potion from a game. She then questions why he's staring at it instead of consuming it. Jerem explains he's trying to figure out the best way to use it for maximum advantage. Deciding on a plan, he tells her he's going out for a bit. Ney immediately objects, reminding him he collapsed not long ago. But Jerem, helmet on, mounts his motorcycle and says there's something he needs to confirm. With that, he speeds off, leaving her frustrated. Back in the ruined village, zombies react to Jerem's approach. They charge at him, but he's running out of patience. He swings his chain, smacking zombies left and right without even stepping off his bike. Still, Jerem knows the true crisis of the village hasn't begun yet. He recalls his past life when that giant monster stood atop a pile of corpses, with more grotesque creatures leading the charge. There was utter despair, and he remembers looking down as another nightmare ended in death. But now, taking off his helmet, he declares it's going to be different. An explosion echoes, and Jaren realizes the monsters have already arrived. Wrapping the chain around his arm, he heads into the forest, knowing it's the first obstacle. But it's not going to be easy. A zombie lunges at him, and Jerem delivers a punch enhanced by the chain. Meanwhile, on the road, soldiers have set up a barricade, waiting for the monsters to approach. One soldier jokes that capturing the black monster alive would get him a promotion. He orders everyone to remember the priority: capture the black monster alive. Suddenly, someone shouts that the zombies are crossing the bridge. The soldier smiles, saying it's time to unleash hell and empty their ammo. Gunfire erupts as zombies rush for the barricade. The soldier confidently remarks that if the zombies can't handle their bullets, they definitely won't survive the tank's firepower. But then a shadow falls over him. He hadn't noticed something descending from the sky. The massive monster crashes down, crushing the tanks. The beast roars as soldiers fire their machine guns, shouting for it to die. But nothing seems to hurt it. Someone orders the crew to use the tank's main weapon. The monster keeps advancing, flipping tanks aside like toys. It grabs one with its jaws, biting down before tossing it into the air. The soldiers panic, with their leader yelling for a retreat to the second barricade. But amidst the chaos, a massive horde of grotesque zombies appears, overwhelming them. One of the soldiers pleads for help, but Jerem, still in the forest, is observing from the bushes. He watches as the second barricade collapses faster than he expected. This wasn't like his dreams. The number of creatures had doubled from 5 to 10. The most crucial thing, however, was the giant creature with the crystal on its forehead. Jerem activates analysis and examines it. Whatever he sees makes him mutter that he's tired of taking it easy. The scene shifts to Jerem speeding his motorcycle back toward the town. He estimates there are around 500 creatures in the area. The celestial demon's martial arts are powerful but consume a lot of mana. He realizes he has no choice but to use them. Every summer, the artisan's village holds a fireworks festival for tourists. This year, the festival was supposed to happen tonight. Jerem knows there must still be some fireworks left. He heads to a boat, climbs aboard, and starts searching. Eventually, he finds the fireworks he's looking for. He also finds a walkie-talkie, which with some adjustments he can use. He just didn't expect to need all of this so soon. Night falls and the city is crawling with zombies as usual. Nearby, Jerem sprays himself with a strong scent on his face, his shirt, and anywhere else he can. Satisfied with the smell, he prepares to use the red magic stone. He places the chain on the ground and activates analysis. The system confirms that the chain is unclassified. Knowing that a good weapon is critical for dealing with a horde, he contemplates how to use the stone. Reading the crystal closer to the chain, he wonders if that's all it takes. The system pops up a window asking if he wants to strengthen the item. He selects yes, and suddenly, the chains glow with a red aura. After a brief flash of light, the strengthening is successful. The chains are now intact chains, a rank F item. They can conduct 15% of mana and come with a special skill, separation. Jerem is impressed by how much the weapon improved just by gaining a rank. When he picks them up, his mana flows through the chains, making them shine. Curious, he activates the separation skill. The chains transform into combat gauntlets. This strengthening stone was even better than he imagined. Suddenly, the ground trembles. What he was waiting for has arrived. At the village entrance, creatures begin appearing. The long-tongued monster destroys a flag and roars. The zombies start running toward the town. Jerem observes from a rooftop, strategizing his next move. When most of the stronger zombies are in the main street, it's time for the fireworks. He presses a button on the walkie-talkie, activating the fireworks on the boat. Instead of attacking the zombies directly, he uses the fireworks as a distraction. A red explosion in the sky catches the attention of the big brute, who stands dumbfounded. Jerem sneaks up behind it, wraps the chain around its neck, and pulls hard. The brute struggles, but it's too late. Off with its head. With style, Jerem is framed by decorative explosions in the sky. As the body falls, the long-tongued creatures hear the commotion and attack Jerem. Remaining calm, he activates wooden architecture. A wall rises, Fortnite-style, blocking their path. The long-tongued zombies are confused, but not for long. Jerem strikes with the chain, smashing their heads. Blood splatters on the asphalt and 3 crystals fall. He quickly grabs the crystals and adds them to his weapon. The chain upgrades again, 1 level, 2 levels, 3 levels. More zombies approach, but Jerem grins and taunts them to come at him. Swinging the chain like a helicopter, he mows them down. Meanwhile, the enormous monster watches the fireworks from outside the city. It stumbles around, smashing into a bar like an idiot before freezing in place. Suddenly, the creature sniffs something in the air. In a single bound, it leaps into the main street. It notices the carnage, zombies lying dead and Jerem at the center, taking them all down. The monster roars and Jerem, unfazed, remarks that it arrived at the perfect time. He pulls out another crystal and strengthens the chain 5 more times. The system warns that he has reached the limit of strengthening and asks if he wants to proceed. Jerem confirms, and the chains evolve into flame chains, a rank E item. He gains the special skill Firework Flame. Jerem, brimming with confidence, punches his fists together, activating the skill. Flames engulf his arms as he declares the festival has just begun. Elsewhere, a man sits in a small house. His name is Sebastian Kim, a 65-year-old professor of ideology, specializing in animal and human behavior. Petting a rabbit on his lap, he's interrupted when a crow lands beside him. Addressing the crow as Manhwa, he asks what's happened. The crow delivers a letter, which Sebastian praises it for bringing. The message warns of zombies overwhelming the village and advises him to stay alive. Sebastian seems excited that the sender is still alive and wonders if the conservation team is okay. He hopes they haven't all died. Then he sees the fireworks lighting up the sky. He wonders if a zombie could have caused this. The rabbit tugs at his leg, pointing towards something. Sebastian scolds it, telling it to stop urging him to go to that hellish place. But as he gazes at the scene, it reminds him of something. He recalls a past incident in the forest when something was watching him from the trees. It was that same strange flying rabbit, or was it a squirrel, that leaped onto his shoulder to warn him of danger. That's when he started running. On the first day of the incident, Sebastian had seen zombies attacking. If it weren't for his little friend's warning, he would have died. Now if the creature is warning him again not to stay there, then once more, he will trust his instincts. Apparently, he's heading to the city. Back in the city, Jerem is face to face with the giant monster. The creature glares at him, stretching its long neck in his direction. But Jerem is cold and calculating. He sidesteps and lands a solid punch on its head. The firework flame ability works, and the beast crashes face first into the ground, catching fire instantly. It retreats for a moment, then turns back to Jerem. It opens its mouth and begins drawing in the air around it. But Jerem already knows the pattern of the venomous web attack. The monster does exactly as he predicted. He wonders if it's due to the analysis ability. Somehow, he instinctively knows how to counter this. The system alerts him that his mana injection has reached its limit. He activates the firework flame release. Jerem grins and throws a fiery punch. Fire beats web, and as Jerem says, That's just how it works. The attack surges forward, engulfing the monster in flames. Jerem smirks, saying that this bastard doesn't know who it messed with. The creature writhes in agony, and its grotesque fused heads make its suffering even more horrifying. Jerem notices it's considering escape. The monster turns, roaring that it will one day kill him. Suddenly, it pauses and lets out a deafening roar. All the zombies in the city respond immediately. Within seconds, Jerem is surrounded. Still calm, he asks if this is how he wants to fight. He combines the chains and spins them into a helicopter mode. Surrounded, he declares, "Let's play this game," and lashes out, taking down zombies left and right. If these creatures couldn't handle his weaker chains, they stood no chance against these upgraded ones, which sliced through them like lasers. From a distance, the giant monster watches Jerem fight. It takes the opportunity to leap toward him, nearly crushing him. Jerem dodges and manages to throw the chain, wrapping it around both of the creature's legs. He pulls hard, taunting the monster. "Trash like you is nothing to me." With another tug, the monster loses some of its limbs. The creature writhes in pain, and Jerem hopes this time it finally stays down. The battlefield is littered with dead zombies, and the monster is burning. The scene shifts to Sebastian, who has just arrived in the city and finds this situation strange. Since leaving the village, he hasn't seen a single zombie. Then an explosion goes off nearby. He realizes something dangerous is happening. Although he doesn't want to go, his little friend insists this is the way. He runs, wondering if it might be the military. But when he arrives, he's stunned. The massive monster lies dead, with Jerem standing atop it. Sebastian approaches and asks who the soldier is. Jerem turns around and recognizes Professor Sebastian Kim. Sebastian is shocked to see it's Jerem and asks if he's the one responsible for all this. Embarrassed, Jerem admits that he's been fighting the zombies and asks why Sebastian is here. Sebastian ignores the question, incredulous that Jerem killed so many zombies. Pointing at the giant, he demands to know how Jerem managed it. Suddenly, Sebastian's albino squirrel makes a noise and he asks what's wrong. Looking up, both he and Jerem are startled. It looks like a dinosaur-era meteor is hurtling toward the Earth. Jerem runs to his motorcycle, shouting for Professor Kim to move. Thankfully, the meteor seems to be in slow motion, giving them time to escape. But the meteor appears to be targeting them specifically. As Jerem accelerates, he mutters to himself that nothing like this ever happened in the dreams. The meteor crashes into the city, throwing both of them from the bike. Jerem lands headfirst but manages to stand, realizing the meteor has brought hordes of zombies. The creatures rise from the black and red substance covering the ground. Standing at the edge of the crater, Jerem sees the creatures climbing out. A swarm rushes at him, and he activates his chains once more. Using analysis, the system reveals that these are corrupted zombies, altered by something strange. The system notes they are far more resilient, something Jerem never encountered in his dreams. He strikes one on the head, but his physical attacks are no longer as effective. To make matters worse, the strange black and red growth begins to spread wherever he strikes. He notices the zombies are resistant to fire. One lunges at him from behind, and he strikes its arm, tearing it off. But moments later, it regenerates. As he suspected, these purple-tinged zombies regenerate far faster than normal ones. The only good news is that they seem confined to this bizarre moss-like substance. Sebastian rises, trying to make sense of the chaos. Meanwhile, Jerem realizes he's gathered enough information and decides it's time to retreat. He tells Sebastian the situation is critical and suggests they head to his home for now. Sometime later, they arrive at Jerem's base. The professor is impressed that they've already set up all the barricades. He congratulates them, saying they seem to be handling things quite well. As Jerem approaches the door, he notices the durability of the barricade has dropped from 9 to 10. However, it still seems sturdy as ever. Someone inside asks who it is, and Jerem replies it's him. Yangshun opens the door, relieved that Jerem is safe. Jerem asks if everyone is awake, and they explain they were woken up by the fireworks. Good to know that if Jerem had died, they'd have slept through it all. Amazing. The elders greet each other, and Yangshun is thrilled that Sebastian is alive. Jerem cuts in, saying they can catch up later. First, he needs to tell them about the strange meteor that fell. The 5 of them gather in the living room, or rather 6, since there's a sneaky little one. Nei remarks that all she understands is that the village has become a horrible place. Yangshun expresses concern for the survivors, worrying they might be running out of food. Sebastian, however, says there's unfortunately no solution for that. He accidentally throws in an English phrase mid-sentence. Dalbong scolds him to speak in Korean. Sebastian then asks if anyone remembers the crows. Dalbong says he does and suggests they could use them to deliver food to people. The crows were intelligent enough that it might work. However, Sebastian points out the problem. The crows are still at his house, which is likely full of zombies. Jerem knows that having such a resource would drastically reduce the time needed for rescues. Yangshun raises the issue of how they'll even reach the crows since they can't fly. Jerem starts brainstorming solutions. To succeed, he'll need a major upgrade. He has 4 magic stones, which he could use to strengthen his weapon. The issue is, he doesn't know how many it would take to advance his weapon's specialization. Alternatively, he considers another option, using the stones on the 4 others. Jerem tells the group that he'll need their help. Outside, each person holds a stone. Dalbong asks if they also see floating letters. Everyone confirms they're seeing something resembling a game interface. Jerem explains that the stones can awaken special abilities like the ones he has. Sebastian acknowledges the value of the stones and asks if Jerem is sure about sharing them. Jerem confidently replies that it's the best option and urges them to use the stones. The group stares at the stones in their hands as they begin to glow. The stones dissolve and a red energy surrounds them. Dalbong receives the innate ability of the celestial demon martial arts of Jojin. His technique has advanced and he can now sense mana. He lets out a shout as energy floods his body. The bandages on his body unravel and he prepares a punch, slamming the ground with a burst of power. Striking a double biceps pose, he declares his body is brimming with strength. Then his herniated disc flares up again. Dalbong winces and Jerem asks if he's okay. Dalbong admits, unfortunately, the stone can't cure his worst problem. Meanwhile, Youngshun is on the ground constructing a Japanese-style house. He has gained the innate ability of wooden architecture. The house disassembles, forming pillars, structures, and even a small city and army. Youngshun is thrilled, calling it fun and fascinating. Jerem is shocked, having no idea his abilities could be used this way. Turning to Nae, he asks about her ability. She seems embarrassed and explains that her ability lets her see people's emotions. She notes Dalbong is feeling 0.4 embarrassment and 0.7 sadness. Looking at Jerem, she sees 0.2 happiness and 0.6 embarrassment. She decides to test something and steps closer, activating mental care. When she touches Jerem, his happiness increases while his sadness decreases. Jerem comments that he feels comfortable. May excitedly remarks that these innate abilities are fascinating. Jerem notices no one mentions Han or anything similar to his abilities. Perhaps there's something different about what he possesses. Sebastian suddenly shouts, saying he's found the answer. He points upward and Jerem looks confused. Sebastian explains that if they can't go by land because of the monsters, they need to go by air. While it makes sense, no one has any idea how to make it happen. The next day, the house is surrounded by a massive wall. Youngchun has been using his abilities much more efficiently, improving everything. Jerem is surprised to see plants growing on the wall. It turns out Youngchun has created a small forest of trees. Relaxing, Youngchun announces that the basic construction is finally complete. Suddenly, there's a loud impact. Jerem is training with Dalbong and it looks like they're upside down. Indeed, they're fighting while inverted, having grown accustomed to it. They're sparring this way to practice channeling mana through their feet. Facing Dalbong isn't easy, as the Elder is thrilled and declares they're going to play some more. Dalbong activates the second form of the Celestial Demon Martial Arts, unleashing the Tiger's Dance again. Dalbong unleashes a barrage of attacks on Jerem, who realizes that at this pace he'll end up falling off. The Elder praises him for holding on well, but declares that this next attack will finish him. Jerem notices that Dalbong's strikes are getting faster and faster. Dalbong announces that he'll now add his heart to the next move. In response, Jerem channels mana through his legs, focusing it in his feet, and leaps toward the Elder. He nearly grabs Dalbong by the ear, but the Elder sidesteps. Jerem chases him, narrowly landing a kick. Dalbong is impressed by how ingenious this kid is. However, he grabs Jerem by the foot and exclaims, "That's how a disciple should be." In the middle of their sparring, someone calls out to Jerem. It's Sebastian, and he's already flying. Seems a bit unfair, doesn't it? But now the context becomes clear as Jerem mentions how much has changed in just 2 days. Hanging onto the wall, Dalbong comments, "Now this is what I call footwork." Jerem has been studying the celestial demon arts to the fullest. One notable development is that he maxed out favorability with Sebastian. Using transmission, he gained the rank animal communication ability. Hamiel, Sebastian's companion, hops off his shoulder and Jerem uses his ability on it. The system announces that Jerem successfully communicated with a creature and earned a special skill, Wingsuit. As he bites into a chocolate bar, Jerem tells Sebastian that it's time to go. Meanwhile, the city below is covered entirely in strange moss. Sebastian says they'll stick to the plan for now. Jerem activates wooden architecture beneath them, creating a pillar that rises skyward. The system warns him that the structure has reached its limit. From afar, the city can be seen, but Sebastian's house is on the other side. They jump off the pillar, activating their wingsuit abilities. With arms spread wide, they glide over the city. Jerem is relieved to see that the strange moss hasn't invaded the houses. But Sebastian points out something strange. The zombies seem to be carrying bodies. Jerem finds this odd, noticing that the creatures are tossing the bodies into a pile. One creature is clearly absorbing the bodies. As it finishes consuming them, the purple moss monster begins transferring its energy to another creature. Jerem watches in disbelief as a headless, armored, bloated monster emerges. He knows that eroded monsters affected by this substance are far tougher to deal with. His biggest fear is that the stalker from earlier may have undergone the same process. For now, they focus on their main objective. They arrive at Sebastian's house, where he celebrates seeing his crows alive. The crows rush, or rather fly, to him. Suddenly, Sebastian's demeanor changes as massive wings sprout from his back. Jerem is confused but finds it obvious. This is Sebastian's new power. The professor, feeling like a cherubic angel, starts flying and tells Jerem to follow him. Jerem complains that it's unfair Sebastian gets to fly alone. He channels mana to his feet, leaps, and begins gliding. On the ground, zombies look up, tracking their flight. The creatures activate strange mechanisms on their arms, attempting to grab them. The pair dodge, but one of the crows gets caught. At this rate, they're all bound to fall. Under heavy attack, Jerem tries to retaliate with his chain, but he loses his glide in the process. He starts running and Sebastian shouts after him. Jerem reassures Sebastian, saying he'll distract the zombies. The professor protests, but Jerem's determined look says it all. Activating firework flame, he charges into the fray. His fiery chain burns through the zombies as he declares he's ready to have some fun. Landing with explosive impact, the ground erupts in a fiery burst, sending zombies flying. But then he hears heavy footsteps behind him. The eroded armored monster, armed with a massive hammer, approaches. Jerem barely dodges the first strike and counters with a direct hit to its head, but nothing happens. With zombies closing in on all sides, Jerem channels mana into his feet and tries to escape. But the monster combines its arms to form a cannon. It grabs another zombie, loads it into the makeshift weapon, and fires. Jerem, in disbelief, dodges to the side just in time. The zombie projectile hits, causing a massive explosion. The blast attracts even more creatures from the distance. Desperate, Jerem knows he must escape as quickly as possible. Exhausted and low on mana, he eventually finds a building to hide in. The creatures are still nearby, and he knows he barely made it out alive. From his vantage point in the city, he notices something strange. One house appears to be untouched by the moss. He doesn't know if there's something special about the house, but he's determined to find out. The next scene shows Jerem standing in front of the gate, listening to a strange buzzing sound. He wonders if this might be the reason the monsters aren't approaching. Suddenly, a man appears on top of the gate, trembling all over. Jerem notices the man is anxious and activates mental care, asking if they can talk for a bit. He offers the man a protein bar, asking if he's hungry. The man opens the gate, and the next scene has them sitting in his living room. The man introduces himself as Ryu Dongtak, a professor of acoustics. Jerem introduces himself in return and asks about the zzz sound he keeps hearing. Ryu explains that it's strange because humans shouldn't be able to hear that frequency. He reveals he created a device that emits a low-frequency sound. That's why his house has remained safe. He offers to share the sound file with Jerem if he wants it. Jerem is thrilled, knowing this would be incredibly useful. Meanwhile, back at the base, Sebastian lands gracefully. Dalbon congratulates him on his new wings and immediately asks where Jerem is. Sebastian admits that during Jerem's attempt to save him, the boy fell into the village. Dalbon yells at him, demanding to know what the point of the wings is if he abandoned Jerem. Sebastian tries to explain that the zombies were stretching their limbs skyward. Youngshun appears and asks what's going on. Dalbon angrily tells him that Sebastian left Jerem to die. He's ready to storm off, saying he'll handle it himself. Youngshun warns him that he's lost his mind and should know that the village is hell. Dalbon, however, is fired up, declaring that he'll smash those bodies with his fists. Nate arrives, calm and composed, and tells Dalbon that while he might win against 1 or 2 zombies, what happens if the battle drags on? Youngshun agrees, reminding Dalbon not to forget about his back problems. Dalbon demands a better suggestion. Youngshun assures him that Jerem won't die so easily, but Dalbon is eager to act. Nate advises everyone to stay calm and think rationally in moments like these. She asks Sebastian if they can now deliver supplies using the crows. Sebastian confirms that the animals aren't attacked by zombies, so it might work. The group agrees to start by sending supplies and scouting the area. As Dalbon pointed out, they need a strong fighter for the mission. The task of going there must be entrusted to someone reliable. Sebastian insists there's no one suitable around, asking where they'll find such a person. Dalbon then suggests his granddaughter, Park Izio. At that moment, Izio kicks open the door, exuding a dangerous aura. Dalbon says she'll survive for sure and has likely already awakened her abilities. He guarantees she's reliable and skilled. May asks where they can find her. Dalbon replies that she's likely at the martial arts dojo in the city of Ananzan. Sebastian is impressed, asking if that's the same dojo often featured on TV. The scene shifts briefly to the dojo. Several bald men stand in front of a stern-looking woman with crossed arms. Sebastian calls for Mongmon, instructing the animals to find the girl in the photo. So what we saw earlier was just the photo. The animals fly off, even carrying some chocolate for her. Back at Ryu Dongtak's house, he asks Jerem if he's sure the supplies will arrive. Jerem points out that they're on the way. Moments later, the crows deliver protein bars and maps. Ryu is amazed that it actually worked, remarking that Jerem must have good companions back at the base. Apologizing for being a coward, Ryu asks if Jerem will accept him as an ally. Jerem, notoriously hard to convince or not, immediately welcomes him. With that, their favorability increases and the transmission skill is activated. Jerem uses his ability and both are surrounded by the familiar circle. The skill is successfully acquired. Jerem wonders if this might finally make escaping this place much easier. He received the rank F acoustic ability that allows him to use mana to insert sound into anything. With that, he grabs the chain and applies the magic. He prepares an attack and strikes the ground. I think it created more impact there, it seems, though I didn't quite understand. However, Jerem is excited, saying the ability is incredible. Dongtak asks if the sound he heard was the vibration of the chains. The boy confirms it, and Dongtak says it's an extremely strong technique. I'm still curious about what this will do, but our boy is confident that it will help them escape. Then they notice a kitten meowing in front of them. The little cat was thin and hiding under a car. Dongtak tells the boy to wait while he gets something for the cat to eat. He goes inside and quickly comes out with 2 small bowls ready to act. He places them in front of the kitten, who starts eating, and the little cat responds with some affectionate gestures. The kitten is all happy. Then he activates the animal communication ability. Because he sympathized with a stray cat named Terry, he would receive a special ability. With this, the ability he had that allowed his clothes to help him fly gets a modification with agile movement. He activates it immediately to see what it is, and suddenly his feet transform, looking like giant paws. He prepares for a second, and the next moment, Dongtak has no idea where the boy went. The boy reappears behind him, saying he's just over there. Dongtak is amazed that he already has another ability. Jerem confirms it and says it's one of the good ones, but now it was time to go. However, the chubby guy is scared and says that if they leave now, they'll only get in the way because the city is full of zombies. For now, all he wanted was to gather some supplies. Jerem knows it's safer to follow his suggestion since this place is immune to zombies. The guy apologizes for asking for resources, but the boy says it's fine because he has plenty saved up. Because of his apocalypse anxiety from his dreams, he had stocked up his warehouse. Dongtak thanks him and says he's counting on him. Our boy summons the crows and then leaves. With his cat-like feet, it seemed like the corrupted land wasn't reacting to him. And now it was time to use all of his new abilities to the fullest. In front of him were several zombies. He prepared the sound ability on the chain, saying he's tired of running from them. He ran toward them and activated the acoustic magic. Man, it seems like he now has full control of the chain because it hit the monster's forehead dead on. Even the eroded creatures couldn't resist anymore. The attacks that used to only dent their heads were now completely different. The zombies began to disintegrate on the ground, and unlike the others, these ones dropped crystals. However, as he approached to pick them up, tentacles appeared behind him. The attack headed toward the protagonist, but he turned and struck with the chain. I thought the creatures would resist, but it sliced through like butter again. The problem is that he's starting to get surrounded. He activates the cat's leap and jumps onto the wall. Seeing the horde of zombies, he knew it. That place was a treasure chest. He returned to the fight, activating the acoustic magic and lashed out with the chain. He even shouted "Atada Kamasu" as the zombies ran toward him. A long time passed and he was still there, whipping the tentacles with the chain. When he looked back, no more zombies were approaching, and there was a pile of crystals. It seemed like the treasure hunt was over. The system then rewarded him for completing a secret mission. He was the first person to hunt 10 infected zombies and received 10 kilograms of inventory. The bag appeared in his hand, and the system informed him that this was the inventory. Suddenly, the inventory jumps into his hand and lands near a crystal, starting to pull it in. This high-grade inventory begins collecting everything from the ground, so he won't even need to gather anything manually anymore. He smiles with that foolish grin, thinking how convenient this is, until his expression changes as he senses something strange. From the heavy vibe, he knows it's him. The hulking brute with the cannon begins to approach. Our boy pulls out the inventory and says it's time to use this. From it, a golden gem emerges, which he had obtained after defeating those earlier creatures. The system says this will upgrade his weapon and asks if he wants to use it. Obviously, he decides to strengthen it immediately. With that, the flame chain evolves into the rank D blue flame chain with the additional ability of the blue fire dragon. The monster prepares the cannon and points it at him. The shot is fired just as Jerem activates the blue dragon. He starts running toward the zombie. The dragon appears and charges at the zombie, piercing through the projectile. The headless monster doesn't understand why it didn't explode. Whoa, the dragon comes in and takes a bite out of it. Amidst all this, the chain wraps around the brute's arm as our boy gets closer. It looks like the arm is already gone. Whoa, from a distance, he made the monster lose both arms and the cannon. Apparently, the monster still managed to launch an attack. But Jerem sees it all and says it's way too slow. He activates the cat power in his feet and starts dodging while using the chain. It seems like the guy has infinite mana, right? He then notices that the monster's parts hitting the car are melting everything. Still, the big creature in front of him doesn't seem very alive. The monster stands still, and he asks if it's tired of screaming. But suddenly, the brute lets out a roar toward the sky. Strangely, the ground seems to be moving toward it, and the protagonist has no idea what's about to happen. As it absorbs the energy, its arms begin to regenerate, transforming into 2 blades. Now the monster's head opens up like a flower filled with teeth. My God, these creatures are hideous. It leaps toward the boy, who notices it has become much faster. He activates the chain to try to defend himself. But it was close. He almost got hit in the head. The impact is massive, and he's thrown backward. Meanwhile, the monster is coming in for a bite to his head. Our boy leaps with the cat's power. He says it's no wonder everything was coming so easily. Now he calls for the blue fire helicopter move. He knows the harder the challenge, the better the reward. The monster charges once more. Meanwhile, someone nearby is observing all of this. A man in a suit asks how many magic stones this boy must have collected by now. Someone from the military asks the man if he's trying to make the boy a target. The man scoffs, asking if he's scared. The soldier tries to explain that it's clear they would lose to the boy. It's better to ally with him. But the man in the suit argues that's exactly why they need to kill him. They can't let someone that strong roam free. It's also too risky to have him as an ally. After all, he could betray and kill them at any moment. Considering even the old man was giving out magic stones, imagine how many they'd get from killing this guy. That's when they hear a loud impact behind them. They take another look with binoculars, and through the smoke, they see the creature is dead. In the middle of its head is another one of those giant yellow crystals. The men have never seen a type other than the red one before. The suited man tells everyone this hunt is going to be massive. The protagonist stores yet another crystal in his inventory. The system notifies him that he's the first in the world to hunt a zombie mutant. The reward this time is the proclamation of an area. He could designate a region as his residence, and any allies there will receive some buffs. This is perfect for him since he has a base and is already eager to use it. Suddenly, someone appears behind him, saying he's late. Jerem recognizes him immediately and wonders what the psychopath Park Hunsum is doing here. We then see that in 2021, this man was honored as a young entrepreneur. He was an extremely successful man everyone considered a charity angel. But his true nature is entirely different. On the news, someone asks when the Gon serial killer case will be solved. Jerem knows very well that this man enjoys watching people die. That's because he saw him reveal his maniacal nature countless times in his nightmares. Several people are tied to wooden posts, and Park says today's society will be freed from the trash. The men cheer while the prisoners cry out, calling them cruel murderers. Park, however, responds that they should have followed the leader's orders if they didn't want this to happen. But one man spits at him, telling him to go to hell. Park wipes his face, asking what hell even is. Then he cuts the man and says that if such a thing exists, at least they'll live there first. He then orders everyone to kill anyone opposing the new era of governance. One of the poor prisoners is none other than a younger Jerem. Back in the present, Jerem hadn't imagined meeting this man here, but he considers himself lucky. Maybe it's the perfect time to gather some information. He then activates the analysis ability. As soon as he uses his analysis ability, he sees that the two other guys with Park are normal humans, except for one thing, they all have the human stone eater attribute. Jerem immediately understands that they're obtaining magic stones by killing people. Park raises his hand and tells Jerem not to be afraid, assuring him they're not there to cause trouble. In times like these, Park explains it's necessary to band together, and he asks if Jerem wants to join their group. Jerem is confused by this sudden invitation. Park elaborates that they're planning to take over a mall or some similar location to establish a base and recruit more people. Jerem questions if there are people already in those places and whether they're awakened individuals. Park says no, just a group of folks from some Chinese restaurants, so there's no need to worry. He even promises Jerem as much food as he wants. But then the ground starts to tremble. Everyone looks around confused, trying to figure out why there's an earthquake now. Then comes the system window. It only warns of danger, announcing that pursuit has begun. Jerem has no idea what this means. Suddenly, tentacles begin emerging from the ground. Zombies appear on both sides, surrounding the group. The soldier starts attacking while the guy with the bat panics, asking what's going on. Park orders everyone to retreat to their base. Jerem agrees and asks Park to lead the way. He swings his chain, clearing out most of the tentacles. This display unsettles the assassin. Still, Park feels confident that if Jerem lets his guard down, he can take him down. Park moves in another direction, telling Jerem to follow him. For now, Jerem decides to play along, curious to see how things unfold. At least this chaos might make it easier for him to escape. As he follows the cars, he makes a vow to himself. Park Hansum is going to die here. Up ahead, Park manages to kill a few zombies. The problem is, everyone notices that the horde isn't diminishing. Suddenly, someone tells the soldier to duck. It's Jerem who swings his chain, taking out the zombies ahead. Jerem scolds the soldier, telling him to wake up and use his spear properly. It seems like Jerem is the only one doing the heavy lifting. Now the others are starting to get scared. They're wondering how they'll ever defeat someone like him. Even Park realizes that one misstep could cost him everything. The way his comrades are reacting isn't a good sign. That's when Park suddenly activates his fear ability. A strange aura begins to spread from him, affecting the surrounding zombies. They freeze in place as a giant blue head appears, screaming. The zombies are disoriented and Park starts slaughtering them, always with that bizarre tongue sticking out. His allies praise him, saying it's what they expect from an awakened individual. With that, they decide to keep moving forward. The group progresses easily, clearing out the zombies. At least now Jerem has learned about Park's abilities. His powers are well suited for assassination, something valuable to know. A while later, they enter the mall. Everyone is exhausted, commenting on how close they were to dying. Park introduces himself formally, saying they don't know each other well yet. Jerem also shares his name but immediately asks about the cook from the restaurant. Park says it's fine and offers to take him to see the guy. They walk through the corridors until they stop in front of a door. Park explains that the person inside is a bit odd, so Jerem shouldn't be surprised. The door opens, revealing a man tied up on the floor, gagged. Jerem uses his analysis ability. The man's name is Sung Hammon, 30 years old with the ability to cook. Jerem notices that, unlike the others, this guy doesn't have the human stone eater ability. Park calls Jerem over, remarking that he doesn't seem very surprised. Jerem comments that they said the guy was odd, so he figured he might be tied up. But Park finds it strange how naturally Jerem is reacting. Park says he thought Jerem might misunderstand, which is why he explained earlier. Jerem then asks why Park tied the man up. Maybe he's useful in some way? The soldier agrees, but another guy questions what he means. Jerem says it's a waste to keep someone alive they're worth a magic stone. Park's expression changes instantly. He starts laughing, saying Jerem is remarkably honest when talking about killing. Jerem asks if it isn't entertaining. The lunatic beams, saying the world is too small to meet someone so similar to himself. What a twisted psycho. He killed insects, animals, he's unbearable. He recounts how even his family couldn't understand him. Gee, wonder why. That's why he decided to become an entrepreneur and mask his desires with wealth. But now in this apocalypse, he's met someone so similar to himself. Park confesses that, to be honest, he was planning to kill Jerem, but he can't bring himself to kill someone so much like him. He asks if Jerem wants to team up and live in a pleasant world together. Jerem knew Park would fall for the trap. He'd used a similar strategy in his nightmare and already knew Park loves having a murder buddy. Jerem shakes hands with Park, saying it's an honor to meet someone so similar to himself. As the favorability between them reaches the required level, Jerem gains the fear ability. Our boy thanks the system for granting him the skill via telepathic transmission. Obviously, this ability consumes mana to instill fear in others, a pretty complex skill. Park, curious, asks Jerem about his own abilities. Jerem lies, claiming his ability is just agile movement. Park recalls Jerem's evasive maneuvers and now understands what he was doing. However, Park also asks about the flaming chain. Jerem casually explains that it's just an ordinary chain strengthened with several magic stones. Park then inquires about the abilities of the others. The two claim they don't have any, unsurprisingly. But Jerem finds it hard to believe, especially since his system analysis revealed that the two had awakened. Still, considering the risks they faced and the fact that no one used any powers, maybe it's true. Perhaps ordinary people don't gain abilities even after awakening. That's when the guy with the bat calls everyone's attention. A group of large figures with gas masks is approaching. No one expected creatures to be able to leave the purple zone. Jerem realizes that if they've come this far, it's because they're searching for him. The two other guys, panicked, ask what they're supposed to do since they're trapped in this place. Park turns to Jerem, suggesting they join forces again because otherwise no one will survive. Taking the lead, Park says they'll clear the path like before. He activates fear once more. Damn, the guy is strong. He takes down one of the large creatures in a single strike. The others follow up, cutting and stabbing the creatures. Jerem has already gotten everything he wanted for the day. Now, step by step, he'll handle the most critical matters. A while later, they finally make it outside. The group, drenched in sweat, wonders aloud why the creatures entered that area. Park turns to Jerem, saying that together, they can escape. But suddenly, Jerem activates his wooden construction ability. Pillars rise, and he tells them to hold on tight. The clueless fools are all confused, asking what's going on. Park grabs a knife and slashes at the wood, calling Jerem a bastard. But the zombies are already closing in. The soldier warns there are too many zombies in the area. The guy in the beanie begs for someone to save them. Park keeps killing zombies, thinking it's a shame, but knowing he'll have to sacrifice these two pawns. At least they'll be useful for buying him some time. The two men realize too late that Park has killed a tentacle and fled alone. The monster grabs them from behind. As Park runs, he assumes the useless ones are already dead. He finishes off another tentacle and tries to keep fleeing. But ahead, 4 more zombies block his path. Now with a defeated expression, he wonders if he's going to die here. He activates fear, shouting at the creatures to stop messing with him. He charges forward, managing to kill quite a few. He vows not to die until he gets revenge on that bastard. But then he's surrounded again, and one of the zombies grabs his arm. The other arm is also restrained, and his knife falls to the ground. Still, he swears he'll survive no matter what it takes. He stretches his hand, grabbing the zombie's head. Ripping off a chunk of the creature's face, he declares that he's willing to abandon his humanity to stay alive. Meanwhile, behind the wooden barrier, Jerem remains calm. He knows the barrier is buying him enough time. He heads to the back of the store to check on the tied-up man. Jerem unties him and tries to wake him up. But as soon as Hammond comes to, he flinches and begs to be spared. Jerem activates his mental care ability. However, he notices it's consuming a lot of mana, probably because Hammond is in extreme shock. Once again, Jerem asks if Hammond is okay. Hammond warns him to flee, saying this place is a nest of killers. There are over 10 bodies in the nearby boxes, making it dangerous to stay. Jerem calmly replies that he already knows and is here to rescue him. Confused, Hammond asks why Jerem is helping him when they don't even know each other. In a heroic tone, Jerem says he doesn't need a reason to help people. He hands Hammond a magic stone, telling him to use it. They'll need it to escape. But Hammond misinterprets the gesture. Remembering how Park once took a similar stone from a corpse, Hammond assumes Jerem might be a killer too. However, he notices that unlike the other stones, this one lacks a strange, malevolent aura. Before he can comment, Jerem explains that he got it by killing a zombie. Realizing that's why it's different, Hammond asks if it's really okay for him to have it. Before Jerem can reply, Hammond takes the stone, thanking him. The system prompts Hammond, asking if he wants to awaken. Feeling energy coursing through his body, Hammond wonders if this is what those other guys felt. Jerem helps him up and asks if he gained any abilities. Hammond confirms, saying he now has an innate ability to create meals that, when cooked with mana, have special effects. Jerem deduces that people with advanced abilities awaken new talents, while those who are unskilled remain ordinary. Now he just needs to use his transmission ability to acquire this skill too. He congratulates Hammond, and they formally introduce themselves. Jerem then tells him that before leaving, they'll need to prepare. Hammond immediately sets out to gather supplies. Jerem pulls out his inventory, knowing it's time to use his resources because otherwise he won't be able to defend Hammond. The collection he spreads out on the ground is impressive. His top priority is increasing his mana capacity since he has so many abilities. The system informs him that he can upgrade his transmission ability using an orange magic stone or spend 20 red stones to level up his analysis ability. This excites Jerem since even at rank F, the abilities are already excellent. The problem is, 20 red stones are a lot. He grabs the orange stone and tells the system to strengthen transmission. A flashbang-like burst of light blinds him momentarily. With that, transmission advances to rank E. His mana capacity increases significantly, and now he can further enhance abilities acquired through transmission. Considering how many abilities he has, this upgrade is perfect. He also upgrades analysis, which now allows him to predict enemy movements. Curious to see how it works, he tests the skill. Just then, a pleasant smell hits his nose. Hammond has prepared a meal, saying it's too bulky to pack, so they should eat it now. Jerem eagerly grabs his chopsticks, saying it will be a pleasure. As he eats, he gains a 20% bonus to all stats for 3 hours. The food is incredibly potent. Obviously, he eats everything and cleans the plate. He jokes that when gamer parents have kids, they'll convince them to eat vegetables by saying, "Eat this broccoli, and you'll gain 15 agility points." He praises Hammond, saying it's now much easier to escape. But Hammond mentions that the entrance is blocked with wood. Jerem assures him, saying he knows another way out. He raises his chain and slams it into the ground. A path to the sewers opens. The two descend into the tunnel when suddenly an earthquake shakes the ground above. Hammond has no idea what's happening, but Jerem remains unimpressed. Then the horror reveals itself. A three-headed monstrosity emerges. The heads scream in unison, mocking Jerem for finally being found. Hammond panics as Jerem wonders how they tracked him. The creature is grotesque with 3 heads, 2 arms, and blades extending from its limbs. Park appears with his signature terrifying grin, calling out to Jerem. He tells Hammond to stay back and activates analysis. The system identifies Park as an infected awakened with triple-headed traits, enhanced sword skills, agility, and more. Park, thrilled, declares he can't wait to kill Jerem, calling the encounter perfect timing. The system warns Jerem that he's been inflicted with fear. Hammond, overwhelmed, panics. Jerem activates mental care, gradually dispelling Hammond's fear. Park marvels at Jerem's many abilities, asking how it's possible. Jerem dismisses him, telling Hammond to return to the market because things are about to get messy. He activates Chain Separation and Fire Dragon while fully buffed. Decked out with agility-enhancing cat feet and other abilities, Jerem exudes confidence. Park lunges at him, but Jerem uses Prediction, dodges the first punch, and lands a solid hit on Park's chest. The monster reels back, coughing blood, unable to breathe properly. The imprint of Jerem's fist remains on its torso. The other 2 heads comment on how ridiculously strong the punch was, questioning how one person could outmatch them all. Park silences them, saying they can't kill Jerem quickly. They need to savor it. He activates his strengthened version of Fear. The system informs Jerem that he's learned 32% of the ability used against him. If he experiences this skill multiple times and reaches 100%, he'll master it. Jerem notices something new. He anticipates attacks from behind. Park charges again, but Jerem predicts it, landing another devastating blow to his chest. The force sends Park flying into the tunnel wall. Park struggles to understand how Jerem reacts so quickly. The 2 remaining heads plead with Park to retreat, but Park refuses, calling them useless trash. He prepares his weapons as the heads beg him not to kill them again. Ignoring their pleas, he says goodbye and cuts them off. The severed heads grotesquely mutate into something even worse. After a gruesome transformation, Park reemerges with a single massive eye on a new head. He boasts about feeling magnificent now. Activating Fear again, Jerem's skill learning reaches 83%. Jerem is thrilled, calling Park a gift that keeps on giving. Once more, Jerem fends off the fear with ease, using his chains to defend. Finally, his fear resistance hits 100%, upgrading to rank E. Now it's Jerem's turn. He activates his own version of Fear. Park hesitates, realizing it's the same ability he used. But it's too late. Jerem lands another punch to Park's stomach. This time, Jerem follows up with a relentless combo. The monstrous head bursts, and Park's body is hurled to the far end of the tunnel. As he struggles to rise, Park finally understands. Jerem is on an entirely different level. Jerem cautiously approaches the battered Park, who is half-transformed and struggling to stay upright. Before Park can react, Jerem secures a chain around his arm and tries to pull him back. However, the monster manages to escape by abandoning half of his body. Jerem is amazed to see that even the severed arm alone is worth an orange magic stone. He quickly calls out for Hammond, asking where he is. Hammond appears, shaken, saying he's been hearing terrifying noises. Jerem explains that he couldn't finish Park off, but at least he made him retreat, and it's unlikely he'll come back. The cook is astonished that Jerem survived a fight against the transformed Park. Jerem suggests they head back. Later, Jerem tells Hammond to wait below as he climbs out of the sewer. When Hammond emerges, he asks why the monsters couldn't enter the area. To Hammond's surprise, Jerem has led them straight to Dongtak's house. Jerem calls for the professor, who appears overjoyed to see him. It turns out that Hammond and Dongtak already know each other. Hammond explains that Jerem saved him. Dongtak smiles and says Jerem helped him as well, leaving Hammond in shock at how many people Jerem has rescued. Indeed, Jerem seems to be the most altruistic protagonist, constantly saving someone here and another there. Jerem acknowledges their reunion, but suggests they all go inside since he's being pursued. The chubby professor asks why, and Jerem replies that it's because he's been killing too many enemies. Dongtak praises him, saying if that's the case, he's more than welcome. Hammond shakes Dongtak's hand, thanking him for his kindness. He then turns to Jerem, thanking him as well for everything. With this, Jerem's favorability with Hammond reaches the threshold, activating the transmission ability. A glowing Digimon-like circle appears, transferring abilities. Jerem, now learning Hammond's cooking skill, finds himself at rank F, 0% progress. He wonders if cocktails also fall under this skill. Turning to Hammond, he asks if he brought any drinks. Heading to the kitchen, Jerem decides to prepare a cocktail, not an energy drink with vodka, but one with soda. After a quick shake, the cocktail is ready. It grants it 10% stamina boost for 10 minutes. While it's not as impressive as Hammond's creations, Jerem is satisfied, knowing they'll still be useful. Meanwhile, Park is in the city, killing zombies. After each kill, he devours them, and finally his arm regenerates. Once more, he vows to kill Shin Jerem. However, he senses something approaching, a powerful energy from afar. A demon-like presence causes him to tremble, overwhelmed by its immense power. He even kneels, realizing he can't resist this being's existence. From a distance, a figure appears. Park recognizes her as the likely ruler of this area, the leader of the zombies. A plant-like tentacle emerges from her back, burrowing into the ground. It reappears on the other side, forming a giant mouth in front of the zombies. Park, mesmerized, declares that this is the queen to whom he wants to dedicate everything. The zombies gather, merging into a strange, brain-like structure with a large eye on top. This is their majesty, the 24th master of the martial arts dojo, Park Izio. It's revealed that she's the granddaughter of the legendary Dalbong. As a child, Izio couldn't stand injustice. If a chubby kid stole from her friend, she'd immediately seek revenge. She frequently fought bullies in her neighborhood and began training with her grandfather from a young age. By the age of 6, she had already turned her school into a peaceful place through sheer strength. One day in the mountains, her grandfather asked her what she would do with her power. She replied that she wanted to protect everyone so they could enjoy life. Dalbong bowed to her. All the disciples of the dojo followed suit, recognizing her as their new master. At 17, she began spreading her ideals worldwide. Once, she intervened when some men mistreated a boy, kicking them away with no hesitation. She brought the boy back to the dojo, introducing him as their newest member. The boy began training, and a year later, he joined her in standing up against injustice. One day, they encountered men harassing a girl. He boldly confronted them, asking if they wanted to die. The next scene shows both of them lying exhausted on the ground, having fought valiantly. This was the first time Izio saw someone she saved go on to save another. As time passed, more people began to follow her, drawn to her vision of a world where everyone could smile. But now, the world had become a living hell. Still, Izio brought her entire dojo with her, commanding them to use their martial arts to save others. As they charged forward, she warned that anyone who fled would die by her hands. The battle had begun, and Park Izio refused to give up on her beliefs. But then a massive figure approached her, ready to strike. At that moment, she was utterly exhausted, with no strength left to fight. Closing her eyes, she accepted that survival was impossible. However, one of her disciples stepped in front of her, taking the blow directly to his stomach. It was the very boy she had saved in the past. She screamed his name and lost her composure. With a powerful kick, she sent the brute flying and rushed to the disciple, demanding to know why he did it. The young man, bleeding heavily, smiled and said he had learned that martial arts were meant to save others. He was happy he could use what he learned in the right way. She begged him to stop talking, overwhelmed by the amount of blood he was losing, but he simply thanked her for saving him that day. It was then that Izio realized something profound. Her group was dying, protecting one another in the process. Those who had grown and trained with her had saved countless lives. But it was undeniable. Every day, more and more of them were disappearing. Their mission to save others came at the cost of their lives. Holding a flower, she whispered a wish for everyone to find a better place. That night, she resolved to eliminate all those who occupied the village. But just as she prepared, the sky turned green. It was the day the meteor struck. Instead of fleeing, one of her followers ran to her, calling for their master. The meteor hit squarely, engulfing the entire area in smoke. When Izio regained consciousness, she realized that everyone around her was melting. Her disciples turned to her, saying they felt strange and urging her to flee. But it was too late. everyone exploded and the goo splattered onto her. She was absorbed into the amalgamation, falling to her knees as claws sprouted from her back and horns grew on her head. The desire to kill consumed her mind. When she regained some semblance of awareness, she found herself transformed. From the pile of corpses, she rose to the sky. A massive eye called her Your Majesty, urging her to consume and perfect herself. She stabbed it with her tail, draining it as the creature pledged its loyalty to the strong. Back in the city, Jerem noticed something strange. The zombies stopped moving. The system announced that Park Kun-sung had died. The zombies in front of Jerem disintegrated into sludge. A new mission appeared: prevent the Queen's perfect transformation. He had a 5-hour time limit and needed to inflict at least 50% damage on the infected ground. Sebastian appeared, warning Jerem that Izio had transformed into one of the monsters. Jerem remembered her as Dalbong's granddaughter. Well, at least we're all dealing with the same problem, Jerem muttered. Sebastian said he had already sent crows to notify Dalbong. Within moments, the old man arrived, demanding to know where Izio was. Sebastian pointed to the purple zone, saying she was at its center. Without hesitation, Dalbong sprinted toward her. Jerem told Sebastian to warn others to stay back. It was going to get dangerous. Dalbong stopped and called out for Izio. Jerem looked up, confused by what he saw. At the top of the city, a cocoon floated in the sky, absorbing everything around it. Inside, a faint face could be seen emerging. Jerem activated analysis. Park Izio, 23 years old, now the seat of the queen. She was receiving energy from multiple tubes, and once fully formed, she would no longer be able to return to her human form. Jerem informed Dalbong that they needed to sever those connections to save her. He leaped up with his flaming chains, landing a direct hit on the cocoon. However, it only lost 0.5% durability. Dalbong, at a loss, began concentrating his mana. He explained to Jerem that he could only use this technique once and urged him to watch carefully. Leaping toward the cocoon, Dalbong declared, if something is hard on the outside. Jerem's analysis revealed that Dalbong's trembling fist had an effect similar to acoustic magic. It's soft on the inside. That's where you strike. Dalbong finished. His punch landed with a massive shockwave, creating an explosion and causing liquid to ooze out of the cocoon. Despite his age, Dalbong managed to reduce the cocoon's durability to 88.9%. The old man impressed Jerem, who remarked on his incredible strength. Dalbong said he needed time to recover and encouraged Jerem to learn from the technique. Confidently, Jerem replied that he had already learned enough. He detached his chains and launched himself at the cocoon. Activating the acoustic magic in his fist, he landed a solid punch. A tentacle shriveled and exploded, disconnecting from the cocoon. Its durability dropped to 74%. Dalbong was amazed that Jerem had mastered the technique after seeing it just once. Jerem, combining his skills, began systematically destroying tentacle after tentacle. The cocoon's durability continued to drop, eventually reaching 47.5%. With the completion of the emergency quest, Jerem gained the ability to proclaim another area. Suddenly, the cocoon from the ceiling fell to the ground. Emerging from it was none other than Queen Izio, now in an unstable transformation state. A new mission triggered: defeat Queen Izio. As she locked eyes with Jerem, the system issued a dire warning. A high-level target was now focused on him. The system advised Jerem to run. Slowly, Izio began regaining fragments of her consciousness. Jerem's prediction ability revealed she would attack from all directions. He grabbed Dalbong's arm, insisting they needed to flee. Dalbong, still calling for his granddaughter, seemed confused and reluctant to leave. Noticing Dalbong's condition, Jerem realized the old man would die if he stayed. With a burst of strength, Jerem threw Dalbong a safe distance away, activating agile movement and telling him to run ahead. Behind him, Izio emerged, flying at high speed toward Jerem. Once again, he activated prediction, identifying the paths of her attacks. He countered with his chain, defending himself. But another strike came from behind. Already prepared, Jerem blocked again, activating fear in an attempt to stall her. However, her high rank nullified the effect. Switching strategies, he activated Acoustics and Blue Fire Dragon, preparing a strike. Despite the powerful combination, his attack had no effect on her abdomen. It became clear she was so strong that she didn't even bother to block. Then she landed a devastating kick on Jerem, sending him flying. He ricocheted through the forest, crashing into a wall. Izio approached him, step by menacing step. Desperate, Jerem activated wooden construction, encasing her in a barrier. He quickly got up and started running. Within seconds, Izio shattered the barrier effortlessly, resuming her pursuit. Jerem ran toward the base, hearing Dalbong and Ney calling out for him. As one of her attacks neared his back, he activated his area proclamation ability. A barrier formed around the house, protecting everyone inside. Jerem barely managed to dive through as the barrier deflected her attacks. Now within the safe zone, he was prompted to choose combatants. The fewer selected, the stronger the buffs they'd receive. Knowing Dalbong couldn't fight his own granddaughter, Jerem chose himself as the sole combatant. Immediately, the buff took effect. Energy from everyone within the area flowed into him, dramatically increasing his mana and strength. Dalbong marveled at the transformation as Jerem instructed everyone to retreat indoors. He declared that he alone would face Izio. The group obeyed, retreating to safety. Meanwhile, Aizuo's tentacles began piercing through the barrier, tearing it apart. The globe of energy shattered and the two faced off. Stretching out his hand, Jerem vowed this time would be different. Combining dilution technique with wooden construction, he created a massive wooden foot to crush her. By the time Aizuo noticed the attack, it was too late. The foot descended, seemingly crushing her, until her tentacles intercepted, tickling the surface. Frustrated, Jerem pressed harder, but she broke through again. Undeterred, he leaped for a follow-up, enhancing his attack with crushing palm. From afar, Dalbong couldn't believe what he was witnessing. As Jerem's palm struck, energy surged, forcing Aizuo into the ground. Even as she tried to retaliate, Jerem focused energy into his fists, activating the martial demon's second form, the Dance of Fists. Branches wrapped around her tentacles, holding her down as Jerem landed a crushing blow from behind. This time, she was flown across the battlefield, crashing into the distance. Jerem, breathing heavily, wondered if he had finally overpowered her. But from the shadows, she emerged again, exuding a menacing purple aura. He noticed her chest's core was beginning to crack. Using analysis, the system revealed that this core was her weakness. Destroying it would end the fight. At that moment, prediction warned him of an incoming attack to his head. He narrowly dodged, realizing the next set of attacks would overwhelm him if he didn't retreat. Observing her movements, he questioned whether she was now using martial arts. But before he could react further, she lashed out with a tentacle, landing a strike that splashed into a red puddle. Despite her relentless assault, Jerem managed to grab her leg, swinging her like a sack of garbage and slamming her into the ground. The cocoon's durability dropped to 77%. Seizing the opportunity, Jerem prepared another strike, landing a direct hit. However, Jerem began to notice a pattern. Even when his hits seemed to land, Aizuo managed to evade at the last moment. As another attack approached, he barely dodged, feeling a sharp pain in his chest from the near miss. She continued her relentless assault, moving faster with each strike. Jerem couldn't help but wonder why her speed seemed to be increasing. She gave at him with an attack aimed at his face, and he countered with a punch. Both of them landed their strikes, sending each other sliding backward. Outside the barrier, the others could only hear the sounds of their fierce battle. Nei asked Dalbong if he was sure Jerem would be okay. But Dalbong's expression was grim. He knew things were heading toward disaster. At this moment, we delve into Dalbong's past. A martial prodigy blessed by the gods, he quickly rose to become a champion. But his arrogance and selfishness overshadowed his skill. He berated his own son, calling him weak and a disgrace to their family. The boy left behind a note apologizing for not being someone his father could rely on. At the age of 20, his son left home. Dalbong dismissed him as a loser and moved on, forgetting the boy entirely. Years later, government officials came to Dalbong's dojo asking if he was the father of Park Sin-rian. Dalbong immediately sensed something was wrong. The scene shifted to his son's funeral. A little girl sat on the floor crying while others murmured about how tragic the car accident was. Dalbong stood frozen, unsure of what to do. The girl looked up at him and recognized his face from a photo and ran to him in tears, asking if he was her grandfather. Until that moment, Dalbong hadn't known he had a granddaughter. With no other family, he was left to raise her. Despite being too old to care for a child, Dalbong did his best. It wasn't easy. One day, he asked her what she wanted to do with the power she gained from martial arts. She replied that she wanted to protect everyone so they could enjoy their lives. Dalbong smiled, gently patting her head, telling her she was far better than he ever was. It was that he realized he had something far more precious than martial arts. Though he hadn't known how to raise her properly, she grew into an adult with a heart purer than anyone else's. She soon became the most valuable treasure in his life. Yongshun, standing beside him, asked why he was just standing there. Dalbong was contemplating the martial demon's final form, a technique that exchanged one's life force for a celestial body. He told Yongshun to take care of things. If Aizuo returned, then whispered that he loved his granddaughter deeply. As a blue aura enveloped him, Yongshun shouted, asking what Dalbong was doing. But Dalbong continued to gather energy, declaring he'd give everything for Aizuo. As his power surged into the heavens, he acknowledged the price. Even if it meant sacrificing himself, he was willing to save Aizuo. Meanwhile, Jerem was being beaten down. Aizuo's speed had reached a point where even his predictions couldn't keep up. She launched another punch straight at his face, but suddenly, Dalbong arrived with a flying kick. Aizuo noticed him too late and took a heavy blow to her arm, sending her flying. Dalbong stepped in front of Jerem, telling him to watch and learn. This is the true power of the celestial demon's martial arts. A pack of spectral tigers emerged from Dalbong, charging toward Aizuo. The system informed Jerem that he was witnessing a perfect demonstration of an expert's skill. His learning meter shot to 100%, unlocking the second gate of dilution. Dalbong assured Jerem he could handle the chaos, giving him permission to rest. Aizuo, meanwhile, gathered the energy from Dalbong's previous attacks, neutralizing them. Activating her own aura, she prepared for a counterattack. Dalbong praised her, saying it was the least he expected from his granddaughter. But he warned her to stay alert. He was ready for the final fight of his life. Dalbong advanced again, narrowly dodging her attacks and landing a powerful punch to her abdomen, sending her flying. Still midair, she activated power in her hands, forming spikes that pierced his back. Dalbong shrugged off the attack, criticizing her weak resolve. Charging forward, he called her slow and unmotivated. She turned to defend, creating a glowing energy sphere. Even so, Dalbong's strike broke through, slamming her into the ground and cracking her defense. He landed on her shield, calling her name and asking if she had truly forgotten everything when she became a monster. The barrier shattered as she retaliated with another attack. Dalbong ignored it, grabbing her arm and declaring it impossible for her to win. Someone who had lost the true path could never defeat him. With that, he delivered a headbutt directly into her core. The explosion tore through the forest, leaving destruction in its wake. Sometime later, Dalbong stood, distransformed. In front of him, Izio remained standing. He couldn't believe she was still alive after everything. She stretched her arm, forming another attack, the same move that had killed Park earlier. Dalbong advanced, undeterred, declaring he would destroy everything if that's what it took. He landed a punch squarely in her face, sending her flying. But Izio appeared above him, ready to deliver a kick. This time, Dalbong was too slow and was struck, slamming into the ground. As Dalbong collapsed, weakened, Queen Izio wasted no time and approached him with a flurry of strikes. Jerem, seeing the danger, called out to the old man and rushed to attack her from behind. Once again, she dodged his attack effortlessly. But Dalbong followed it up with a heavy kick, and together, they seemed to be gaining ground against her. However, she retaliated, landing a brutal hit on Dalbong's jaw and a powerful kick to Jerem's ribs. The battle had dragged on, and Izio only seemed to grow faster and stronger. Jerem was slammed into a wall again, leaving the people at the base in disbelief. Even the two strongest fighters together couldn't bring her down. As Izio advanced toward Dalbong, he tried to land another punch, but she blocked it and lifted him by the neck. She prepared a clawed hand to finish him, but Dalbong called her name and touched her face. For a moment she froze. Memories of their time in the mountains together, smiling and happy, flashed through her mind. She let out a scream, dropping Dalbong. Realizing this was his final chance, Dalbong gathered all his remaining mana and activated the 8 Gates technique one last time. Izio retaliated, firing a web-like attack at him, but Dalbong pressed forward, striking her crystal directly with his celestial palm. His mana flowed through her body, causing the crystal to crack. With his strength spent, Dalbong turned to Jerem and told him to finish it. Jerem leaped into action, activating the second form of the martial demon. With a flurry of tiger dance strikes, he finally sent her flying. Her body crashed to the ground as the system announced that her core had been completely destroyed. The emergency mission was over and the queen had been defeated. Exhausted, Jerem collapsed to the ground as the area proclamation deactivated. His vision blurred as he saw people rushing to Dalbong's side. The system informed him that he was about to receive an incredible achievement for completing an impossible mission. Sometime later, Jerem woke up in a bed, groggy and confused. For defeating the queen, he had earned a new ability, the power to combine 2 skills into a temporary new one. As he pondered this skill synthesis concept, someone called his name. It was Nay. She asked if he was feeling better, but he was still disoriented, unsure where he was. Nay explained that he was in a new building they constructed in Sector 2. Confused by the mention of Sector 2, Jerem got up to look outside. To his shock, he saw a thriving city that had been built while he was unconscious. Nay informed him that he had been asleep for over a month. She jokingly mentioned that it was thanks to a catheter system draining his body. Jerem, both surprised and mildly embarrassed, watched as she left to fetch the doctor. Moments later, the doctor arrived, greeting him as the leader. Jerem was taken aback by the title. The doctor explained that, according to Nay, Jerem was the one who had built the foundation for this place and had nearly died protecting the village. Though embarrassed, Jerem admitted the doctor wasn't entirely wrong. The doctor extended his hand, channeling mana, and Jerem asked if he had awakened. The doctor confirmed that he had, thanks to a magic stone given to him by Nay. He assured Jerem that with another week of care, he'd be back to normal. Jerem, however, felt much better already. As the doctor left, Jerem activated transmission, forming a glowing circle around them. He gained the rank F medicine skill, allowing him to heal targets using mana. The system immediately combined it with his Acoustic's ability to create a healing sound. Activating it, Jerem felt a refreshing sensation as his body rapidly healed. Ignoring the doctor's warnings, he got out of bed, declaring himself 100% recovered. Both Nay and the doctor were shocked by his quick recovery after such a long rest. The doctor commended him, calling him an extraordinary awakened individual. After everything was settled, the doctor left and Nay asked what ability Jerem had used. He brushed it off as something new, but was more curious about how everything had changed. Nay offered to guide him around the city, explaining the developments. The townspeople, excited to see him awake, greeted him as their savior and leader. Jerem felt awkward and overwhelmed by the attention, unsure of who all these people were. He turned to Nay, asking what she had been telling everyone. She confidently replied that she'd simply told the truth, that he was the leader who had saved them all. Blushing, Jerem asked if these people were the survivors from the city. Nay confirms that since Jerem defeated the queen, the purple ground had disappeared. This allowed them to rescue many people and use crystals to awaken others. Jerem asks if it was difficult to collect so many stones. She explains that Professor Sebastian discovered a cache while exploring, several tanks surrounded by dead zombies with crystals nearby. Jerem then asks about Dalbong and Izio. Nay says they are in Sector 1 and suggests he go see for himself. When they arrive, Jerem is astonished by the size of the facility. It looks like a modern hospital, complete with electricity. Nay explains they salvaged generators from the city and were rebuilding everything. As they enter, Jerem sees the doctor standing next to two bodies. He immediately asks about Dalbong's condition. The doctor explains that Dalbong's spine is severely damaged. Even if he survives this crisis, it's unlikely he'll ever walk again. Jerem notices Dalbong's white mustache and wonders if it's always been that color or if he's just noticing it now. He then asks about Izio. The doctor says her vital signs are stable, but her mind shows no signs of regaining consciousness. May pulls Jerem aside, holding his hand and placing it on Izio's head. Suddenly, they find themselves in front of a black sphere. Jerem is disoriented, unsure of where they are. Thankfully, the system explains that they are inside Park Izio's mind. Because Jerem had witnessed the perfect demonstration of an expert, his mental care ability had advanced to rank E. May explains that Izio's mind is corrupted. Using analysis, Jerem sees that her mind is surrounded by a barrier of despair. May admits she has tried to enter countless times but found it too difficult to break through. Jerem suggests breaking the barrier, but Nay warns that doing so would cause Izio's mind to shatter. They would need to rescue her before that happened. Jerem, confident, says he has an idea worth trying. He combines mental care with fear, creating a new ability, mental pressure. Activating it, he feels an overwhelming power in his hand. He touches the barrier and energy begins spreading across it. The entire sphere fragments, leaving Nay amazed. She asks how he managed to do it on his first try. Jerem simply replies, "I'll be back soon," and dives in. Inside Izio's mind, he sees a corrupted zombie accusing her of causing its death. Izio punches the zombie, killing it, but more keep coming. The apparitions berate her, calling her a cowardly disgrace and questioning if this is what they deserve for following her. Despite their words, Izio doesn't hesitate. She keeps fighting, finishing them off one by one. Even as they cry out in pain, she pushes forward. Then a shadow resembling Dalbong forms, asking if she intends to kill her grandfather a second time. Izio doesn't flinch and delivers a flying kick to its face. Even the boy she had saved appears, asking how long the great master will continue like this. She punches him too, unwavering. This endless cycle continues as the apparitions mock her, claiming she'll tire eventually. They declare they have all eternity, and she will break down sooner or later. Bit by bit, she begins to lose her mind. Dalbong's shadow gains color and urges her to rest, claiming it's the only way out since she'll never escape this place. At that moment, an energy burst explodes on the ground, catching Izio off guard. Jerem appears, surprising her. Recognizing him, she asks what he's doing there. Jerem notes how mentally exhausted she looks. After all, she's been fighting these apparitions non-stop for over a month. He tells her he's there to help her escape. The apparitions taunt her, questioning if she plans to abandon them and run away. Jerem uses analysis, revealing that these apparitions are manifestations of Izio's trauma. If she doesn't overcome them, they will endlessly reappear. Seeing how unwell she is, Jerem tells her that none of this is her fault. He reminds her that believing these accusations would insult the sacrifices of everyone who fought alongside her. She admits she knows that, but it's hard to accept. Jerem points to the apparitions. Do they really look like the comrades you remember? Izio begins recalling those she fought alongside. The boy who sacrificed himself to shield her. The people who stood in front of her as the meteor fell to protect her. She remembers that, until the end, they were pure martial artists. It was her own fear of being insufficient that had transformed her comrades into monsters. To lend a hand, Jerem activated his mental power. He walked toward the creatures and stopped in front of them. He bowed and apologized for insulting their legacy like this. The ghosts seemed confused, but not for long as Izio once again started destroying them. With that, the mental barrier seemed to dissolve as well. The creatures transformed back into her comrades. They told her that now she was truly the master they had known. They approached her and told her not to resent them like this. They had cherished her time by her side. They would always remain in her memories, but now it was time for her to follow her own path. Izio called out to them as they disappeared into the air. With this, she managed to overcome her trauma. She turned to Jerem and thanked him for his help, but he responded that she had saved herself, not him. Now it was time for both of them to return to the real world. After crossing the void, she woke up in the hospital. Immediately, she sat up and called for her grandfather. She completely ignored Jerem and ran to Dalbong, saying he was in that state because of her. She fixated on his white mustache. But at that moment, Dalbong opened his eyes. He woke up, telling her it wasn't her fault. If he hadn't saved her at that moment, he would have regretted it for the rest of his life. She told him it was okay, and he didn't need to feel regret about anything anymore. And with that, he hugged his granddaughter tightly. A while later, as Izio was leaving the room, Nay asked to talk to her for a moment. There was something she wanted to say about Jerem and asked her to take a look. Jerem was sitting on a bench in his city. The boy had suddenly become president. Nay approached him and asked why he was sitting there alone. He replied that he was just resting but noticed that the people seemed quite happy. She explained that everyone was feeling this way because they had just escaped that hell. He then asked about the problems they had faced that month. She said that thanks to the elders in the city, everything had gone well. Jerem was relieved. The abilities he helped awaken had truly made a difference, but he wanted to know if they were missing anything. She said that magical stones were the biggest shortage. Those were the only way to strengthen objects and people. Jerem was surprised that she knew about object strengthening. She explained that she understood it when he mentioned that crystals work as experience. He remembered saying that. She added that she had placed several stones in a generator, greatly increasing its efficiency. That explained why Sector 1 had so much power. He then said it was the perfect time for him to explore the region and collect as much as possible. But she protested, saying he had just woken up and shouldn't leave yet. He countered that this was the perfect reason to start moving his body again. But someone else interjected, saying that if he was going, they would have to accompany him. There was a confident fighter who claimed to be a zombie-crushing professional. Jerem simply agreed, saying, "Let's go." The only thing they needed was a motorcycle. She hopped onto the back of the bike and Jerem sped through the city. They encountered zombies ahead and stopped the bike. The chances of finding survivors were obviously very slim. The bridge ahead was packed with zombies. The horde came rushing toward them, but the confident companion declared she could handle it. She ran toward the creatures and delivered a powerful kick straight to the head of one of the monsters, sending it to the ground. A tongue lashed out from behind her, but she dodged and countered with another punch and a kick, unleashing energy that scattered the zombies. Jerem was impressed by her strength. Finally, the crystals they had been searching for dropped. She handed them to him, and he opened his inventory. She was curious about what that was, and he explained it was just one of his abilities. She asked if they were going to the city, and he said, "Of course." Once on the street, Jerem looked up and saw something surprising. A message indicated that to the south there was an area using a protective shield. Jerem wondered how people had advanced so much. It seemed to be an organization also known as S.H.I.E.L.D. It was founded with a motto of justice by a national actor named Lee Sang-hyul. The old man stood before the crowd, shouting that S.H.I.E.L.D. would protect everyone. The crowd erupted in cheers. Meanwhile, soldiers were shown shooting zombies, fulfilling Sang-hyul's promise. But that was only the beginning. Soon, they began expanding. Sang-hyul raised the hand of a soldier, declaring them the heroes who protected everyone. He encouraged people to appreciate these brave individuals risking their lives. As a result, rewards for fighters increased, creating growing inequalities. A social pyramid formed. While the soldiers pretended to do most of the work, ordinary people were left carrying the burden and doing manual labor. The poor were soon living in tents, while the military and Sang-hyul indulged in luxury. Then the experiments began. A scientist drew blood from a zombie, while 3 people were tied to a wall. He approached them, and you can imagine what happened next. A quick injection, and one of them began to transform. This was the true face of Sang-hyul's army: crazy experiments and pure injustice. S.H.I.E.L.D. was essentially a trap you couldn't escape once inside. Seeing the message, Jerem realized they were starting to make their move. Apparently, Nay had told Izio that Jerem knew about the future. Izio asked if these people were going to cause problems. He replied that they probably would, so they needed to investigate. But first, Jerem slammed his fist into the ground. The zombies across the city heard the sound. He grabbed his chain, declaring that it was time to herd the sheep. The zombies swarmed toward them, but the pair easily eliminated them. Not long after, they returned to their motorcycle. That's when Jerem had the idea to upgrade it. The system informed him that he could enhance both the body and the engine. This meant the bike might gain 2 different abilities. He modified the engine, drastically reducing its sound. Izio immediately noticed and asked why it had gone so quiet. He explained that he had strengthened it the same way he had upgraded his weapon. Impressed, she admitted she didn't know the stones could be used in so many ways. He eyed another stone and said he would show her again. He strengthened the engine further, upgrading it to the next rank and unlocking the stealth ability. On the road, he activated the stealth mode, and the 2 rode silently, blending into the shadows as if in black and white. They passed by S.H.I.E.L.D. soldiers stationed at a bridge. Jerem thought it was the perfect chance to test the stealth. They moved close to the soldiers, who seemed to sense something for a moment. One asked if something was wrong, while the other said he felt something strange. But they had no idea Jerem and Izio were already far ahead, near the base. It was the same place Jerem had seen in the past. Their stealth worked so well that they found themselves in the middle of the enemy's base. At that moment, an announcement played declaring that they had finished restoring the village. The voice was one Jerem knew all too well: Kim Hyung-suk, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s propaganda director. Hyung-suk spoke about how, thanks to the awakened ones who had dedicated their lives, they had finally achieved this success. Pointing to the soldiers, he proclaimed that they deserved long lives. For him, the government and military were useless. Only S.H.I.E.L.D. could win this war. The crowd cheered S.H.I.E.L.D.'s name in celebration. Hyung-suk continued, saying they must first appreciate the heroism of these individuals. That was why those who fought on the front lines would become first-class citizens. Jerem activated analysis, discovering that Kim Hyung-suk was a human magic stone eater with the title of hybrid creature. Hyung-suk showed a map, urging everyone to continue earning their qualifications. That way they could access the true S.H.I.E.L.D. villages, or even the central base known as Paradise. Izio remarked that the group seemed massive and highly influential. How do they have so much strength and military resources? She asked. Jerem had no idea but agreed it wasn't surprising that Hyung-suk dismissed the official military as incompetent. He was more curious about the hybrid creature title and why Shield was so focused on expansion. Clearly, there was more to this than he knew. Izio asked what he planned to do. He replied that for now, they would do nothing since there were many civilians present. Plus, he had no idea how powerful the Awakened Ones in Shield were. At the moment, they were at a numerical disadvantage. He explained that, as far as he knew, Shield conducted experiments with zombie blood. Izio asked if they were insane and what they planned to do in paradise. Jerem said they would focus on gathering information for now. The scene shifted to the forest, where a crow flew overhead. Shriel's army was advancing, carrying injured men on stretchers. One soldier muttered that the operation had fallen into a trap and was now a complete failure. Zombies began approaching as the soldiers prepared for battle. They started shooting, using shields to hold back the horde. Some zombies fell and the soldiers grew optimistic, thinking they might hold out. Then the larger zombies appeared. One soldier shouted for them to block the attack. 3 soldiers tried to brace themselves, but they were crushed. Others opened fire, but despite hitting their marks, it was too late. A group of long-tongued zombies attacked from behind. Realizing his mistake, one soldier knew this was the end. But suddenly, a long-tongued zombie was struck in the head, 2 falling instantly. Confused, the soldier looked around, unsure of what had happened. It was Jerem and Izio arriving in style. In mere seconds, they cleared the entire horde of zombies. Jerem asked if the soldiers were okay. But the soldiers, overwhelmed by the pair's strength, were more afraid than reassured, demanding to know who they were. Jerem explained that they had come after seeing the message in the city. He then asked if they were part of the organization called SHIELD. The scene then transitions to Hyung-suk's office, where he tells someone to come in. A chubby man enters the room and says he's there to deliver information about the reconnaissance operation. Hyung-suk says he wants to know the reason for these mishaps, and that he's not helping them get stronger just for them to be this incompetent. The man trembles, apologizes, and tries to explain that they encountered several mutant zombies. However, Hyung-suk has already decided he needs to be careful with so many incompetent people around him. The man then says that at least it wasn't all bad, because they managed to find 2 amazing individuals who want to join SHIELD. Hyung-suk orders him to explain, and he says they're people who easily killed mutated zombies. Hyung-suk is impressed since those mutations were extremely difficult to defeat. However, he finds it suspicious that someone so powerful would want to join SHIELD. Maybe they were planning something. He then says he wants to meet these people and asks where they are. The scene shifts to the group sitting on a couch. Hyung-suk and his vacuum-packed friends introduce themselves, saying they are the owners and protectors of the place. At that moment, Jerem activates his analysis and sees that all 3 of them were eaters of human magical stones. The 2 then introduce themselves. Izio says he thinks he's seen her before and asks if she was part of the martial arts dojo. She says yes, and that before everything started, she was a master. He says it's great news to know that someone as amazing as her came to visit. However, he wants to know why she no longer calls herself a master. Izio explains that she no longer has any comrades, so she's a master to no one, all because of the zombies. The man says he understands and now wants to know why the 2 are there. Jerem says it's because they don't want to lose anyone else around them. He's been observing the actions SHIELD has taken to protect people and believes it's a good place to be. Wow, the protagonist lies without hesitation, doesn't he? The guy doesn't even blush. Hyung-suk says that's right. Here, they prioritize actions over words. Jerem then says that's why they came. They also want to help save more people and prevent chaos from taking over. Hyung-suk is thoughtful. He initially thought these 2 were there for power. If what they're saying is true, maybe it could be useful. He then asks why the 2 don't join the Vigilant Squad. If they manage to gather enough achievements, they could enter paradise. Jerem interrupts and says that's not what they want. All they want is to help protect people. Hyung-suk says that's fine then. They'll stay in the Vigilant Squad and don't need to worry about this so-called paradise. Jerem then comments that based on what he saw from the previous team, they'll meet people who won't just get in the way. Vacuum-packed no. One says the kid is pretty arrogant and asks if he's underestimating SHIELD's power. But then Hyung-suk interrupts and says the 2 of them in the same squad are already more than enough in terms of power. The 2 get visibly annoyed, veins popping on their faces, and ask if she's looking for a fight, until Hyung-suk gives them a glare and they quiet down. Man, they train their chest and arms but skip leg day, the classic Dorito shape. Hyung-suk then agrees and says they'll prepare a special squad just for the 2 of them. Both of them stand up and thank Hyung-suk for understanding their situation. As soon as they leave, the others comment that they seem skilled but are way too full of themselves. Hyung-suk tells them to calm down, saying that taming a wild beast is much more appealing. First, they needed to ensure that these kids were truly as skilled as they seemed. Outside, Izio asks why Jerem didn't want to join the so-called paradise and refused the offer. Jerem explains that pretending to be a hero who wants to help people is the fastest way to gain that guy's trust. He then starts stretching and says it's time to prepare. What he had expected was just arriving, a bunch of guys heading his way, practically punching bags. A tight-shirted guy tells Jerem that if he wants to prove the 2 of them are enough for the squad, they'll have to fight. Izio tries to excuse herself, saying that her earlier statement was just a joke. However, the guy questions whether she's going back on her word. Someone so inconsistent didn't deserve the title of master. That's where she clarifies that when she said 2 were needed, she was joking. In reality, just 1 was enough. Wow, she really caught him off guard there. The men start rushing at her, calling her a bastard, but she's confident and just gives them a little hand signal. Still, you have to hand it to these guys. One even has a man of fist. Too bad he gets kicked square in the face. 1 punch to another's face and a hit to the chest of the last one. The poor guy's stomach twists and are all sent flying. The onlookers comment that she's tearing them apart, but even with all of them attacking simultaneously, they didn't stand a chance. Another beautiful kick executed by Izio. The tight-shirted guys are terrified of the strength of Jojin martial arts. Another punch sends Yun flying far away. Not even 10 seconds had passed, and they were all moaning in pain. She then says they're a bunch of weaklings and asks how long she'll have to deal with people like them. She looks at Jerem and warns them that he's much stronger than she is. The men start trembling. If they didn't stand a chance against her, imagine against him. One of them, lying on the ground, just stares at Izio's back. She then turns to the 2 Doritos and asks if the cowards won't fight her. One of them says it seems he'll have to handle this personally. He starts activating his mana and tells her things are about to get serious. Izio gets excited, realizing the guy is better than she expected. She gets into her stance and signals him to come. He attacks, but suddenly someone yells at them to stop. It's Hyungsuk, who jumps down from above and runs toward the bald guys. He slaps them across the face. Immediately, he yells at them, saying what they're doing is completely wrong. Regardless of how strong they were, they had already promised to fight for the people there. The 2 fools apologize, admitting their mistake. Hyungsuk orders them to pick up the fallen guys and get out of there. They leave quickly. Hyungsuk turns to the 2 and apologizes for his men acting that way. Jerem says it's fine since, in the end, the ones who got beaten were his men. He jokes that he should be the one apologizing for what happened. But Hyungsuk insists that it was their fault, so he apologizes again before leaving. Jerem is impressed by how well that guy fakes being genuinely sorry. Back in his office, Hyungsuk is amazed at the strength of a martial arts dojo master. Not to mention that the girl said the other guy was even stronger than her. He smiles, already planning to take full advantage of the 2. In the next scene, we see Izio practicing. A bunch of elders is following her, and it's been a week since they joined S.H.I.E.L.D. She tells everyone how time flies and announces that the morning training session is over. The group seems exhausted but happy. A scene shifts to the cafeteria where Jerem is cooking. The guy is still making that hearty food for everyone. What a genuinely nice guy. The group studies their band-aids while he serves the food. During this time, he and Izio have fully integrated with the people. One of the women says she feels bad for not being able to help, but she's grateful for the food. Jerem tells her not to worry. He does it because he enjoys it, so she should just eat. The woman then looks at her daughter beside her and tells her to thank the captain. Jerem activates his analysis. The girl's name is Siu Yerem, a 10-year-old with the skill of dreaming girl. Naturally, he's curious about this ability. The girl bows and thanks Master Jerem. At this point, her favorability is maxed out and he can now steal her skill. It seems he'd spent the week being kind to her just to make this happen. He activates the transmission. A circle appears and he obtains the F-rank magical girl skill. With it, he can turn dreams into reality using mana. That day, he tested the skill, finding it both terrifying and incredibly useful. The scene shifts back to Hyungsuk and his comrades. He asks if it's true that the 2 gained the people's trust in just 1 week. Someone confirms, adding that Jerem seems to be spending more food than usual to keep everyone well fed. The leader wants to know if he's done anything beyond that. The guys say they've only been teaching martial arts and distributing food. Hyungsuk asks if they think there's some kind of angels performing miracles in this place. The man with thick eyebrows insists that he's sure they're planning something. The leader then asks if the power plant is still inaccessible. The guy says yes, it's too dangerous, but they've been keeping an eye on it. Hyungsuk says this is the perfect time to check it out to see if those 2 are truly heroes of justice or just bluffing. Sometime later, he tells the 2 that he's heard about all the good they've been doing for the survivors. On behalf of the entire squad, he wants to thank them both. Jerem says there's no need, he's just doing what he believes is right. Hyungsuk replies that he feels a great sense of honesty from them and asks if he could request a favor. The 2 grow apprehensive as he lays a map on the table. He explains that at the power plant marked on the map, there are terrifying monsters. The 2 look intrigued. A man in the back adds that they had sent an analysis team, but they lost contact with them. Jerem asks for more information. Hyungsuk shows him the communication log. The recordings reveal that the zombies there aren't ordinary and are far too strong. There are screams, and then the communication cuts off. Jerem realizes everyone sent to analyze the location is dead. Hyungsuk explains that to save more people, they need more energy. Izio immediately understands that this beast of a task is being assigned to the 2 of them. Hyungsuk confirms, saying that with their abilities, it wouldn't meet the same fate as the vigilant teams. Jerem smiles and says that if it's to save more people, he's definitely willing to do it. Hyungsuk stands, thanking them for their dedication. But as he starts to mention a reward, Jerem interrupts, saying it's unnecessary since he's doing it to help the survivors. Hyungsuk remarks that Jerem seems firm in his convictions. Later, The muscular guys question if the two will really be able to pull it off. Hyungstrike dismisses their doubts, saying it doesn't matter. If they die, it's not their problem. While they're attacking the power plant, the squad will target a hospital they've been planning to raid for a long time. Outside, Jerem and Izio talk. Izio expresses her doubts, noting that many people have died in that place. Jerem agrees about the danger, sure that there's a creature of much higher level there. But Izio says that makes it even more exciting and tells him they should get going. On the road, they're back on their bikes, heading toward the plant. When they see the sign for the plant, Jerem jokes it feels like PUBG. As they cautiously approach, Jerem suddenly tells Izio to wait. Something is leaping toward them. It's an albino ghoul, jaws wide, ready to devour them. Jerem quickly realizes these are evolved ghouls. He launches an attack with his chain, but the creatures are covered in energy. He hadn't expected these creatures to have mastered electricity. They unleash a combined triple attack, sending electricity through Jerem's chain and shocking his arm. Stunned, he freezes, similar to Pikachu, as the monsters rush at him again. Izio calls out and moves to help. The creatures launch another attack, but she manages to raise a barrier. She tries to hold them off, but the monsters overwhelm her, and she takes a hit. It doesn't last long before they're back aiming to bite Jerem. He lowers his head to shield himself, but takes a blow to the chest. The monsters aren't just electrically charged, they're intelligent. Jerem realizes there's only one way out of this. He hesitates to use a particular ability, but decides there's no other choice, vowing to kill the creatures. He performs a dance-like move, activating his transformation. It's the power of the magical girl skill, which momentarily confuses enemies during transformation. Jerem's weapon begins to manifest, but it's not what anyone expected. It's a bow adorned with ribbons. Embarrassed, he promises to make those monsters pay. Luckily, the magical outfit is invisible, sparing him further humiliation. He raises his wand and mutters, "Abracadabra, help me withstand electricity." The wand grants him an electricity resistance buff. Though still looking ridiculous, he lands a strike on one of the monster's heads. Izio, watching from the ground, is baffled. The first monster is sent flying and the second charges at Jerem. He ducks and strikes it in the ribs, cutting it in half. The last creature leaps to conjure an electric attack, but Jerem advances, unharmed thanks to his resistance. Confused, the monster takes another blow to the head and falls. With all three creatures down, Izio approaches and asks what just happened. Jerem, with a serious face, says it was a transformation. Still puzzled, Izio asks if all awakened ones have the ability to transform. Jerem explains that some do, and that's how he obtained the wand. Curious, she asks if it's possible for her to gain such an ability as well. Jerem says she just needs to imitate what he did. Izio asks if that means copying the dance moves. He confirms, telling her to do exactly what he did. Izio, taking it seriously, raises her arms and calls for the transformation. However, after a while, she realizes nothing is happening. Jerem bursts out laughing in her face while she, blushing furiously, demands to know why it's not working for her. Our hero explains that the transformation only worked because of a specific skill he possesses. Now enraged, Izio declares she's going to end him. But before she can act, he raises his wand and grants her an electric resistance buff as well. With a bump forming on his head from her retaliation, she orders him to forget everything he just saw. Jerem promises he already has, reassuring her not to worry. He then activates healing magic for both of them, curing their injuries. He pulls a couple of drinks from his inventory and hands one to her, explaining that it will help. It's a nutritional tonic that increases stamina by 10%. She comments that it looks normal but tastes surprisingly good. Jerem explains he mixed energy drinks with vitamins and medicines for the concoction. Now that they're recovered, he says it's time to move forward. They continue through the power plant and quickly encounter more albino ghouls. The creatures like Pikachu leap at them, but now with the resistance buff, the fight is manageable. Izio punches one in the face, while another attacks from the side. She dodges, kicks it, and lands another hit. She notes how, not long ago, she would have had no chance in such a fight. But thanks to Jerem's abilities, everything has changed. Curious, she asks if he can use any other types of magic with the wand. He replies that he checked, but it seems the wand only allows one magic per transformation. What they don't notice is that they're being observed from above. Jerem suddenly senses the presence of something. It's another albino ghoul which appears to retreat. Izio wonders aloud if the reconnaissance team was attacked by these creatures. They're strong, but it's strange that no one survived. Jerem suggests that an important structure like this must house something even stronger. She points upward and asks, like that, for example. Sure enough, there's a massive albino creature with a golden crystal embedded in its head, resembling something out of Attack on Titan. Jerem agrees, noting it doesn't look easy to handle. The monster opens its mouth and begins to draw in air. To their shock, it unleashes an energy beam like a Kamehameha. Jerem quickly activates a wooden structure, creating a totem for defense, but it's completely obliterated, leaving him injured. Izio smirks, reminding him not to laugh at her when he's in the same state. She glares at the monster, declaring she'll get revenge. The scene shifts to the monster charging at them. It claps its hands together, releasing another electric attack, but the two manage to jump away in time. Jerem activates his blue dragon chain, wrapping it around the monster's neck. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Izio strikes its mouth. As Jerem tightens the chain, he kicks the creature's foot, causing wooden spikes to emerge, sending it into a frenzy. The beast roars, summoning more creatures to the area. Izio says she'll handle them, but Jerem assures her his weapon is perfect for causing a massacre. He spins the chain wildly, taking out zombies left and right. Izio watches, feeling useless as the larger creature writhes under the onslaught. Seeing immobilized, she seizes the chance, leaping to deliver a final blow, a powerful kick to its chest. The scene shifts to the mountains, where a man observes everything from a distance, impressed. He reports back to the base, confirming that the two were successful. At the base, the news spreads quickly. Hyung-suk can't believe not only that they succeeded, but that they did so incredibly fast. He starts imagining how having these two on his team could make him second in command in no time. As he revels in this thought, someone appears behind the informant and asks if he's done sending the message. The man jumps in surprise and turns to see Jerem and Izio. The poor guy hadn't expected to be caught so easily. Jerem tells him not to be too surprised. He'd suspected they weren't the only ones there. He acknowledges that it's natural for people to send observers to track their results. The informant nervously agrees, admitting that's exactly why he was there. However, Jerem admits how strange it is that he sent his report in secret. He pressures the man, who begins to feel intimidated. The man insists that they trust Squad 3 completely. He claims he stayed quiet to avoid interfering with their hunt. Jerem asks if he's certain about that. The man reassures him, saying all he wanted was to keep the two free to act. Jerem smirks, admitting he hadn't thought of it that way. He appreciates having people so concerned for him. He then asks if the man has eaten, to which the informant says no. Jerem invites him to share a meal, pointing out it's dangerous to be out here alone. They light a fire, warm some food, and Jerem serves a feast. The man thanks him and begins eating, praising Jerem for behaving exactly as he did in the village. He comments on how incredible their battles always are and asks Jerem to explain more about them. The man says he can't really explain well because Jerem is just too fast. At least the guy didn't seem to have much idea about his powers. The clueless man gives a thumbs up, saying he's sure the two of them are incredible. And so the three eat under the moonlight. Meanwhile, Hyung-suk wonders if what they showed at the power plant was their full strength. If they were even stronger, they wouldn't need to keep hiding from Omega. This pair might really be his ticket to the top. Now that the power plant mission was a success, there was only one thing left. He asks for an update on the hospital attack. His men inform him that 2 squads have already entered, but communication was cut off due to unstable internet in the area. However, based on the last reports, everything seemed to be going smoothly. Hyung-suk feels excited. 2 successful attacks on the same day would be perfect for his plans. He orders his team to pass along instructions for them to proceed slowly since time is on their side. The scene shifts to the hospital. Someone grabs a huge zombie by the mouth. It's the tight-shirted squad. The creature falls to the ground, and one of them stomps on its head. As they move with the team, one of them asks about communication with Squad 2. He's told the last message was received 30 minutes ago when they reached the 11th floor. The man glances upward, remarking that his friend is too impatient. They should take this step by step. Another reassures him, saying the leader is very skilled, so there's no need to worry. But that's when the ground begins to shake. A voice comes over the radio, urgently requesting reinforcements for the 13th floor. The man immediately tells the team they need to move quickly. They start climbing the stairs, encountering another large zombie on the way. A punch to the face takes it down. As they approach the door to the 13th floor, he tells everyone to prepare since they don't know what's behind it. The team looks tense, and naturally, the shield bearers take the lead. As they enter, they comment that nothing is in sight. Someone whispers that whatever's there must be hiding among them. Suddenly, they hear a cry for help. One of the men recognizes it as the leader's voice and rushes toward the sound. By the door, a figure begs for assistance. In the middle of what looks like a stage, the person is kneeling, pleading for help. As the group approaches, one of the helmeted men tells the leader to stay calm. But when the flashlight illuminates the figure, they see something controlling its head. The creature speaks, saying it has finally found the rest of them. They realize too late that it's a trap. The doors slam shut, and more of their former comrades appear. The ceiling is entirely consumed by what looks like flesh. The leader shouts for everyone to start shooting. They fire on their former allies while the leader yells that they need to get out of there. Suddenly, someone attacks from behind. The leader turns, cursing, and transforms into a wolf. He slashes at the attacker's face, sending him flying. But the man evades and laughs. Tentacles begin descending from the ceiling, wrapping around everyone's necks. The leader turns to see several heading his way. With so many of his men dying around him, he realizes he made a grave mistake entering the 13th floor. The attacker doesn't let him escape easily, leaping toward him. Back at the base, Hyung-suk grows impatient. He asks if there's any new information, but his men say there's still no contact. Since the squads ascended a few more floors, communication has been lost entirely. Just then, they receive a report from the leader of Squad 1 requesting a response. Hyung-suk grabs the microphone, asking for an update on the attack. The leader reports that they've reached the top floor but are facing a small issue. They'll need many more awakened fighters. Hyung-suk feels uneasy since if even that guy can't handle it, it must be serious. He tells the leader to hold out as long as possible while he arranges reinforcements. Unbeknownst to him, the leader's mind is already under control and he thanks Hyung-suk for the reinforcements. Back with Jerem's group, they've just finished their meal. The informant thanks them for the food and says he's heading off, but then he receives a message over the radio saying there's trouble at the hospital. He's told to request assistance from the 3rd Squad as this order comes directly from the chief. The man acknowledges and heads over to Jerem, asking if he can help. Jerem agrees and asks for the hospital's location. The next scene shows them speeding on a motorcycle, arriving at the site of the massacre. Jerem asks if it was the leader of Squad 1 who called for reinforcements. The man confirms it was him, using the walkie-talkie to request more awakened fighters. Jerem finds it odd and asks to speak with the chief. Hyungshuk picks up the microphone, asking what the problem is. Jerem asks if, aside from himself and Izio, the remaining squad members together equal at least 10% of the group's total strength. Though confused by the question, Hyungshuk answers no, as the 2 leaders are also quite strong. Jerem then wants to know why the leader made such a request. If weaker awakened fighters were enough, there'd be no reason to call for everyone. Hyungshuk replies that in an emergency, even a cat can sometimes be useful. Our boy, however, says that if he were in the leader's position, he would have requested the support of Squad 3, not everyone. The man asks what he's trying to say. Jerem replies that the request seems too vague and illogical for someone genuinely in trouble. This whole thing about sending as many awakened fighters as possible doesn't add up. Hyungshuk grows thoughtful. It really is odd. The leader of Squad 1 asked for multiple awakened fighters but didn't specifically request Jerem, the strongest. Jerem says he already knows the worst-case scenario. He explains that for a hunter, there's nothing better than weak prey. Hyungshuk pauses, understanding what he means. He asks if Jerem is suggesting that the squad leader was already defeated and that this is just a trap to lure more people in. Jerem says it's just a possibility, but one that can't be ignored. The man seems confused, wondering how a monster could imitate a human. Jerem responds that in an apocalyptic world full of zombies, nothing is unexpected. He then asks if they've been speaking directly with the leader of Squad 1. The others confirm they haven't. Jerem nods and says they'll head up now, but they should be prepared in case his suspicions are correct. The man agrees. Jerem calls over another man and asks if he wants to join them. Naturally, the man isn't foolish and says it doesn't seem like the right place for him to be. Jerem replies that he'll keep the walkie-talkie since he'll need to stay in contact with the chief. The man teaches him the frequency and wishes him luck. With that, the pair enter the hospital. Once inside, Izio asks if this is really a good idea. If their suspicions are correct, the place has been overrun by monsters. She's convinced that the leader of Squad 1 isn't the only one who was defeated here. Jerem knows that for him, this place is safe, but that's not the case for Izio. To ensure her safety, he decides she needs an upgrade. He remembers the stone he took from the park's creature earlier. Opening his inventory, he retrieves the gem and hands it to her. She looks shocked, asking if it's even more precious than the red one. He explains that she already defeated a giant ghoul and that he'd feel much more at ease with an even stronger comrade. Hesitantly, she takes it, agreeing to use it. The gem surrounds her in a golden light and she feels her body filling with strength. She thanks him and Jerem says it's just a reward for all the hard work she's done. They continue their path and come across someone with half their head eaten, completely brainless. As they climb the same stairs as before, they hear some noises. 3 zombies are coming their way. Izio tells Jerem not to worry, saying she'll handle it. She delivers a marvelous kick, and even though there are more than 3, they all fall. The creatures are split in half, and Izio confidently looks back at Jerem. At the door to the 13th floor, they recognize it as the source of the distress call. Jerem asks if Izio is ready, and she confidently says yes. The door slowly opens, and they cautiously step inside. From within, they hear a cry for help. Izio says it's the voice of the Squad 1 leader, but Jerem immediately realizes it's a trap. She asks how he's so sure, and he explains that unless someone is suicidal, they wouldn't scream for help in the middle of a hallway. She acknowledges that it makes sense and asks what they'll do. Jerem tells her to stay close as they move forward. He pulls out his chain from the inventory and advances through the hallway. Izio suggests collapsing the entire structure instead of walking into a clear trap. Jerem considers it but says he has a better idea. They enter the room where the cries are coming from. At the far end, a figure is calling for help. From a distance, Jerem asks if it's the leader of Squad 1. The leader responds, claiming his leg is injured and he needs help to move. Jerem simply raises his arm and activates the chain's transformation. The leader looks confused, blinded by a purple light. Jerem had activated the F-rank magic wand, putting the figure in a state of confusion. He then conjures a spell for a flammable oil attack and launches it at the leader. Before the figure can react, Jerem ignites the oil with the fire chain. Immediately, everything in the room starts melting. A strange wolf-like creature attempts to approach Jerem, but he quickly activates a wooden barrier, trapping everyone inside. Jerem declares that they can all now experience the cauldron. Inside, flames spread rapidly, even reaching the ceiling. The creatures claw at the walls in desperation, but the wood is too sturdy. As the fire consumes them, their bodies blister, and they begin to wail. With little oxygen left, they can barely move, suffocating as flames engulf them. Their agonized howls echo as they are reduced to ash. Outside, Jerem and Izio wait. He asks if she's ready, and she confidently says yes. Once again, Jerem uses a combination of mental control and fear to activate mental pressure. At that moment, the wooden wall is destroyed and the two guys emerge. As soon as they see Jerem, they leap toward him. However, he throws a flashbang, activating mental pressure. Izio advances and lands a punch squarely on the first one's face. Jerem detaches his chains and smashes the second one's head with a hammer-like strike. The creatures barely leave the room before collapsing to the ground. However, their bodies start being pulled by the entity attached to their heads. Izio yells, "Not today," and slices through both of them. The two former leaders revert back to their original forms. She's impressed, noting that the situation could have been extremely dangerous, but thanks to Jerem's strategy, it was surprisingly smooth. She comments on how Jerem seems to have several unique abilities. He explains that it all comes from a single skill. She then asks how they're going to put out all the fire to enter the room. Jerem explains that in a concrete building like this, the fire will eventually burn itself out. Time passes. The room is filled with smoke, and Jerem is certain that no one could have survived. Something on the ground catches their attention, a golden stone. Izio wonders if it came from the main body. Jerem picks it up, confirming her suspicion. However, she comments that it seems less powerful than the stone he gave her earlier. Jerem responds that it appears the main body wasn't as dangerous as they initially thought. Izio asks if more creatures as dangerous as this one will start appearing frequently. He says yes, which is why they'll need to be increasingly cautious. But for now, it's time to head back. In a display of humility, Jerem even retrieves the bodies of the two fallen men. Later, Hyung-suk approaches the pair. He admits he had no idea there were monsters capable of controlling people. He tells the duo that if it weren't for their kindness, the entire squad would have been wiped out. He promises never to forget the kindness they've shown. But before anything else, he needs to report this to the higher-ups. He asks them to wait for a moment, and Jerem agrees. As Hyung-suk walks away, Izio comments that his attitude seems to be changing. Jerem explains that it's obvious. Hyung-suk lost everyone who was extremely useful to him. Now backed into a corner, he's in a desperate situation. She realizes that to him, they are now his only solution. Jerem sees this as a perfect opportunity. They'll replace the fallen team members, get closer to the higher-ups, and infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. even further. At this rate, they'll enter the so-called paradise in no time. The door opens, and Hyung-suk asks if they can talk for a moment. Jerem agrees, and the scene shifts to the reception area. Hyung-suk explains that he spoke with the higher-ups and mentioned the duo's performance. Jerem seems intrigued. Hyung-suk says he understands they don't want public recognition, but he couldn't provide false information to the team. As a result, the commander wants to meet them. Jerem hesitates, asking if they really need to meet in person. Hyung-suk confirms, explaining that the commander is extremely busy, so they'll need to deliver the information themselves. Jerem agrees, asking when they'll go. Hyung-suk assures him it will be in 2 or 3 days and transportation will be provided. Izio then asks what life is like in this so-called paradise. Hyung-suk explains that nothing in this world is as good as it was before the accident, but there's no safer place in Korea than paradise right now. Izio expresses her excitement at hearing this. Hyung-suk tells her she'll understand once she sees it, and he's certain she won't be disappointed. Man, Hyung-suk really knows how to fake being a nice guy. What a snake. A while later, the duo is resting outside. It won't be long before they meet Lee Sang-cheol, and Jerem knows he needs to be prepared. He opens his inventory, wondering if it's possible to further enhance his transmission skill. The system asks if he wants to use the 2 stones he received to upgrade the ability. Finally, Jerem is getting what he needs most. Izio asks if he's really going to use them now. Jerem says yes, things are getting dangerous, and he needs more power. The transmission skill is upgraded from rank E to rank D. His mana is significantly increased, and his skeletal structure is optimized for combat. Surrounded by glowing light, Jerem emerges, now 50 centimeters taller. Izio covers her face, laughing as she jokes that he's made her look tiny. Jerem counters that it's actually him who grew taller. Confused, Izio asks what happened. Jerem explains that it's a bone growth enhancement ability. She teases him, saying that even though he's taller, he still looks like a fool. Annoyed, Jerem snaps back at her. The system then notifies him that he can now level up abilities obtained through quests. Curious, Jerem checks the quest rewards and finds that Izio is interested in how he fights. If he can battle mana to mana with her until she's 100% satisfied, he'll unlock the Diosan martial arts skill. Jerem tells her to come at him, he's ready to fight without mana. Izio hesitates, reminding him that, unlike him, she's a martial artist. But she warns him that if he's serious, he can't regret it later. Jerem says it's perfect and the place is ideal for this fight. Izio gets ready and announces she's coming for him. Jerem is excited to witness the true skill of a martial arts master. She comes at him with a dangerous and stunning kick, but Jerem manages to block it. He's shocked at how much power her slender legs pack. It's heavier than he expected. He tries to grab her leg, but she pulls it back, saying she won't let that happen. With a punch to his arm, she sends Jerem flying. Before he can recover, she leaps at him with another beautiful attack. A heel strike he barely blocks, falling to his knees. Just as he regains balance, she spins around for another strike. Jerem looks nervous, but there's a strange calmness in his expression. He counters her kick with a punch, causing an explosion of force. Izio was impressed that he can exert so much strength without even preparing. Jerem goes for another punch, but Izio floats into the air. As she lands, Jerem is already charging toward her. She dodges and smugly says that this is what true martial arts look like, landing a palm strike to his stomach. The impact leaves a visible mark, almost like a tattoo, on Jerem. Panicked at the idea of losing, Jerem retaliates with a quick combination of attacks. But Aizo's movements are too smooth and fluid. As she lands another palm strike, Jerem is fascinated, trying to understand her techniques. At that moment, Aizo grows confident, too confident. Suddenly, Jerem grabs her arms and she realizes her mistake. He declares that victory is his now. But Aizo changes her expression, aiming a kick at his weak spot. Jerem merely saves future generations at the last second. He yells at her, demanding to know what she's doing. Aizo looks embarrassed, pretending not to understand his frustration. Jerem shouts, asking if she's trying to turn him into a eunuch. She reassures him that the power of the kick was adjusted. With her legs still trapped, she warns him that zombies can attack there, so he better be prepared. Jerem firmly denies this, saying zombies don't attack there. He then questions what kind of forbidden martial art she's been learning. Izio defends herself, claiming she had no choice since her hands were restrained. Jerem scolds her, saying it's outrageous to use such a move just because of that. Izio finally admits she's tired and concedes defeat, though her satisfaction with the fight is only at 20%. Nearby, a group of onlookers stares at them, mistaking their sparring for something romantic. The spectators murmur that young love is in the air. Later, the pair is sparring again and the same group of odd observers watches them. Jerem grows suspicious, wondering what's going on with these people. He overhears someone saying that their fight looks intense and close. Flustered, Jerem wonders what rumors are spreading. He notices Izio might have overheard and immediately dashes away. She chases after him, but instead of following, she confronts the bystanders, explaining they misunderstood the situation. She assures them she would never do anything so shameless. The men apologize, afraid of upsetting her, and promise to be more careful with their words. Izio, satisfied with their apology, says she won't punish anyone this time. Jerem, however, thinks her reaction will only make the rumors worse. Izio asks if he heard what they were saying, and he admits he only caught part of it. She tells him not to worry, claiming she's made sure the rumors won't spread. Jerem, unconvinced, is sure this will only escalate things. When asked where he's going, Jerem says he's heading to see Jerem. Izio is curious as she had forgotten about the little girl. When they meet Jerem, she excitedly asks where they're going. Jerem asks her if she dreams of becoming a magical girl. Jerem enthusiastically says yes because magical girls can defeat villains with ease. She pulls out a little book from her bag, asking if Jerem wants to read it. Feeling awkward, Jerem agrees, saying he'll read it with her. He then takes out a red stone and offers it to Jerem, explaining that if she holds it and says awaken, she can become a magical girl. Jerem asks if he's sure and Jerem confirms. Excited, Jerem takes the stone and says she'll do it. The system appears and she confirms her desire to awaken. She becomes surrounded by a blue energy and moments later, she declares that the process worked. Jerem asks if she wants to test her abilities and she eagerly agrees. She pulls out a magical girl toy from her bag, tosses it into the air, and activates her transformation. The room fills with light as Jerem is enveloped in a glowing cocoon. When the light fades, she is transformed into the heroine of justice. Jerem is struck by how adorable she looks, and even Izio is thinking the same. Izio hugs Jerem, asking how she can be so cute. Jerem pouts, insisting that she's not cute, she's cool. Izio gently cups Jerem's face, agreeing and calling her a cool girl. Izio asks if Jerem knows how to use her abilities. Jerem confidently says yes, demonstrating as glowing platforms appear beneath her feet. In an instant, she begins to float, her staff extending into a broomstick as she zooms through the sky. Returning to Jerem, she excitedly shows off her abilities. Jerem, ever the opportunist, already knows that with Jerem's powers, zombies will never be able to catch him. The system indicates that Jerem is witnessing the demonstration of an expert, but his comprehension is only at 35%. Izio asks Jerem if she can do other magical girl tricks. Jerem confidently says yes and starts flying, activating a shared flight spell. All three of them begin to float in the sky. Jerem explains that she can use up to 4 additional special abilities besides this one. Jerem, who is skilled and loaded with abilities himself, is impressed. He hadn't expected her awakening to be so powerful. That's when a fat zombie emerges from behind a tree, roaring in front of the trio. Jerem figures the zombie spotted Jerem as soon as she started flying. But Jerem stretches out her staff and declares she'll show them her power. She strikes the ground, calling upon nature for help. The earth begins to corrode, and suddenly a stone golem rises. This magical girl is ridiculously strong. The zombie seems confused as the golem pounds its chest. However, as the zombie charges forward, it takes a hit to the mouth. The zombie swings back with a hammer-like blow. The golem defends with ease and lands another strike to the face. The fight gets intense as the zombie retaliates. Jerem asks if the golem is her magic. She responds that it's actually just a friend. Jerem uses his analysis skill and sees that it's indeed the first day of the golem's creation, marked as an F-rank magical companion. Jerem urges her friend to keep fighting, encouraging it to win. The golem receives a stone skin buff. Jerem thinks it's one of the few times a buff like this actually makes perfect sense. Jerem adds a strength buff and an agility buff, and the golem leaps at the zombie. With a single blow to the zombie's stomach, it slams the creature into a wall. Jerem's understanding of magical girls reaches 100%, and his power advances to rank E. He thinks to himself that all of this has been more than worth it. Jerem thanks the golem for its help, and the golem happily dissolves back into the ground. Jerem reveals that she obtained a stone during the battle. Jerem congratulates her, suggesting she use it. Since she earned it with her own power, it's a good way to grow stronger. Jerem bows and thanks him. Jerem reflects that with this much strength, Jerem won't have trouble protecting herself. At least now, he can leave the base for a few hours without worrying so much. The scene shifts to Kyung-suk, who announces that the car is ready for the two of them. A man opens the door, inviting them inside. Once everyone is settled, he announces they're heading to paradise. Sometime later, they arrive in another city. Strangely, it looks like an ordinary city, bustling with people and everything functioning normally. As they step out of the car, the driver informs them that the commander is waiting for them inside. At the door, someone informs the commander that the two awakened individuals he discussed have arrived. In the back of the room, it's clear who it is. Lee Sang-cheol welcomes Kyung-suk. The subordinate bows and asks how the commander is doing, congratulating him and mentioning how hard he's been working. Meanwhile, Jerem activates his rank E analysis skill. Lee Sang-cheol, 44 years old, is a D-rank human. Unsurprisingly, he's a consumer of human magical stones and possesses a unique ability called the Dominator. The fact that Sang-cheol has a skill makes things more complicated. However, his behavior aligns with Jerem's observations. Sang-cheol is far better at defense than offense. Jerem wonders how this man managed to expand his territory so much. If Sang-cheol had a combat-enhancing ability, he wouldn't act this defensively. This implies he either gains power by controlling others or through territorial expansion. To Jerem, either option works in his favor. Kyung-suk introduces Jerem and Izio, explaining they are the individuals he mentioned. Sang-cheol steps forward, saying he's heard they did excellent work. Jerem humbly responds that they only did what was necessary. Sang-cheol praises his humility and invites them to follow him. The pair, however, remain cautious. Outside the building, people are loading boxes into a truck. Suddenly, their expressions change. A snake-like creature and a zombie are creeping up behind them. Before one of the men can react, he's crushed against the truck, killed in an instant. Another man tries to shout a warning, but is silenced when the snake's tongue pierces his mouth. Jerem notes that the snake appears to absorb the man's brain, gaining his knowledge. The snake slams the corpse against a wall and lets out a roar, sending shockwaves upward. This attracts all the other snakes and zombies nearby. The scene shifts back to Sang-cheol, who says he had an enjoyable conversation with Jerem. Jerem agrees, stating he felt the same. Sang-cheol shakes their hands, expressing his hope that they'll visit again. Kyung-suk, however, isn't pleased with how close Jerem has become to the commander. He's shocked that Jerem gained so much trust in such a short time. It was also the first time Kyung-suk saw the commander laugh so much in one meeting. Clearly, Sang-cheol wants to grow even closer to them. Sang-cheol tells Kyung-suk that now that he's been promoted, if anything happens to Jerem or Izio, he should inform him immediately. Kyung-suk bows, promising to do his best to support the two. As they head back to the car, Jerem congratulates Kyung-suk, jokingly asking if he should start calling him General now. Kyung-suk responds that there's no need to be so formal and Jerem can just call him Kyung-suk. A man brings over a box and Kyung-suk explains that it's a reward from the commander. Inside, it's packed with zombie stones that Jerem knows will be useful for his village. Jerem thanks him and Kyung-suk says he hopes they can work even closer together now. With this trust secured, Jerem has completed the first stage of his plan. Little by little, he will gain more skills and continue advancing. But then a man comes running, announcing emergency. Kyung-suk asks what happened, and the man reports that a wave of zombies is approaching the satellite village. Both Jerem and Kyung-suk are confused as no one had any prior warning. The man explains that it appeared out of nowhere, and worse, there are creatures they've never seen before. Jerem knows this satellite village is nearby and realizes Jerem is in danger. He urgently asks Kyung-suk for the fastest bike available. Kyung-suk agrees and tells him to follow. At the front of the building, a group of armed people with shields is ready to defend. One of them, the survivor from earlier, seems to have become a hero. Another man informs them that the creatures have already entered another village. It's the worst-case scenario as Squad 3 isn't present and they likely can't withstand an attack from monsters they've never seen before. Jerem stands nearby watching everything unfold. Determined, she knows that if Jerem were there, he'd help everyone. She approaches the troops and calls out to the leader, asking if she can help. The leader shouts at his men, reminding them that their job is to evacuate the civilians and not let children fight. But Jerem insists that she's awakened and has abilities. The leader is taken aback as no one knew this about her. She confirms her abilities and begs him to let her assist. Curious, the leader asks what kind of powers she has. Jerem explains that she can use transformation magic. Understandably, he's skeptical. Just then, the warning comes that the zombies are approaching. Massive snakes lead the charge, followed by hordes of zombies. The creatures are larger than buildings, and the troops immediately realize they stand no chance. At least 5 giant snakes are advancing. Raising his club, the leader orders his men to fight until reinforcements from Paradise arrive. He tells them to open fire and give it everything they've got as if it's their last day on Earth. The snakes move first, but suddenly, a purple energy appears in the courtyard. Jerem ascends into the sky, surrounded by an explosion of mana. She looks even stronger than Jerem himself. The squad leader shouts at his men to focus and keep firing despite the distraction. Gunfire erupts, but the bullets barely harm the snakes, which continue their advance. The troops shout that it's useless if their weapons can't penetrate. With a single attack, the snakes break through the gate and begin entering the village. But then a purple Kamehameha erupts, electrocuting the snakes. The general encourages his men, reminding them they have an awakened fighter on their side and not to lose hope. Incredible. A battalion of men carried by a little girl. The snakes keep advancing and panic spreads as the soldiers cry out that they're all going to die. The general silences them, demanding they focus all their energy on defending the village. They had no choice. If they failed, everyone would die. Jerem summons her golem behind the troops, urging them not to give up, saying that together they can win. She starts casting strength and speed buffs on the soldiers. The captain feels a surge of power, confident they can hold out longer. When the snakes slam into their shields, the troops manage to hold the line. The captain seizes the moment, landing a powerful strike on one snake's head. The golem takes on another, slamming it into the ground. But more zombies and snakes continue to flood in. The troops struggle to maintain their defenses, managing to take down a few with their bullets. The snakes attack relentlessly, and despite feeling they might win at this rate, the general notices something troubling. The snakes are growing stronger. One charges toward Jerem, who has run out of mana. As the snake lunges to bite her, Jerem closes her eyes. When she opens them, she sees two figures standing in front of her. Jerem and Izio had arrived. Jerem tells her to rest, noticing how exhausted she looks. He praises her efforts and asks if she's hurt. Jerem runs to him, admitting she was terrified. Jerem reassures her, saying it's thanks to her that lives were saved. Facing the snakes, Jerem declares it's their turn now. He observes the snakes and remarks that they resemble the creatures they fought at the hospital. Perhaps they've come seeking revenge for their fallen comrades. Suddenly, the 5 snakes merge into one colossal entity, now with a massive glowing crystal on its forehead. Izio smirks, saying this fight is finally worth it. Jerem agrees, but suggests they first test its strength. The pair charge forward. From a distance, the squad leader warns them to be careful. Jerem, with his blue fire dragon, engages the snake. It's as if the quality of the battle has skyrocketed. The visuals feel sharper and more detailed. The fiery dragon coils around the massive snake as Izio descends from above, preparing a double spinning kick. She announces that she'll strike with the full weight of her core. As the dragon immobilizes the snake, Izio lands her attack squarely on its head. The snake crashes to the ground, causing an explosion in the middle of the park. From afar, the onlookers are stunned, while Jerem and Izio remain calm. However, the snake quickly rises again, letting out another furious roar. Izio remarks that it seems pretty angry now. Once more, the duo charges forward, their attacks triggering more explosions. Jerem watches from the side, utterly amazed. They dodge an attack, and Izio lands a kick to the snake's side while Jerem whips his chain around its neck. The snake falls to the ground again, and Jerem thinks to herself how cool the two of them look together. But the snake rises yet again, stubborn to the end. This time, it closes its mouth, preparing something new. Jerem, analyzing its pattern, realizes a different attack is coming. Instead of striking, the snake spews a torrent of blood into the air. The blood rains down, landing on nearby zombies, causing them to transform. The newly enhanced zombies begin charging toward the pair. The squad leader orders his men to assist Team 3, but their bullets are useless against the reinforced zombies. One soldier observes that their skin is as tough as the snakes, but Izio simply stretches her leg and delivers a crescent kick. The zombies are effortlessly sliced in half by the chain, leaving the pavement littered with bodies. The squad leader is in disbelief at how strong the duo is, but the snake's remains start moving independently, reassembling into its original form. Though battered, it looks intact. Suddenly, it changes direction, attempting to flee. Jerem declares that if it's trying to escape, it's time to end this. He and Izio give chase. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, Hyung-seok rides in a truck with reinforcements, not expecting to encounter a creature with a yellow core so soon. All he wants is for Team 3 to hold out long enough. He urges his men to prepare for the battlefield and not disappoint him. The troops shout their understanding as the convoy pushes forward. When they finally arrive at the base, the soldiers note that it already seems secure. The other commander approaches Hyung-seok, who asks where the monster is. The commander explains that it escaped and Team 3 is in pursuit. It shouldn't take long. Just then, an explosion occurs behind the building. Hyung-seok orders reinforcements to assist Team 3 while they secure the base. However, as the men agree, 2 figures appear from behind. It's Jerem and Izio. The commander asks if the creature got away, and Hyung-seok also wants to know what happened. Jerem calmly replies that it's been dealt with. The commander can't believe it and asks if he means the monster with the yellow core in its head. Jerem reveals the yellow core as proof. Hyung-seok finds himself in a dilemma. Everyone had heard rumors about Jerem being the true monster in disguise. Jerem casually suggests that their arrival is perfect for helping with reconstruction efforts. The scene shifts to Paradise's base, where guards stand board at the gates. Suddenly, one of them spots the Hammer Gang approaching Mad Max style. One guard grabs his walkie-talkie, urgently calling for reinforcements. At the front of the convoy, the bald leader, Quack Duple, stands atop a truck resembling Optimus Prime. He mocks the guards, asking if they really think this setup can stop them. Quack Duple, leader of the Hammer Gang, laughs and declares that Sanctuel is finished. He orders his men to accelerate. It's time to avenge their fallen comrades. The convoy speeds toward the gates as the guards desperately begin firing. But Quack activates his unique ability, vehicle modification. Suddenly, his truck transforms, sprouting two massive arms that slam into the gate. The Hammer Gang cheers, telling their boss not to steal all the glory as their own vehicles begin transforming. Meanwhile, back at the satellite village, Yerim is using her magic to assist with repairs. Those who were exhausted suddenly feel revitalized and much stronger. Even Hyung-suk is impressed by the little girl's contributions. Productivity has increased tenfold thanks to her presence. He thanks Yerim, saying she's helped him to ease the village's burdens. Yerim modestly replies that she's only helping because Yerim asked her to and she likes helping others. Curious, Hyung-suk asks if she was originally awakened. Yerim reveals that she wasn't. Her awakening happened thanks to Yerim. Hyung-suk grows suspicious. Why is Yerim the only child in the camp to have awakened? It's almost as if Yerim somehow knew she could awaken. When he pats her head, Yerim pulls away, saying only Yerim is allowed to do that. Hyung-suk apologizes, joking that he's jealous of Yerim. Inwardly, he's unsettled. Yerim has immense strength, popularity, and charisma. Could it be that he also has an ability to recognize potential awakenings in others? If so, it's a secret Yerim would have to take to the grave. At that moment, a man arrives reporting an attack by the Hammer Gang on Paradise. Hyung-suk looks visibly shaken and Yerim overhears the conversation. Hyung-suk asks who this Hammer Gang is and the man explains that it's a notorious group he knows from his nightmares. Yerim steps closer, asking if they're as bad as S.H.I.E.L.D. The man responds that they're far worse, infamous for their madness and extreme brutality. The scene flashes back to a nightmare Yerim once lived, a group of people running from zombies in the 42nd nightmare. A chain slices through one zombie as Yerim shouts for everyone to flee. In those days, he tried to save as many people as possible, which kept him constantly busy. But then someone behind him pointed at something and asked, "What's that?" Across the street stood the infamous Hammer Gang and their Optimus Prime-like trucks. Survivors raised their hands, pleading for help, but the trucks only sped up, barreling toward everyone. The survivors quickly realized the gang wasn't slowing down. At the helm, Quack Duple showed no intention of stopping. The trucks collided with zombies and survivors alike. The ground became littered with bodies. Duple approached Yerim, remarking that the boy was lucky to survive. Yerim turned to him, asking how he could call himself human after doing this to survivors. Duple feigned innocence, claiming he thought they were all zombies. He justified his actions by saying he was certain they had been bitten and killed them to prevent risk. Yerim yelled that it made no sense to assume that without checking first. Duple retorted, asking if Yerim was willing to take responsibility for the risk his men would face. If not, he should shut up. That was Yerim's first encounter with Duple. Back in the present, Aizu expresses her disbelief that someone would run over survivors. Yerim assures her he knows how terrible these people are. At that moment, Hyung-suk receives an urgent report about a terrorist attack and requests immediate assistance. Yerim tells Aizu they'll head out on the bike, calling her to join him. They speed down the road. Along the way, Yerim asks if she heard the details. He activates his invisibility skill, surprising Aizu. Upon arriving at the scene, they see Optimus Prime-like trucks tearing apart the base. A direct battle between Duple and Sanctuel is underway, a clash of titans in their later years. Despite his age, Sanctuel leaps into action, activating his rain skill, which allows him to draw strength from his subordinates. He strikes Duple with a powerful blow to the knee, channeling power through his staff. Electricity crackles, forcing Duple to step back. Sanctuel regrets not dealing with these people sooner. Yerim activates his analysis ability. Duple's vehicle is revealed to be an E-rank item enhanced with skills and magical stones. Duple himself is an E-rank mana user specializing in mechanics. Duple taunts Sanctuel, asking how long he'll keep running like a rat. Sanctuel counters, reminding him who ran away last time. Enraged, Duple vows to kill Sanctuel today for what he did to his brother. His right arm morphs into a flamethrower, unleashing an attack. Sanctuel, unfazed, spins his staff, borrowing more power from his men. The flames dissipate as Sanctuel holds his ground, but Duple presses on. Just as things heat up, a blue chain slices through Duple's mechanical contraption, tearing it apart. Duple is stunned, unable to comprehend who could be stronger than Sanctuel. Yerim and Aizu step forward, asking if the commander is alright. Sanctuel praises Yerim's timing, instructing him to end the terrorist threat. Duple, realizing the tables have turned, grows visibly anxious. In the next scene, Duple is captured, bound at Sanctuel's mercy. Sanctuel thanks Yerim and Aizu, crediting them for minimizing casualties. For Yerim, this is perfect. The commander's favorability has exceeded the limit, allowing him to steal Sanctuel's skill. Yerim silently activates his transmission ability. The usual glowing circle appears and the skill transfer is successful. He obtains the F-rank Rain skill, which allows him to grow stronger by drawing strength from others. Confused but intrigued, Jerem recognizes this as a new way to enhance himself. Stankiel notices Jerem's enthusiasm, finding it strange. Jerem brushes it off as nothing. Turning to the captured gang members, Stankiel asks if they still refuse to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Dupel defiantly tells him to stop talking and just kill him already. Stankiel declares that he won't just execute the prisoners, he'll wipe out every member of the Hammer Gang. The gang members hesitate, sensing their fate. Jerem interjects, asking about the history between the two groups. Stankiel explains that they invaded Hammer Gang territory, leading to a battle with casualties on both sides. He asserts that Dupel sought death by provoking them. Jerem, understanding Dupel's reckless personality, finds it unsurprising. He inquires about the prisoners, and Stankiel insists they can't let it go unpunished. He plans to proceed with their execution. However, Jerem argues that some of them might have valuable skills, and it would be a waste to kill them outright. Stankiel acknowledges Jerem's proposal but expresses doubt, saying they've run out of ways to persuade the Hammer Gang. Even threatening their families hadn't worked. Jerem confidently suggests giving him 3 days to try again. Stankiel hesitates, questioning if such a short time would be enough. Jerem assures him that if he fails, they can proceed with the execution as planned. Seeing no harm in the delay, Stankiel agrees, appreciating Jerem's enthusiasm. He orders the soldiers to transport the prisoners to the detention camp, and the battlefield is cleared. Izio asks Jerem what they're doing next. Jerem explains that it's time to test a new ability. Curious, Izio presses for details, but Jerem simply states, actions speak louder than words. He activates Ring, setting its power to maximum level 10. Immediately, he feels an intense drain on his mana, but also an overwhelming surge of strength. Energy courses through his body, leaving Izio astonished at his transformation. Jerem slams his fist into the ground, creating a shockwave far more powerful than he anticipated. Izio rushes over, jokingly asking if he's on steroids. Jerem explains that the skill consumes a massive amount of mana, wondering aloud how Stankiel manages to use it so effectively. When Izio inquires further, Jerem awkwardly deflects, his mind racing with thoughts of how dangerous Stankiel truly is. Izio then asks if he really plans to persuade the Hammer Gang, given how stubborn they seem. Jerem replies that there are countless methods to achieve his goal. He adds that their next step is to visit the gang's base. Confused, Izio asks what difference that will make. Jerem explains that the gang's base holds something critical, Dupel's granddaughter who has the ability to awaken others. This revelation leaves Izio perplexed. Jerem recalls his first encounter with Dupel and how shocked he was by what he learned. In his 43rd nightmare, he decided to investigate the Hammer Gang to understand their inner workings. One night, a drunk Stankiel told Jerem why the gang was called the Hammer Gang. Jerem, uninterested, tried to brush it off, but Stankiel insisted on telling the story anyway. He showed Jerem an old photo of a young girl in a workshop named the Hammer, proudly explaining that it was where he used to work before everything fell apart. Jerem asked if the girl in the photo was Surion. Stankiel confirmed, bragging about her brilliance. She was a prodigy who excelled in school, managing contracts and processes before even graduating. If the world hadn't fallen into chaos, she would have been famous. At that moment, Surion entered the room, scolding her grandfather for drinking too much. She glanced at Jerem, visibly flustered. Returning to the present, Jerem notes how much has changed. A short time later, they arrive at the Hammer Gang's base. Activating his stealth ability, Jerem sneaks into the area where Surion resides. He finds her immediately and uses his analysis skill. Quack Surion, 18 years old, a human with no class rank listed as a mediator. As Jerem suspected, she has potential but hasn't awakened. He deduces that Dupel awakened his men first to keep her safe. Jerem approaches carefully. Startled, Surion drops her bucket and demands to know who he is. Jerem asks if she's Dupel's granddaughter, explaining that he has something important to discuss with her. Later, Surion confirms the prisoner's capture, including her grandfather, and asks what they want from her. Jerem explains that to prevent their execution, they need her help. Surion accuses them of planning to use her as a hostage, insisting that not even her grandfather would yield to such tactics. Jerem clarifies that this isn't their intention. He places a human stone on the table and tells her they need the ability she's destined to awaken. Confused, Surion doubts her ability to do anything useful, questioning how it could prevent the execution. Jerem assures her that he has a strong feeling she'll awaken something invaluable. Reluctantly, Surion takes the stone and agrees to try. The item is consumed and a glowing system window appears. She gains the unique ability to give a like know this video that a system window pops up in front of her, and she's just unlocked some unique skill called Mediator. Our boy immediately asks what it does, and she explains it's basically a supernatural contract maker. It helps people negotiate and set binding conditions. Surion decides to test it out right then and there, using herself and Jerem as guinea pigs. She activates the skill, and boom, a literal contract materializes out of thin air. She writes in a clause saying Jerem can't lie to her, and if everything he says is true, she'll work for him for a month. But what if he's lying? Both he and Izio get teleported straight back to paradise. She looks at our boy, dead serious, and asks if he's down to take that deal. Jerem agrees without hesitation. They shake on it, and since everything checks out as true, Seoryung's now officially his subordinate for the next month, which means he can give her orders and she's got to follow them. Our boy's already scheming, thinking about how this contract ability is going to make negotiating with Dupel way easier. Meanwhile, Seoryung bows respectfully and tells him she's looking forward to working together, clearly relieved that things worked out. Jerem smiles and tells her that he wants her to come with them to Paradise to help deal with the Hammer Gang situation. Cut to the prison, and Dupel's cell door swings open. Guards tell him he's got a 30-minute meeting with the leader of the third squad. Following behind the guards come Jerem, Izio, and a very confused-looking Seoryung. Dupel immediately assumes they've taken his granddaughter hostage too and says no matter what they do, he won't change his decision one bit. Jerem stops him right there and explains that Seoryung isn't a hostage. She's here to help change his stubborn mind. The girl steps forward and tells her grandfather she's awakened now too, then activates her mediator skill. Then a contract pops out informing him that for the next 30 minutes, Jerem will only speak the truth, and if he lies, he'll yawn twice. Our boy tells the old man to listen carefully once he accepts these terms. Since Dupel's got nothing to lose, he accepts, ready to hear what this punk has to say, though he's convinced nothing will change his mind. Well, that is about to change real quick because Jerem walks up close and drops a bombshell, saying how he wants to destroy the shield too. They've got common goals here, so why not join forces? Dupel's brain literally short-circuits for a second. Did this shield squad leader just say he wants to take down his own organization? Well, that has to be an obvious lie. But Seoryung reminds him that if Jerem was lying, the skill would have caught it already. Our boy lays out his plan, telling him how he's going after Lee Sangshul, and to pull it off, he needs Dupel to temporarily bow his head to the shield. Dupel knows Jerem's strong, he's seen it firsthand, but he also knows Sangshul is on a completely different level. The only reason Dupel survived their last encounter was because his comrades sacrificed themselves, and even then, Sangshul wasn't trying. The man didn't even use half his power. So Dupel genuinely can't comprehend how Jerem plans to catch someone that monstrously strong. Then our boy says something that makes everyone freeze. I know the future. He explains that's exactly how he knew to awaken Seoryung. He knew about her potential before she did. Dupel looks at his granddaughter for confirmation. She tells him that she got nothing from the system. That means whatever our boy just said was true. Dupel then looks at our boy and asks him how that could be. How can he know the future? Is it because of his skill? Our boy laughs and says, no, it's not my skill. And besides, I have many secrets of my own. Then he addresses Dupel's earlier question, saying how he knows that old man is much stronger than he had imagined, and that is exactly why he needs Dupel's help. Dupel laughs, imagining the future where he beats Lee Sang-chul and asks our boy for his name. Then after processing all this, Dupel finally gets it and declares Jerem his new brother right then and there. Since their bond maxed out, our boy receives new skills from both Dupel and Seoryung, vehicle modification and mediator. Jerem heads straight to Sangshul's office to report that he convinced Dupel and got him to agree to everything. Sangshul is shocked, wondering how this idiot managed to do something that he couldn't for years, and asks him for his secret, but our boy gives him that cheesy line of how he tried convincing him wholeheartedly and he agreed. Now Sangshul is even more surprised when our boy says Dupel accepted all of their terms, which means it's not a false surrender. That bastard isn't pretending. Then Sangshul started thinking to himself how our boy isn't just strong, he's actually useful too. He praises Jerem for handling it so well, saying that's one less headache for him to deal with. Sangshul invites him to sit down and asks why he's so invested in saving people. Jerem keeps it simple. It makes dealing with everything easier. Then comes the classic moral test. What would you do if you had to sacrifice one person to save 10? Our boy doesn't even hesitate and answers that he would gladly sacrifice one person to save others. Sangshul suddenly bursts out laughing and asks if Jerem's ever heard about the struggles actors face. Apparently, the really good ones usually have 3 or 4 mental disorders, and Sangshul admits he's no different. He thinks our boy might be cut from the same cloth because a normal person wouldn't give such a brutally direct answer. Jerem's philosophy is simple. If you want to save a lot of people, you've got to be willing to play the villain. Sangshul finds this hilarious and tells him that in 3 days, they're going somewhere together. Jerem asks if he can bring Isio along too, saying that he trusts her completely, and Sangshul agrees. 3 days later, our boy's still grinding away at training when finally that annoying quest to win the girl's heart gets completed. Jerem levels up his divine demonic martial art ability. Right on cue, a shield soldier shows up saying the commander-in-chief wants to see them. They head over, and Sangshul is already waiting by a car. The 3 of them pile in and drive off to God knows where. Eventually, they pull up to some building, get out, and head inside. They stop in front of this old, rusty-ass door that looks like it hasn't been opened in decades. Sangshul turns to them and says he's about to show them humanity's hope. They pass through that sketchy door into a tunnel. only to find another door ahead, except this one's brand new, heavily reinforced, and guarded like it's hiding nuclear launch codes. There's a big sign saying outsiders are strictly forbidden. The door opens, and what Jerem and ICO see inside is wild. A massive secret laboratory filled with scientists in white coats, and everywhere you look there are huge glass containers storing zombie bodies and organs like some twisted science exhibit. Sangshul casually invites them in to check out the awakened research laboratory. As Sangshul is giving them the grand tour, our boy asks if they've been researching zombies this whole time. The old man nods casually, explaining they study zombies to prepare for potential future threats. They reach the end of the lab and stop in front of this massive door. Sangshul presses a button. It scans his fingerprint, and the door slides open to reveal an office. Inside is a man in a white coat, and Jerem immediately recognizes him. This is Suhan Chol, director of the Research Institute, and more importantly, one of the names on Jerem's personal kill list. Sang Shol introduces the professor to the new SHIELD heroes he mentioned in their last meeting. Han Shol acts all thrilled to meet them, but our boy's already activated his analyze skill. Then all of Han Shol's pop up looking at the system window. Jerem's pretty sure this is the psycho who created that creature they ran into at the hospital. Still, he keeps it professional, smiling as he tells Han Shol how pleased he is to meet him and introduces ICO. Sang Shol announces he's about to show them a new human race today, and Han Shol looks nervous, asking if everything's really going to be okay. The old man reassures him these two can be trusted. There's nothing to worry about. The professor presses some buttons on a touch panel, and a metal box opens up in front of them. What they see inside makes their blood run cold. Two large, muscular bodies with red skin lying under glass. Jerem analyzes them and gets the details these are mixed creatures, mutant-human hybrids. Sangchol explains like it's no big deal that these people are his brothers and sisters, volunteers for his project to create a new human race. He's genuinely excited about combining mutant power with human intelligence. According to him, the participants willingly agreed to be injected with mutant blood. But Jerem's mind is racing because he knows how this is supposed to go in his visions. He saw the test subjects' bodies rejecting the mutant blood, swelling up and literally exploding into pieces. So how the hell did Sangchol make it work? Hanchol explains they needed strong survivability to overcome the rejection, but you can't just increase that at will. Then the solution appeared. Sangchol gestures towards something called the root, and our boy and ECO are completely lost. Jerem activates analysis but gets basically nothing useful. All the info he got was that this thing was a cell along with some gibberish. Our boy thinks how it's absurd that thing is quite huge for a mere cell. He thinks about how the cell's info is the same as the infected zombies, and he wonders if it's just like how the infected zombies were created. Then he asks Sangchol what that thing is, and this bastard starts boasting and calls the root a miracle that can save many through the sacrifice of some. Then he gestures at Hanchol to show them what he means. Hanchol presses another button, and a hatch opens, revealing a man they're about to feed to this thing. Izio looks disturbed, but the professor quickly says not to feel bad because this guy's a criminal and murderer who deserves to die. The root opens its massive, toothy mouth, and they watch in horror as it devours the man in literally seconds. After finishing its meal, the root opens its mouth again and spits out a golden ball. Jerem's analysis identifies it as monster excrement. Hanchiol explains this is the lifestone, which massively increases survivability even higher than zombies and drastically reduces the rejection rate of mutant blood. It also extends how long the new human race can operate while keeping their sanity intact. Jerem points out that the SHIELD better keep all this under wraps because if word gets out, it's going to be a nightmare to deal with. Sangshol pats him on the shoulder, saying he knew our boy would understand. The professor's also thrilled about gaining more reliable comrades and hopes for fruitful cooperation. Since Hanchol's favor meter just maxed out, Jerem receives a new skill called biotechnology. It lets him transplant and transfer cells into bodies using mana after successfully copying the skill. Our boy turns to Sangchol and asks if the lifestone has any side effects, and Sangchol casually reveals there are none, saying how he's been taking it himself for ages. He promises to provide them for both Jerem and ICO in the future. He even hands Jerem the stone that just came out so he can check it himself. Our boy's internal monologue is screaming at this point. Sangchol needs to die now, because the longer they wait, the stronger and more untouchable he's going to become. Sangchol wants to show off the power of his new human race and opens the glass cases. The mutant people wake up and actually start talking to the commander-in-chief like normal humans. He tells them since research is progressing well, they'll be released soon. That's when Jerem makes his move. While Sangchol is distracted, our boy activates multiple skills at once: Blue Flame Dragon, Acoustics, Fear, and 10-man Rule. Now that the preparations were done, he ran towards Sangchol, and without a single second of hesitation, he delivered an absolutely devastating blow straight to Sangchol's head and obliterated it into tiny pieces. His body dropped to the floor, blood pouring everywhere, splashing all over the stunned mutant people who were just standing there processing what the hell just happened. Hey, wasn't this guy hyped as the big bad like in the previous chapter? And now he is dead just like that. What the hell? I thought it would take a few more chapters. After seeing Sangchul's body hit the floor, Hanshul immediately tries to make a run for it. Like, bro, really thought he could just casually walk away from all this mess like nothing happened. But nah, Ezio's not about to let that happen, not on her watch. She catches up to him in seconds and activates synthesis, blowing his head clean off. Meanwhile, Jerem's over here combining soul healing with fear and directs it at the human mutants charging at them. Ezio rushes over and snaps both their necks like she's opening a bottle cap. After taking out both Sangchul and the professor, Jerem praises Ezio for holding it together so well through all this chaos and asks if she managed to record their conversation. She confirms the recording's done, saying she got everything, but our boy tells her to snap a few more pictures before they head out. Gotta have that evidence to show the survivors what's really been going on here, you know? Can't just show up and be like, trust me, bro, the commander's evil. Just as they're about to check out the root creature, they hear something behind them. Both of them turn around, and what they see makes their hearts drop straight to their feet. Lee Sangchul's getting back up, except instead of his normal human head, a new monster's head starts growing from his neck. Now Sangchul's absolutely furious, screaming that he can't believe Jerem betrayed him and demanding to know why. Our boy doesn't even sugarcoat it. He straight up tells him, "You're disgusting and greedy." Jerem twists his chains, preparing for what's about to be one hell of a fight, especially since Sangchul just activated his skill and is now operating at 100 manpower, which, I'm assuming, is not good for our hero's health insurance premiums. Jerem activates analysis and manages to dodge Sangchul's first attack while landing a solid hit himself. Ezio jumps in too, attacking the commander while he's off balance. But even with his body torn to shreds, this bastard's still standing there confidently. Sangchul admits he's got way more than just one or two skills up his sleeve, and he's planning to kill Jerem in the most painful way imaginable. In the next second, his body fully regenerates, and his appearance warps even further into something that probably violates several laws of nature. He punches Ezio so hard she goes flying, and then dozens of tentacles burst out of his shoulders. This man's turning into a hentai protagonist's worst nightmare. These things stretch toward Jerem, and our boy barely manages to block the rapid-fire attacks coming at him. Just then, backup arrives, soldiers thinking their chief is under attack or something. These poor souls get massacred in the next second by the very person they came to save. And folks, this bastard's enjoying it. He's literally toying with them, slicing through their shields and killing soldiers one by one. This psycho rips off one soldier's arm and just starts munching on it, right there, in front of everyone, and somehow gets even stronger from it. Watching this bastard absolutely toying with trained soldiers like they're NPCs, Jerem realizes this enemy is on a completely different level, so he does what any smart person would do when facing an op boss. He synthesizes two skills, analysis and biotechnology, creating a brand new ability called imitation. To make it work properly, he needs to strengthen it with a magic stone. Now he can analyze a target's body and copy their skills, though at this stage the analysis is only at 11%. Then things get uncomfortable real quick. Our boy's muscles start growing at an insane speed, and the pain is excruciating. The system window pops up, telling him he can speed up the analysis process with a sample. Jerem's eyes land on the torn pieces of Sangchul's flesh scattered around. With pure disgust written all over his face, he grabs a chunk of flesh, and immediately the analysis level jumps to 21%. So naturally, he starts frantically grabbing more pieces off the floor. After finishing his regeneration by devouring his own soldiers' corpses, this bastard starts dancing, saying how he is feeling better already. Sangchul heads straight for Jerem and asks him if he has got some last words after that. He attacks confidently, probably expecting an easy win like he's been getting this whole fight. But our boy just sidesteps his attack and counters with a punch. To his complete shock, the punch packs so much power that Sangchul's body literally got torn to pieces. Now standing there all busted, Sangchul says how our boy is quite amusing. Now our boy is all confident that he has got this fight in the bag. But here's where things go from bad to worse. This time, Sangchul decides to stop playing around and go all out. He activates his skill and goes straight for the 500 manpower, and his body mutates even more grotesquely. At this point, there's absolutely nothing human left about him. He's gone full Resident Evil final boss mode. Since Sangchul's body underwent such massive changes, Jerem's imitation triggers a second analysis, but it's still only at 13%. The pain coursing through our boy's body intensifies. The monster charges at Jerem with terrifying speed and lands a brutal hit as our boy flies straight to the wall. He appears behind him, claps his hands together, and sends him flying to the floor. At this point, Jerem was basically a punching bag for him. Sangchul unleashes a barrage of attacks. This bastard then lifts him by the neck, probably savoring what he thinks will be a slow, painful death for this traitor. Meanwhile, Izzo is watching it all, thinking how this is bad, like One Punch Man Season 3 level bad. And if this fight continues like this, our boy is done for. So ICO's watching our boy get absolutely choked out and decides, yeah, nah, I'm not letting this happen. She jumps in from behind to get this bastard's attention off Jerim, and it works maybe a little too well. Sangchul straight up yeets Jerim across the room like he's taking out the trash and turns all his murder energy toward Iseo instead. She catches Jerim mid-flight and sets him down gently. Our boy's trying to warn her, saying this dude's dangerous, but ICO's like, yeah, no shit, but someone's gotta buy you time to figure something out. Now look, IZO's not stupid. She knows the math here. This mutant freak has the strength of 500 people, and she's just one very determined girl. So instead of trying to tank hits like some brain-dead berserker, she gets tactical about it. She's studying his movements, looking for openings, and exploiting weaknesses. Meanwhile, Jerim's just lying there watching her work, and his skill is literally leveling up from spectating. ICO lands this devastating hit on Sangchul, and chunks of his flesh go flying everywhere, and Jerim immediately sees his chance. He uses those flesh pieces to copy the mutant's abilities, and suddenly our boy's back on his feet looking refreshed. He stretches his hand toward the monster and just rips one of its eyes straight out of its body. After that, Jerim's body starts buffing itself at insane speed, like he just chugged 5 energy drinks and activated Super Saiyan mode. Our boy charges at Sangchul using the monster's own stolen strength, grabs him by the throat, the exact same way this bastard was choking him out just minutes ago, and returns the favor with interest. He strangles the mutant and slams him into the ground, but Jerim's not celebrating yet because that sweet victory notification hasn't popped up, so he walks over and crushes the thing's head with everything he's got. And finally, that beautiful defeat message appears. Since Jerim perfectly analyzed this powerful target, his body's ready to evolve. Then another system window pops up saying he unlocked a new skill, Restoration. Our boy rolls up his sleeves, and the wound on his hand just vanishes like it was never there. He's thinking to himself, wait, isn't this just Sangchul's ability? And he's pumped about it, saying how it's pretty sick. Just then, ICO walks over, asking if he's doing all right since he's been mumbling to himself like a crazy person. He says he's fine and asks about her, but instead of answering, she points at where Root was and asks him if that doesn't look kind of familiar. They turn around to check, and surprise, surprise, that coward dipped. Jerim's like, yeah, we're going after him. He and ICO jump straight into a hole in the floor without hesitation. They land in the sewers and start sprinting through these nasty-ass pipes hunting for the escaped monster. I'm talking ankle-deep water that you definitely don't want to think too hard about. Then suddenly, something explodes up ahead, and a bunch of rubble collapses, completely blocking their path. So they turn back. But on the way, Jerim notices one section of the pipe wall looks different from the rest. It's just off. He knocks on it and realizes it's hollow. He's wondering if it's a hidden room, and you already know what's coming. Our boy channels his inner Kool-Aid man and punches straight through the wall. And what do they find? A whole secret stash filled with red and orange magic stones. Jerim whips out his inventory system and starts vacuuming up every crystal in sight. Then he does something smart. He hands Izio 5 orange crystals right off the bat. Because he's not stupid. He knows without her, he would have been done. He sees her potential and tells her to use the stones and get stronger. Cut to Hyung Seok. This dude showed up at some sketchy meeting spot wondering why the hell Jerim and ICO called him to such a quiet location. He's nervous as hell because these two just raided the Awakened Lab, a place even he's only been to once, and that kind of move could flip the whole power structure upside down. Then the third squad's car rolls up, and Jerim and Izio step out casually. They announce they cleaned up the laboratory. Hyung-sok is confused for a second until it hits him. They didn't just clean it up. They wiped out everyone above him in the entire chain of command. Every single person. As he heard that, the dude broke out in a cold sweat. Jerim puts a hand on his shoulder and asks him, do you want to live? Hyung-sok obviously says yes, because what else are you going to say when a guy who just soloed an entire evil laboratory asks you that, and Jerim's like, cool. Let's make a deal then. He activates his contract skill, and the terms are brutally simple. Hyung-suk works for Jerim now, stays loyal forever, and if he breaks the agreement, he dies. Just obey or die. Now Hyung-suk is backed into a corner with exactly 0 options, so he takes the deal. Not like he had a choice anyway. Since Hyung-suk handles public relations, Jerim immediately puts him to work. He hands him a phone with a task. Spin this information into a story that makes them look good. Cut to some time later. Hyung-suk gathers everyone in what looks like a big assembly and takes the stage with a major announcement about director Lee Sang-chul. The crowd are murmuring, confused about why they're here. Hyung-suk hits play on some audio, and people start freaking out at what they're hearing. Then he switches to video footage from inside the lab, showing all the horrific human experiments Sang-chul was running. The crowd is absolutely losing it. Hyung-suk announces that Sang-chul has been eliminated and introduces their new leader, who is going to be Jerim. Our boy steps onto the stage and addresses the survivors with some real talk. He tells them straight up, the Shield's time is ending. The organization's been getting weaker and weaker, and now it's completely fallen apart. There's no sugarcoating it. People are panicking, like, yo, but you're still here. You're the strongest member of the Shield. You'll protect us, won't you? But our boy casually drops the bomb that he has to return to where he came from. Before everyone starts rioting about being leaderless in an apocalypse, he's got an offer. He promises them 10 awakened fighters with actual skills, a fortified base, tons of supplies, and safe passage to a new paradise. Sounds too good to be true, right? Right on cue, a whole convoy of cars from the Hammer Gang rolls into the stadium. Dupel and his entire crew stand behind Jerem, ready to escort all these survivors to safety. The crowd goes absolutely wild, chanting Jerem's name. According to his reputation meter, his authority just skyrocketed into the stratosphere. The current manpower at his disposal is 320 people, and remembering how Sanctual kicked his ass with only 200 manpower, our boy knows exactly how impressive that number is. Meanwhile, this mysterious dude is watching it all go down. He's thinking to himself how interesting it is that Lee Sangchul is dead. Folks, this new guy's Han Wanwook, the third deputy of the National Intelligence Service, and you just know this dude's about to complicate things. Cut to later, and there's a whole damn convoy rolling out, trucks packed with people squeezed in the back like sardines. Jerem's thanking Dupel for the save, and Dupel's all humble, like, nah, man, it's the least I can do for my boss. Our boy does a double take. Boss? Wait, hold up, isn't that your thing? Dupel just grins and starts going off about how Jerem's the real deal, talking about how he's capable and generous and can literally see the future. So obviously, someone with cheat codes like that should be running the show. Before Jerem can even process what's happening, Dupel spins around to his gang and just drops it. Everyone, meet your new boss, Jerem. The whole gang erupts. They're hyped, pledging loyalty, welcoming their new leader, the works. And Jerem's just standing there like, I'm sorry, what? You're just giving me your entire gang. Right now, just like that, he's thanking them out loud, but in his head he's screaming, trying to figure out how he just speedrun his way to gang boss in like 5 minutes flat. So the convoy starts moving, everyone's vibing, when suddenly a whole horde of zombies shows up to ruin the party. Jerem's about to go full combat mode, but Dupel's like, relax, bro, we got this, and tells the Hammer Gang to handle it. These absolute psychos just floor it and start plowing through zombies. The people in the back are watching this zombie demolition derby going down, cheering as the gang turns mutants into street pancakes. The scene shifts, and they roll up to this massive settlement. Everyone's jaws just drop. They can't believe they're actually going to live here. The guards up top spot Jerem through binoculars, leading this whole parade, and immediately throw the gates open. Our boy walks in, and he literally cannot believe what he's seeing. This is supposed to be the same village. Like, yeah, he'd been getting update letters through Mong about how business was going, but nothing prepared him for this glow up. The place went from village to straight up city. Professor Choi comes sprinting over, all excited to see Jerem and Izio, and she's like, oh my god, let me show you around. So much has changed. First stop is the city security department, where they find Park Dalbong running combat drills. Izio spots his grandpa and immediately goes in for the wholesome reunion hug. Jerem's watching the training, thinking, damn, I could totally bring the Hammer Gang boys here too. He asks the old man if he'd mind training his juniors. Gramps lights up, asking if those guys know how to fight. Our boy's like, of course they do. You're going to have a blast teaching them. Choi's ready to keep the tour going, but Isio wants to stay and hang with Grandpa, so now it's just the two of them. Next up is the intelligence department run by Kim, and apparently every scout gets their own pet mouse now, which honestly seems random as hell, but whatever. Suddenly, one of the mice starts freaking out, and a soldier announces they've got a threat signal from Zona 3. The agent relays the report and then gives the mouse a salute, addresses him as Agent Henry. Then Professor Kim shows up with his whole animal squad, and they're all pumped to see Jerem back. Our boy points at the guards, asking what's up with them. Kim explains they're his new recruits working with the rats he tamed. These little guys collect intel, but doing it manually takes forever. So Jerem's like, why don't we just radio it? Cut the time down, and the blonde dude starts praising him like he just solved world hunger, going on about how he expected nothing less and he'll get started right away. The tour continues to the Ministry of Construction with the old man, and after that they hit up like 50 other departments. Eventually, they reach the district center, and dead center in the square, there's a whole statue of Jerem. My man's got a monument and everything. Our boy's jaw drops. He asks Choi what the hell that is, and she's all casual, like, great people should have statues. It's good to have a symbol that represents the city and the normals, just like that. Then she keeps walking. Choi's still showing him around when a soldier comes running up out of breath with urgent news. Apparently, some people rolled up to the settlement claiming they're from the NIA, the National Intelligence Agency. Even though the guards stopped them at the entrance, these guys just walk right past like they own the place. The one in the middle steps forward. He introduces himself as Han Wanwook, former deputy director of the NIA, politely asks Jerem if he's got a minute because he needs to discuss something important. So our boy immediately activates his analysis skill on this dude, and boom, all his stats pop up like he's checking someone's LinkedIn. This guy's 35 years old and has some ability called Farsight. Jerem suggests they move somewhere more private to talk, and as he's walking away, Han's already signaling his men to stay on high alert because trust is a luxury nobody can afford anymore. Cut to them sitting across from each other in this reception room, and Han asks our boy, "So do you not trust the government?" Jerem says how it'd be pretty weird to say anything nice about the same bastards who abandoned everyone the second zombies showed up, packing their bags and moving the entire administration to Jeju Island. Han agrees completely. He thinks the government's useless. According to him, the people in power only care about saving their own asses, and to make things worse, they've gotten obsessed with religious cults. Then he asks if Jerem's heard anything about the immortal cult, and our boy immediately gets the chills because yeah, he knows about those absolute lunatics who literally worship zombies. The scene cuts to one of their ceremonies, and this cult leader bastard is doing his usual theatrics, screaming about how the great immortals are furious and asking the crowd what they should do. The brainwashed masses start chanting, "Follow the immortals." Once he's got them all hyped up, he gives the signal, and the guards unleash zombies on 3 people chained up in front of everyone. The crowd's cheering as these poor souls get bitten and turn into monsters. Back at the base, Jerem asks Han if Myungho is Choi Myungho. Han is surprised our boy already knows about him, and then he hands over his phone, explaining that some people think Choi's an awakened with a unique skill. He somehow controls zombies. Han starts telling the origin story. Choi first showed up on day 30 of the zombie apocalypse, just casually appearing in the middle of a forest where people were running for their lives from monsters. This madman starts talking to the zombies like he's the zombie whisperer, saying, "In the name of the Lord, follow me." And the zombies actually stop chasing people. Choi then turns to the crowd and tells them to follow him and believe in the immortals, promising they'll be blessed by God. Within a single month, the entire province fell under cult control. They moved so fast that even the president was shocked. The president actually ordered Wonwook to set up a meeting with Choi, ignoring all the warnings from the deputy director of intelligence, because he wanted to use Myung-ho to retake the mainland. Han lowers his head, looking exhausted as hell, and admits he's sick of everything, especially the cult's drug. He shows Jerem a vial of liquid that cult members inject into their bodies on Choi's orders. Our boy immediately uses his analysis skill and discovers it's a nutrient solution made from vengeful spirits. The stuff is addictive, boosts physical abilities, and looks suspiciously similar to the roots he saw back in that laboratory. According to Wonwook, the government eventually got absorbed by the immortal cult too. When Jerem suggests maybe the cult isn't so bad since they're saving people and dealing with an incompark government, Han shuts that down hard, saying that he had used his clairvoyant ability on the drug and discovered that this drug is made out of humans. So Han asks Jerem to help him take down the immortal cult, and in exchange, he'll give him valuable intel. He explains that as settlements grow, food becomes a huge problem. On the map he shows, there's a military unit in a specific area, and they've got an awakened with food-related skills. According to Wonwook, only a handful of military personnel know about this because they're hiding the awakened's existence. Han doesn't mind if Jerem and his crew take down this unit. They're known for doing shady shit anyway. As a show of trust, Wonwook drops another piece of intel that only he knows about. He tells Jerem about this insane place where there are crazy bastards who love fighting. They call themselves gamers and treat real life like it's a video game, throwing themselves into battles without caring if they live or die. They're small guild members, but they're ridiculously strong. Among them is this guy named Mok Cheol, who goes by the nickname Hercules. When Jerem asks if Han's tried contacting these players, Han replies that the government is not interested in them because these guys are just doing their own thing. Our boy extends his hand to Wonwook and thanks him for the valuable information. Both of them are looking forward to working together, and Han asks Jerem for one more favor. Once they step outside in front of Wonwook's escorts, Jerem acts all casual and says he'll think about Han's proposal. One of Han's colleagues asks what they talked about, and Han replies that he offered Jerem a government job. Han tells Agent Seok that there is no need for him to be suspicious, as there's nothing else Han could have discussed with Jerem, and the guy bought the story, saying how it makes sense since they had come here so abruptly. Wonwook's relieved he managed to deceive Agent Seok, but he knows from now on he needs to be way more careful. After seeing them off, Jerem immediately asks his scouts for intel on that military camp Han told him about and told him to call the guys in his mind. Our boy is thinking about how he has to act immediately and deal with the military in the city. Cut to some time later, and one of Jerem's guys shows up with a report he asked for. According to the intel, the people running this camp are absolute scumbags. The armed forces has 3,000 men and 3 tank battalions. ICO says how it could be troublesome, but nah. But our boy's got all the info he needs. Putting the report back on the table, he says, what good would the tanks do if they can't even use them? The scene shifts to Military City. and the guards at the camp are feeling completely bored when a motorcycle suddenly appears, looking confused as hell about how it got past the barrier on the road. He told them to stop and reveal their identity and the usual stuff, but our boy uses his discounted conqueror's haki, and the weaker soldiers are already on the ground. The sergeant runs out all terrified, clutching his head, saying how these guys are ridiculously strong awakened. Our boy casually offers them a choice: surrender if you value your lives. And this sergeant immediately drops to his knees and gives up right there. As Jerem and ICO enter the territory, the sergeant is frantically calling for backup on the radio, asking for the entire platoon to help. When they reach the main building, the military's already waiting for them. The commander sees two people approaching and literally cannot believe his men were told to surrender to just two people. His assistants like, "Bro, be careful." They look like awakened, but the commander's got that main character syndrome going on. He tells Jerem and ICO that if they surrender right now and become loyal to him, he'll spare them. Our boy shouts back that he's heard about all their atrocities and he's here to kill them all. The soldiers open fire, but Jerem and Izio rush forward so fast the bullets literally can't touch them. Seeing this, the soldiers are absolutely losing it. Their weapons are useless against these two. Then ICO jumps at one of the tanks and straight up destroys it. Well, girl, it only looks cool when a raging green monster does it. Cut to a few moments later, and the duo had casually destroyed all the tanks. As the fatty was freaking out, our boy straight up jumps to the platform and grabs the commander by the throat and asks if he's got any last words. This desperate bastard snatches a pistol from his belt, puts it right to Jerem's head, and fires, but the bullets bounce off our boy without doing a damn thing. Seeing how easily Jerem handled their general, the rest of the soldiers immediately threw their hands up and surrendered. Now that the cleanup was done, the duo gathered everyone, and our boy asked about the farmer dude they had come here to find. The soldiers asked him if he was talking about the special awakened who was supposedly at the camp. Then we cut to a flashback to 2 months ago. Turns out 2 months ago, the soldiers went to this elder asking for help because people were starving. The old man gave them food, but the commander was such a piece of shit that he only distributed tiny portions to the residents. When the elder tried to call him out on it, the general had him captured. After finding out where they're keeping this guy, Jerem heads to the food warehouse and meets the elder. And holy cow, this dude is really something else. He has this whole house filled with supplies and is right now carrying 2 juicy melons. The old man spots our boy and asks him who he is. Right then, our boy uses his analyzing skill and learns this guy is named I am Jungwon, 71 years old, an F-rank farmer. Jerem introduces himself and tells the old man he's got nothing to worry about anymore because the general who imprisoned him is dead. Jungwon is kind of skeptical and asks him if that's really the truth. Just then 2 of the soldiers chime in and tell the old man that our boy is telling the truth. Hearing this, the elder was absolutely overjoyed, so much so that he dropped the juicy melons to the ground and thanked our boy, saying how he did something that he himself wanted to do for a long time now. Because our boy had completed his revenge, he immediately earned the old man's favor. Jerem didn't waste a single second and copied his skill immediately. One thing is done. Now it's time for the second. Our boy is thinking about how he absolutely needs to recruit the old man for his city and asks him if he will come and help him. As the old man heard those words, it triggered his PTSD. He immediately remembered his conversation with the fatty and how he too was all sweet when he wanted his help. So the old man gives our boy a look, his face full of disgust, and refuses his offer. So Jerem asks him if it's because of what the fat bastard did to him. The old man sighs and says yes, that incident does play a role in his decision. Plus now he doesn't want to trust anyone in power, so our boy tells him to at least visit their village before making his decision and promises he can leave whenever he wants if he doesn't like it. After his talk with the old man, the Hammer Gang shows up at the camp to help with the transfer. After he was done intimidating the soldiers, he turned to our boy and asked him for a favor, and our boy was like, "What kind of favor?" So Dupel took him to see the tanks and immediately asked if he could take them and said how. If he remodeled them a bit, it'd greatly increase their strength and firepower. Hearing this, our boy thinks to himself for a moment and goes, "Hell yeah," because if Dupel uses his skill on them, they could be seriously useful. He gives Dupel a thumbs up, and Dupel immediately activates his ability. The discounted Optimus Prime shows up, and then he extends his hand and starts his remodeling with the tanks. In the next second, a scene straight out of Power Rangers appears. The parts of the tanks start assembling like maggots, the transformation completes, and this sick-looking mecha robot is finally done. Seeing it all, the boys were hyped and ran to our boy and asked him if they could upgrade their machines too. Dupel pointed at the remaining tanks and asked Jerem if he could use them as well. Our boy was about to think about it, but the way the other members were looking at him immediately gave the go-ahead, and after getting the green light, Dupel improved all of the Hammer Gang's vehicles. Cut to some time later, and the whole convoy heads back to the village. Seeing how everyone greets Jerem in the city, the old man realizes our boy's way better than he initially thought. Smiling, the elder apologizes for doubting him and asks to join the community. The old man goes to inspect the fields where soldiers are planting something. He approaches them, activates his skill, and right in front of everyone's eyes, a whole field of corn grows grows instantly. The soldiers start celebrating, saying how now they don't have to worry about food anymore. Looking at the miracle, Choi praises Jerim for a job well done since now all the villagers will be fed. She thinks it's time to give their settlement a proper name. Bad call, girl. This dude has the same naming sense as Sung Jinwoo, so after racking his brain for quite a while, he says, since our goal is to unite all the humans in the world, how about we call it Human Unite? And without wasting a moment, he whips out a logo, and everything Choi looks at, thinking to herself, why did I ask this idiot for the name? Now that all the urgent matters are handled, Jerim decides to boost his skills with the gems he's collected. For a whole week, our boy studies with experts to level up his abilities. The first stop was Old Man Youngchun. Jerim learned architecture from him, then he learned about animal behavior from Professor Kim, then mental care, cooking, acoustics, medicine, and even about magical girls, and just like that, one whole week passed. Our boy had leveled up all of his skills to D rank and was now celebrating. Just then, Choi walks in. So naturally, our boy shares the good news with Choi, and she's got news for him too. After capturing the military camp, a bunch of new survivors showed up at the village, and among them are a couple of awakened ones. Choi gives Jerim a list of the newcomers, and our boy checks out what skills he can potentially steal from them. The first two are a blacksmith and a designer who can create various items with their abilities. Jerim analyzes the objects. They brought a sharp knife with enhanced cutting and some durable armor with reinforced protection. There's also a thief on the list, and according to Choi, his skill is that he's really good at digging. After learning the thief's ability is apparently amazing at this, Jerim decides he could help them build an underground city. Man's already thinking 3 steps ahead. Just then, a soldier enters the office with a report. Our boy immediately starts reading it, and it's about the place our boy saw in his 99th nightmare. Jerim looks through the photos from the intelligence department and finds out there are about 30,000 high-level mutants there. Choi asks him if he is really going to fight those things. He nods, saying how it's time to start targeting big cities. Plus, they can't keep ignoring that bastard forever. Then he told Choi to call for a department leaders meeting. Now they'll capture the big cities. When Jerim gathers everyone at the meeting, he informs the leaders of his plans and adds that this time he's taking the guards with him. Dupel grins, saying how he has been itching to kick some zombie butts for some time now. Then he asks Blondie about the spies and if he's got some info that could help him. Professor Kim mentions that the spies he sent to scout the destination looked everywhere, but never managed to spot the huge monster Jerim was talking about. Our boy knows the mutant's hard to find because it didn't show itself until the attack in Nightmare 99. So they've got no choice but to go there themselves and wing it. So he told Kim to look for the survivor in the meantime. Blondie was like, I already knew you were going to say that, so I already planned it all. Professor Kim pulls out a map that has marked out areas where survivors can be found. Our boy then turned to Old Man Youngchun, saying how if they take over the city, there will be more survivors. So can he take care of it? Old Man Youngchun promises to do everything possible to handle reconstruction so they can resettle all the people they rescue. Then he asks Choi how many days it would take them if they plan to attack now. According to Choi, they've got weapons and armor ready, there's just small prep work left that'll take 1 day, so the attack's scheduled for tomorrow. As Jerim's leaving the office, a soldier approaches him, saying the heads of the production department are looking for him. Our boy heads to a meeting with blacksmith Poon Kang and clothing designer Myung Suk, who's super excited to finally meet the leader. After the introductions were done, the pink head said that she heard that there is going to be fighting tomorrow. Our boy nodded and said, that's right. Then she got super hyped, saying if that's the case, they are not going to stand still, and said how she and the blacksmith are going to make weapons and armor for tomorrow's campaign. Poon Kang asks the leader to show him his weapon, and our boy hands over his chains. After taking them and promising to return them tomorrow, the quiet blacksmith leaves. Myung-suk asks Jerim to follow her. The chatty and cheerful designer takes measurements from our boy, showering him with compliments and promising to make the perfect outfit for him. The next day, Poon Kang and Myung-suk show up at Jerim's office, and as promised, they manage to prepare everything on time. Myung-suk hands over the stuff to our boy, and he immediately uses his analyzing skill on it, and then info pops up informing him that the jacket was made up of a high-end leather with a footnote that it was made by someone with serious skill. To his surprise, the suit can increase mana, adjust movements, and give insane strength. According to Myung-suk, it took 3 magical orange stones to create this outfit. Then Poon Kang hands him the chain, and he immediately uses Analyze on it too. A system window pops up, telling him that the chain has been modified by an expert and now its functions have greatly improved. And the blacksmith added a new powerful explosion capability. Our boy's basically got designer drip and explosive chains now. He's ready. After gathering everyone, Jerim heads out to the soldiers who are already prepared to show them the monsters what humanity's made of. On the way to their destination, intelligence reports to Dupel that a huge crowd of zombies has appeared on their route. Dupel informs the army and orders them to eat the snack prepared by an expert to boost their stats. They open fire and run over monsters with their new improved vehicles, because subtlety is clearly not the plan here. Meanwhile, at the same time inside the city of Chuncheon, the zombies were chilling when the boss showed up all angry, entered the city, and was now getting out of the vehicles. And Scout Mice ran up to them, reporting that zombies are advancing from all sides. Sitting behind the wheel of his robot tank, Dupel orders them to prepare for battle. Jerem tells the soldiers not to be afraid and announces he'll personally lead them into battle. He whips out his chain and activates the explosive skill. The chain unlinks and goes in all directions, killing the monster just like that first wave was done on the back. The big monsters were all pissed off while our boy called his chain back. Seeing this, the whole army was hyped. They were chanting his name. The zombies charged at the army, and Jerem ordered everyone to attack too. Then he himself charges straight at the biggest mutant bastard on the field, activates his skills, and just casually dumps 700 people's worth of power into one swing. The whole army's standing there like, did he really just one-shot that thing? Because yeah, he absolutely did. Made it look stupid easy too. Even our boy was surprised. He looked at his gear and thought to himself, holy hell, just how strong these things have become. Now there's this whole mob of mutants rolling toward him, so Jerem figures it's time to use his weapon's explosive ability. He attacks with his chain, and just like before, the chain unlinked and shot forward and killed all the monsters in sight after he was done. Monster corpses were everywhere. Then Dupel's army came up for the assist and cleaned up the rest with non-stop gunfire. Dupel was eager to use his new robot, so he too joined in on the fun. One monster tried to sneak past, but nah, not on ICO's watch. She scooped in and gave the bastard a hard knee, and the foot soldiers too went on absolutely demolishing these bastards. Watching his soldiers actually hold their own, Jerem's now sure that they've got this in the bag, so he decided to focus on the boss. He swings his chain at the mutant elephant, smacks a green magic stone right out of its forehead, and that's game over. Our boy quickly put that crystal in his bag and then took a quick look around the battlefield and went to Dupel to ask for the army's condition. Dupel told him that a few soldiers took some hits, nothing major, but they need a breather before moving on. Our boy was like, okay, makes sense. So he quickly activates his wooden structure skill to shield them from any surprise attacks, lines up the wounded in front of him, and hits them with a heal. After they rest, grab some food, and get their energy back, our boy starts briefing them. He points at a point on the map and tells them how they are getting closer to their goal, and if things go smoothly like this, they'll be there in an hour. Dupel asks him if they go to the place our boy was pointing, will they meet the monster he had told them about? And ICO and Dupel are already hyped, saying how the monsters they met earlier were too weak even for a warm-up. Our boy laughs and tells them to relax, saying how the worst is already past. After the group rested, they went out with a bang, tanks rolling and turning the monsters into roadkill. When they reached the spot, Jerem's staring at this crack in the ground, the same one from his nightmare, where the monster crawled out. They don't wait long. Soon enough, the thing surfaces, and Jerem recognizes it immediately. It's the root they missed back at that awakened lab. Everyone's frozen because what they're seeing makes zero sense. The root's appendages are fighting each other, literally eating their own flesh. After watching this freaky self-cannibalism show for a bit, the monster just drops dead, and this blue magic stone rolls out. Jerem's about to grab it when Root shoots out its tentacles toward the stone. Our boy activates the blue flame dragon ability and slashes at it, but this thing's way stronger than he expected. He powers up with the strength of 700 people, then throws up a wooden structure that tries to strangle the Root by wrapping around it. Realizing this is just round one of a long-ass war, Jerem orders everyone to juice themselves up with magic stones so they can keep fighting. They take over this city that's been under siege, and Jerem's army starts helping survivors by feeding, healing, and giving them items of daily necessity and finally making sure that they make it to the settlement. 10 days pass like this, moving forward, destroying monsters, and saving people. On day 11, the recon squad reports back, saying there are no more monsters left in the city. The soldiers are hyped and happy that this dreadful war is really over, and they won it without even losing a single soldier, so they start celebrating. But our boy claps his hands, activates one of his skills, and tells the soldiers not to celebrate this early, as there are still many soldiers in Gangwon province who are suffering and they'll have to save them. Seeing how their leader is concerned about some random strangers, the soldiers start chanting his name, saying how they'll follow our boy to the depth of hell if they have to. Cut to days later, and after capturing the city, they split the military forces and sent them in all directions. Magic stones are flooding in now, so the army's leveling up fast. In just 1 month, the Union of Humanity manages to capture almost the entire district. When they take the last town in the county, Jerem gives this whole speech, bows, and thanks the soldiers for their service. Just then, Dupel chimes in, saying how everyone gave their all over the past few months, so Jerem should throw in a feast to celebrate this victory and their hard hard work, and our boy is like, of course, when we get back, I'll use all the alcohol and meat I got. Hearing about the feast, all of the soldiers went crazy chanting our boy's name. But just then a notification popped up with some wild news. Jerem is declared the winner and gets 2 rewards. He can now freely organize territory within the reclaimed province. Plus, he unlocks this new skill called choice and concentration. Back home, Jerem keeps his word. The soldiers get their feast right in the Union of Humanity Square. Choi walks into his office, trying to hand him a drink, but he's too busy thinking about his new skill. Pick and focus can boost 3 chosen skills for 3 hours, but the catch is all his other skills, except special ones, get locked out. He decides to upgrade Divine Demonic Martial Art, Acoustics, and Rule by 1 rank each. Jerem asks Choi if she found out anything about Root. The researchers came up empty. According to the professor, this root might be from the spirit world. Choi says she might be able to dig up more info using the crystal's amplifying power. She wants to try reading the memories from those cells, but she knows it's risky as hell. Looking at memories from strong creatures can seriously mess you up, and she asks our boy if he really wants to do that. She even adds that she would strongly advise against it, but Jerem decides to take the risk anyway. If they want to beat this enemy, they need intel, and they need it now. And they told Choi to take him to the lab sometime later, and they're standing in front of the root cell when Choi takes his hand and reaches out toward the monster, activating memory reading. Suddenly, they're in this red desert with a cold white moon hanging in the sky, casting white shadows. A roar echoes from behind a hill, and this nightmare creature crawls out covered in toothy mouths with one giant eye, and folks, our boy has seen some serious shit at this point. But looking at the monster, even he is surprised, thinking to himself, what in the world exactly is this thing? Jerem's staring at this thing, wondering if it's the main body. He looks into the eye and sees his own reflection staring back. The next second, his head explodes with pain, and he loses his balance. Choi catches him and says they need to get out of here now. A sign pops up warning them to escape the memory carefully because something might try to stop them. The escape process is at 7%, and the shell's already starting to crack. It hits 30% when the monster decides it's not letting them leave. This thing morphs into a ball covered in eyes and charges after them. When the process reaches 90%, hands shoot out from everywhere, surrounding them on all sides. Choi hugs Jerem tight to protect our boy just then. The shell shatters, and they're back in reality. They're sitting over coffee talking about what the hell just happened. The professor's trying to figure out where they even were because that place definitely wasn't Earth. And how did the monster recognize them inside its own memories? Since this thing's strong enough to pull off something that absurd, Jerem knows he needs to get way stronger, fast. Our boy asks the professor to calculate if they can expand the Union's territory by building an underground city. The idea came up because he and Choi had already talked about how expanding above ground wouldn't be efficient. Since he got rewarded with the ability to claim territory for the Union, he needs to figure out the smartest move. He reminds the professor they've got an awakened grave robber in their settlement who can help with this. Jerem's planning to use magic stones to reinforce all the building materials so nothing collapses, but that's going to take a lot of stones. Do you have magic to get them? Choi asks, and our boy nods and says to get enough stones, he's decided to go into business. As he said that, she was all confused and asked him what he meant by that. Jerem explained that there are people in the Gyeonggi district who call themselves gamers, and these guys have tons of magic crystal. The scene shifts. Our boy is standing on top of a building, and then he starts marking out the territory boundaries. A scoreboard pops up, asking if he's sure about his choice because the territory he picked is pretty small. Our boy confirms it. Once Victor, Jerem designates the Union of Humankind's territory. All the residents see a sign saying people here will receive benefits. Suddenly, everyone's feeling lighter, and the awakened can feel their mana increasing. Jerem's just watching the villagers react to what's happening, loving how they're honoring their leader. Then the scene shifts. Together with Iseo, our boy heads to gamer territory, where identification signs are hanging everywhere. These intimidating dudes with clubs come out to meet them, ordering the newcomers to stand in place. Jerem analyzes the guy who spoke first. His info pops up, and our boy gets surprised to see that this idiot is actually a D rank, and the rest of the NPCs behind him are just F rank trash. Our boy introduces himself as commander of the Union of Humanity, but the gamers have never heard of it. They want to know what these two are doing on their turf. Jerem explains he's here to do business and wants to meet Mookshul, but this bastard gets all annoyed and says that no one by that name lives there. Our boy tries the nickname Hercules instead, and then this bastard starts laughing, saying how he's already mad at the government agents who are hiding like dogs and saying Hercules doesn't need to meet with people like them. Jerem pulls out his inventory, and various items start flying out. He asks the gamers to check out his goods. Park is shocked seeing clothes with special abilities and food that enhances stats. Jerem asks if that's enough to get a meeting with Hercules. Park's response, leave your stuff and your girlfriend here, and he promises to give them back after the meeting. Jerem wanted to settle this peacefully, but after that suggestion, he glances at Izio and reminds her that he needs that bastard alive, though if he is missing a few limbs, that won't matter. The girl cracks her knuckles and rushes straight at Park, absolutely demolishing this gamer who didn't even have time to process what was happening. A battered Park crashes into the gym where Mookshol is working out, barely managing to inform him about the guests who've arrived. Immediately after him, Jerem and Izio appear in the doorway, greeting Hercules and introducing themselves. According to the analysis, Mookshol is a C-rank person, an awakened bodybuilder. And Jerem's first thought after reading that, how the hell is this bastard's nickname Hercules when he's only C-rank? Just then, the fat bastard walked up to our boy and unleashed his aura and started sizing up our boy. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, that guy from earlier is watching everything go down, thinking how Jerem's matching Mookchol's aura perfectly. He's even thinking our boy might be more of a monster than the crazy lady who beat him up earlier. Meanwhile, Izio's just giving Jerem these serious looks. Fatty finishes his whole intimidation routine and says our boy is amusing. He's got this feeling Jerem had a legit reason to beat up Himshin, so maybe our boy should apologize for the bad manners. Then he cuts to the chase and asks why Jerem is even here. Jerem reveals he's here to sell some stuff. The moment those words leave his mouth, Mookshol's entire demeanor shifts. He immediately offers them a seat and asks to see what they're selling. They get to his office, and our boy starts pulling items out of his inventory one by one. The fatty grabs the kimbap, and his system panel pops up with all the info. Reading it, Hercules asks if our boy made this using magic stones. Jerem explains they don't need crystals for this. All the food is prepared by an awakened chef from their union. Mookchol's never been awakened with everyday skills before. Makes sense, gamers only recruit awakened fighters. Then he admits our boy's offering some good stuff and assumes Jerem's here because he needs magic crystals. Our boy nods. Hercules asks for the price. This greedy bastard immediately goes, I'm selling one dish for 3 magic stones. Then quickly adds that weapons and clothes cost even more. Hercules thinks it's too expensive, and yeah, it is. It's not like Jerem used magic crystals to make these dishes. Plus, with the bonus effect, the cook can mass produce these things easily. But our boy insists the dishes are necessary for life. Mookshol thinks about it for a second and realizes our boy's telling the truth. But he's worried that if he accepts, they'll just take the stones and dip. Seeing the fatties taking forever to decide, our boy drops the bomb. He's willing to give them a huge discount food for 2 red magic crystals, and everything else gets 70% off. All Hercules has to do is agree to an alliance between the 2 unions, an agreement that can never be broken. Mookshol asks what our boy's game is. Just looking at the duo, he knows they aren't weak, but Jerem cuts him off and asks about the immortal cult. Then he starts spilling everything: the root, the drug, cell creatures, even his recent nightmare experience. Mookshol says he gets that our boy wants help defeating the immortal cult, but he can't just offer it like that. They operate on a code here. Potential allies need to prove they're worthy, not in words, but in deeds. Jerem and Izio head to the arena with Mookshol to prove their strength. As the news spread that their leader was going to fight, the whole arena got packed. The gamers are confident their leader will destroy these merchants since strength is the main indicator for Hercules. Mohawk starts thinking to himself how the beating he got earlier proved that these guys are strong, but his big bro is crazy strong. He is a man with God-given strength, and if he, Hercules, decided to use his special skill, this fight would basically be over. Jerem activates choice and concentration, boosting 3 of his skills. Everyone around them, including Izio, is amazed at the pressure our boy is exerting just by standing there. Seeing a worthy opponent, Hercules activates body enlargement and becomes several times larger. The gamers supporting him are sure that in this state, their leader is invincible. Hercules then asks our boy if they should begin. Our boy nods, and in the next second, this guy takes off like he literally jumped high into the air. Seeing that our boy isn't even moving from his spot, this pisses Hercules off. Hercules swings his massive weapon down at Jerem. Our boy catches it with one hand. So Hercules is just standing there utterly surprised, thinking to himself what kind of power this bastard has. Meanwhile, our boy's already suggesting they call it because he's proved his point, but Mookshol wants to continue. Because of course, he does. Ego's a hell of a drug. Cut to later. Hercules wakes up in bed with his arm bandaged. Himchan standing over him crying, probably thinking his boss is dying. Jerem walks into the ward with a swollen eye. Turns out our boy got hit a little in the fight too. Then he extends his hand and asks Hercules if he is now willing to cooperate with the Humanity Alliance. Hercules is all hyped up now he enjoyed battling a worthy opponent and said that he's looking forward to cooperation. They shake hands to make it official, while Hercules asks our boy if he can't make the goods any cheaper. Jerem agrees, saying that he'll try his best, and as a gift, he activates the healing skill, healing both his swollen eye and Hercules' hand instantly. And folks, Just like that, the alliance is formed. Cut to some moments later, and a stall is being set up in the gamer's territory, and all the members are looking at it all confused, asking each other if that thing was always there or if he is just tripping. Just then, Ha-Young-Suk rolls in, saying how he's come here with items that gamers won't come across every day. Now gamers can purchase goods supplied by Ha-Young-Suk at actually affordable prices. The gang members can't believe how cheap this stuff is for necessities. A whole crowd of customers lines up in front of the store with magic stones in hand, ready to blow their savings. Cut to hours later, and Choi shows up at Jerem's office with the sales report. They received 1,500 red stones and 250 orange stones. Our boy tells the girl to distribute a tenth of the income among the experts as a bonus, so they can produce even more goods as they were about to wrap up. Professor Kim bursts into the office, reporting that Mongmon, who was sent to scout a nearby city, saw robots there. Huge spider-like robots that don't look like mutants because no magic stones were found on them. Jerem's brain immediately goes to recruitment mode. They need to hire whoever's creating these mechanical machines. If they can mechanize all the ground and underground fortifications in the Union, the whole place could become a walking fortress. After learning where Manon spotted the robots, Jerem and Isio head out to find them. They reach the location, and our boy analyzes the spider robots. According to the system, these are F-rank crafted items with low artificial intelligence. Our boy approaches the robots. They immediately detect an intruder in the forbidden area and order him to stand still. Jerem raises his hands and declares he doesn't intend to fight, he just wants to talk to the owner. The spider summons the parent object. A small, modified robot joins them, introducing himself as Wilson, the Grandmaster's butler. According to analysis, this is a C-rank bodyguard robot filled with skill, power, and very high artificial intelligence. So basically, this little guy could probably kick ass if he wanted to. Wilson asks them to drop their weapons and follow him. He warns they'll open fire if the guests use mana. No pressure or anything. The three of them enter a room with white walls. Robots with weapons are aimed at them from all sides. There are cameras in every corner. A voice from the speakers asks what they want from him. Jerem explains he came from the Union of Humanity to recruit him. The robot guy doesn't like the sound of it and asks our boy if they are from the immortal cult. Jerem's expression changed real quick as he heard that. So Jerem pulls himself together and clarifies they're from the Humanity Union based in the Gangwon district. The scientist asks what they can possibly offer someone who already has everything: food, robot friends, safety, the whole package. Jerem doesn't miss a beat. He whips out a photograph and drops his pitch. He wants to turn the entire city into a walking fortress. Plus, he adds, being locked up in this tiny plant forever? Yeah, that's going to end badly for the inventor. That sets the scientists off. The robots immediately swarm around our boys, weapons ready. But then Wilson pipes up, asking the owner to chill because he's already calculated a 100% defeat rate for both the robots and whoever's sitting in that fancy chair. Turns out there's a girl inside the chair, and she's absolutely stunned that Izio could predict taking down her precious robots that easily. After thinking it over for a minute, the inventor finally decides to come out and meet the guests face to face. Wilson runs his analysis. Her name's Rasha Kowski, 23 years old, mechanical engineer, rank E, currently under guard. The girl walks up to meet Jerem, but Wilson immediately starts blaring alarms, her heart rate spiking hard. Rasha's shaking like a leaf, admitting she's terrified of them and doesn't want to die. Jerem activates his soul skill, and boom, her pulse drops back to normal. All four of them head into the living room, where Rasha spills her whole story. She's the daughter of a mechanical engineer who moved here from Russia. She came for training, got an internship at the factory, and then the zombie invasion hit, and she's been stuck here ever since. Jerem points out that staying isolated from civilization forever isn't going to work out great, so he shows her photos and videos of the Union of Humans. The girl can't believe what she's seeing at first. She thinks it's all photoshopped, but then it clicks that it's actually real. Jerem sells her on the walking fortress idea, saying it's totally doable, but they need her help. They need someone to lead the project, and ideally someone who can create another robot with Wilson's level of intelligence. Rasha gets all embarrassed and admits she made Wilson by complete accident. She's tried recreating him multiple times and failed every single time. Then Jerem remembers something she mentioned, the immortal cult, earlier. He asks if a cult member showed up at the factory. Wilson fires up the projector and plays footage of these powerful-looking people rolling up. There's this bishop from the Doctrine of Immortality talking to the robot, saying everyone in the factory has been granted an oracle. The masked dude suggests Rasha join the immortal cult to gain incredible power. She got 2 days to think about it, but if she refuses, they're threatening her with the wrath of God. Jerem asks Rasha to help the Union and promises to protect her even if she says no. Wilson asks our boy if they have canned food and supplies. Jerem tells him they've got tons of fresh vegetables at the Union, plus special dishes from an actual chef. Rasha's eyes light up as she hears that she's been eating nothing but canned garbage, and the thought of fresh vegetables has her sold. After packing up everything and grabbing Wilson, the girl follows our boys out. But before they can leave the factory, their path gets blocked by members of the immortal cult who were apparently stalking Rasha this whole time. Wilson runs his analysis. They're facing Hercules, an extremely hostile godlike zombie with a bunch of humanoid zombies backing them up. Hercules is pissed that Rasha dared to refuse the oracle. The girl hides behind Jerem's back and repeats that she doesn't want to join them, asking them to please just leave. Myung-ho tells Rasha to come to him. Otherwise, he's threatening to kill everyone standing next to her. So this immortal cult bastard is feeling real cocky, and our boy tells him to get lost before he actually gets mad. Myung-ho gets offended by the audacity and orders his buddies to destroy them and grab Rasha. They rush in. Jerem tells his CO these aren't people, they're zombies, so there is no need to hold back. ICO smiles and cracks her knuckles, saying how, if that's the case, then it should be easy work. She doesn't hesitate, just charges forward, and literally tears the attacking monsters to pieces. Wilson's not sitting this one out either. He activates combat mode, whips out these sharp metal tentacles, and starts skewering zombies left and right. Then he switches to machine gun arms and opens fire on any zombie trying to grab his owner. Myung-ho's screaming about how they dare ignore the oracle and summons forces to offer a sacrifice to the great immortal god. According to the scoreboard, the sacrificial ceremony is about to kick off. Meanwhile, Izio's standing in the middle of the remaining zombies who are writhing around in pure agony. One of them crawls up to Jerem, literally begging to be killed. Our boy reaches out and activates his heal skill, but nothing happens. You can't heal what's already dead. Myung-ho pulls out this glowing orb, yells something about doing it for the great immortality, and just swallows the thing. He immediately transforms into this massive monster with wings, 6 green eyes, and the creepiest mouth you've ever seen. He lunges at ICO, but she dodges his spine-shaped whip attacks like they're nothing. She jumps up and delivers a crushing blow to the monster's head. He drops his whip, and black blood sprays everywhere. Jerem compliments ICO on the clean work while Wilson tidies up the battlefield, piling zombie pieces into neat little stacks. When they finally reach the union of humankind, Rasha is in absolute heaven eating real food made from fresh ingredients. She never thought she'd be this happy about having a comfortable bed in her own house. Wilson advises her to prove she's useful to her rescuers, that way people will actually respect her importance. Jerem meets up with Myung-ho to brief him on the battle with the immortal cult. Together, they plan to wait for the enemies to reach their neighborhood so they can unite and hit them from both directions. The scene shifts, and Choi Myung-ho is kneeling before the root, offering prayers to the great immortal god. Listening to the monster's voice, he summons his assistants and tells them a servant of the devil has broken through, so now it's time to move forward. Choi orders them to assemble a great army of 10,000 immortals. After giving the order, he's practically giddy because very soon, as a faithful servant, he'll join the great immortal. Dude's way too excited about this. Meanwhile, back at the base, our boy's standing by a window lost in thought when Professor Kim comes bursting in screaming about the bastards in Chunghong. Jerem stays calm and asks how many they're dealing with. Blondie's not having it, though. He's in full panic mode, yelling that those scoundrels hit the city with 7,000 troops. He whips out a map and explains the immortals are blitzing them from 4 directions, each squad with its own commander. Jerem can't believe these bastards already covered 40% of the distance. They're moving way too fast. Professor Kim keeps dumping info on him, saying a few squads are holding, but he's pretty sure that won't last. Jerem's thinking if the zombie army is packed with the same type he fought when rescuing Rasha, the gamers are screwed. He grabs the radio and relays everything to Hercules. Hercules thinks it over and says they can handle it if they split up one front each. He volunteers for the western part while Jerem and his crew take the east. After telling Hercules to be careful, Jerem orders Kim to prep the army. Within minutes, an armed force led by Jerem, Izio, and Dupel rolls out from the Union. The fighting kicks off, and both sides are tearing into each other hard. Over at the Immortal Cult's temp base, their commander, this Archbishop chick named Naeun, asks the 7th Squad commander how the battlefield's looking. When he tells her his squad needs more time, she doesn't even touch him, just waves her hand and lifts him into the air, strangling him with invisible force, because apparently he fed her that same line yesterday. The commander's begging for his life. She drops him and decides, screw it, she'll handle everything herself. Naeun steps out, points at the ongoing battle, and a wild tornado forms. The thing swallows every Union soldier in its path. 2 fighters spot her and decide the witch has to die. They focus fire, more people join in, and bullets fly at the girl. Naeun just waves her hand again. This black orb forms around her, and every bullet freezes midair. She snaps her fingers and sends the entire swarm back at the stunned soldiers. One guy survives. He draws his sword and charges the witch. Naeun's smiling as black smoke wraps around him like nets. She says she's about to play her favorite game, dolls. The man's body moves on its own. Now he's rushing his own allies with his weapon, screaming at them to run. After he finishes them off, because what else is going to happen, Naeun orders her subordinates to pick up the pace. Suddenly, there's an explosion. Immortal cult members get blown to pieces right in front of the witch. An entire army from the Union charges in, cutting zombie heads off left and right. Naeun sends another tornado at them, but Jerem appears out of nowhere and shreds through it with his chains, standing in front of the Archbishop. Our boy activates analysis and learns she's an awakened mutant. Her other info pops up. She can use telekinesis and is currently curious about Jerem. Our boy orders the army to deal with the foot soldiers and minor cult leaders while he handles the girl. Ico and Dupel nod. After that, our boy starts walking toward Naeun and asks if she's the Archbishop he's heard about. Naeun confirms it and asks about Jerem, who introduces himself as the leader of the Humanity Association. Naeun's surprised and asks what he and his men are doing so far from their territory. Our boy just straight up tells her he's here to punish the immortal cult. As soon as he says that, Naeun immediately starts laughing like crazy, and this goes on for a bit. After she's done, she starts looking down on him in full Boa Hancock style and says she's willing to forgive him if he joins the immortal cult and becomes her personal slave. But nah, our boy decided to answer with violence. He pulls out his chains, and obviously, the psycho doesn't take it well and immediately starts listing off fun ways to kill our boy. Since she already played doll with the soldiers earlier, she wants something more interesting this time. Deciding tying our boy up and tearing him limb by limb sounds fun, so that's what she'll do. Naeun immediately entangles our boy's arms and legs with her telekinesis, about to rip them clean off. Jerem activates his skill, uses the power of 400 people plus acoustics, and immediately breaks out of her grip. Naeun's surprised this has never happened before. But nah, our boy's not in the mood to see her ugly face any longer, so he takes off into the air, ready to punch her into oblivion. A battle breaks out, and Naeun realizes to her absolute horror that her telekinesis isn't working against this guy. She tries again and again, each time upping her output, but nothing happens to our boy. Now she's full on panicking, questioning what kind of monster he is to stand against her, even when she's using that much telekinesis power. Our boy rushes at her and grabs her by the throat. She tries everything to get out of his grip, but nothing works. Our boy lifts her up and breaks her neck. Now there she is, hanging by the throat in his arms for everyone to see. The cult members want to rush to her aid. It'll be game over for them once the breach activates, but Ico doesn't let them get close. Even with her neck broken, Naeun's still alive. Remembering what she was about to do to him, Jerem rips out her arms and legs, saying he's going to keep doing it till she dies. And yep, this bastard does exactly that for the next few moments. She realizes she's not overpowering our boy, at least not with her strength alone, so she immediately starts the sacrifice ritual. The cult grunts realize what's happening and try running out of there, but it's already too late. All of them get converted into essence or whatever the ritual does to them, and it all goes to this psycho. She develops a cocoon around herself. The soldiers are all confused, watching. When Naeun comes out of the cocoon, yep, she's now a butterfly, at least half butterfly. Our boy makes a sly comment, asking if she's still alive. She replies, well, this is the reason we're called the immortal cult, you idiot. Folks, her powers level up, and she immediately started demonstrating. She wraps all the soldiers in telekinesis. Everyone's frozen in place and can't move at all. Understandably, she's all arrogant about it, saying how now our boy doesn't stand a chance. Jerem laughs and says he's got an ultimate attack too. Naeun smiles, saying our boy's bluffing. Meanwhile, Jerem just activates choice and concentration, combining divine demonic martial art, acoustics, and rule, resulting in the temporary skill king's body. Seeing this, Naeun's all surprised, thinking about how our boy just easily made her energy disappear. But instead of running away, she charges at him for some reason. Naeun swings her whip at Jerem, but he just catches it barehanded, asks if that's really all she's got before yanking her straight into the ground. She's in complete shock. How the hell is a human overpowering her even after she transformed using the ritual? She screams, "Arise," and zombies start crawling out of the dirt, mutating into these nasty-looking monsters. She floats up using telekinesis and starts hurling massive boulders at Jerem, trying to bury him alive. Our boy watches it all happen, focuses his aura on his chain, and straight up punches through everything she throws at him. The force behind the blow is so insane that the blue flames roast her until she looks like a burnt mosquito. Her charred body hits the ground. The soldiers start celebrating, saying how easily their leader beat her when they couldn't even move in front of her. Another guy chimes in, saying this is exactly what he expected from their boss, but somehow, the butterfly girl's getting back up for round 2. She's asking how the hell a mere human is this powerful, then lashes out with her whip again. Jerem's suddenly behind her, calls her slow, and drives a sharp beam of light straight through her chest. He mocks her immortal power while pumping more energy into the attack. Her body starts drying up, turning into this husk before crumbling into pieces. The Humanity Union soldiers are going wild, celebrating. Our boy walks up to Ezio and asks for a status report. She tells him everything's fine, minimal casualties, just a couple wounded, nothing serious. A messenger runs up with a note from the Gamer Union. Says they found Archbishop Oliver on the west side and are planning to blow his head off. Jerem's confident the gamers can handle it, so he orders everyone to move to the next district. Meanwhile, on the west side, Oliver gets an urgent retreat order from Myung-ho. The messenger tells him Naeun's been killed. Fatty starts wondering who could possibly be strong enough to take out that psycho, but decides now's not the time to think about it, they need to leave. He turns to order his men to retreat. Before he can bounce, Hercules and the Gamer Union cut them off. Hercules charges in and delivers this punch that just obliterates a squad leader's face. The gamers swarm the cult members. One guy's threatening anyone who touches their leader, making sure nobody can help Oliver escape. Jerem gets word over the walkie-talkie that the Archbishop ditched his men and is making a run for it. He leaves Dupel in command and takes off on his motorcycle with Isio. Tells her to hold on tight as he maxes out the speed. They catch up to a truck. Jerem uses chain explosion and blasts the vehicle with high-speed fragments. 2 cult members bail out. This cloaked mutant tries stalling them so the bishop can escape, but Isio just slashes his head clean off. Jerem analyzes the last guy, Archbishop Sunwook, some new inspector-type mutant who apparently just awakened. Sunwook pulls back his hood and asks if Jerem's the one who killed Neon. Gets a cocky yes. Sunwook grins, pulls daggers from under his cloak, and says he can't wait to see which one of them dies first. This bastard then licks his lips, saying how he is dying to test our boy's skills, and in the next moment tries blitzing behind Jerem, thinking that he'll catch our boy off guard. But Jerem sees him coming and casually blocks the attack like it's nothing. Sunwook's standing there shocked as hell, and Jerem doesn't even look fazed. He just tells Izio to sit this one out, like, nah, I got this trash mob. And now Sunwook's finally connecting the dots, thinking, oh damn, this is why Naeun lost to these guys. Just then, more cult goons show up asking if their precious archbishop is okay, and Sunwook's eyes literally light up. He's like, oh, perfect timing, boys. Come here real quick, and before anyone can react, this psycho drains all their life energy in some twisted offering ceremony, and Boom Man transforms into a full-blown skeleton knight looking like he just walked out of a Dark Souls boss fight. He's feeling himself now, thanking them for the power-up and promising Jerem a quick death. Jerem just looks at him like, dude yapping about. Sunwook teleports behind Jerem again because apparently he didn't learn the first time, but before he can do anything, Jerem casually punches him in the gut and sends this skeleton bastard flying across the battlefield. Sunwook's tumbling through the air thinking, wait, my speed increased like crazy, but why is my body made of paper? Desperate now, he launches his skeleton aura attack, probably his ultimate move or whatever. Jerem just closes his eyes, channels the heavenly demon martial arts second form, and throws a punch with this massive tiger aura that completely obliterates Sunwook's attack and strips off all his equipment. Man's left standing there as just dried bones. Before he can process the humiliation, Jerem grabs him by the throat and lifts him up. The skeleton is wheezing out. How does a mere human have this kind of strength? And Jerem hits him with the coldest line. Don't feel it's unfair. Your cult leader will be joining you real soon. But this delusional skeleton actually starts laughing, saying Jerem can't compare to Myung-ho and that he'll be waiting for him in hell as a fellow companion. Jerem's response crushes his skull into dust without a second thought. Cut to later, and Jerem meets up with Hercules. Hercules is being humble, saying he didn't do much, but he heard our boy took down an archbishop solo. They talk about how one cult member escaped, which sucks, but at least things in Jangsun have calmed down a bit. Hercules asks if Jerem's really planning to go on the offensive, and Jerem's like, hell yeah. If we leave the immortal cult alone, they'll become a massive pain in our ass. We need to find the right moment and wipe them all out. Hercules is 100% on board. With this plan, these bastards need to go, and he personally wants to rip Myung-ho's throat out. Jerem's thinking strategically, though, realizing if they team up with the Gamer Union, dealing with the immortal cult becomes way easier. They decide to split their forces and systematically eliminate the cult's influence everywhere. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to King Sando province, where Rasha and her adorable robot Wilson are doing some training. She tells Wilson it's showtime time to test his new upgrades. Wilson launches something called a sea netter and creates this massive explosion that absolutely demolishes a group of cult members. Then these spider robots come crawling out to finish off any survivors. Dupel's watching all this going down, and he's impressed as hell. Like, damn, that thing looked weak, but it's got some serious firepower. Rasha introduces herself all proud and confident, and Dupel jumps into the fight too. Some zombie-type enemies are still moving around, though, so Rasha tells Wilson to transform. This adorable little robot suddenly becomes huge with these drilling hands coming out of his back, and Dupel's geeking out, asking if that's really Wilson because his new form is sick as hell. They start attacking together, and it's just carnage. Back at cult headquarters, Myung-ho is having an absolute meltdown. Out of his 7,000-strong army, 5,000 are dead, plus 3 archbishops got wiped out. His subordinate tries explaining that these non-believers are just too strong, but the leader's not trying to hear it. He's cursing out Jerem. Then another member runs in with more bad news. Both Union teams are now attacking Cassando. They've already killed 10 people, and even though their believers are fighting back, the enemies are too damn strong. Oh, an artisan village might fall too. The leader realizes if artisan village falls, the entire immortal army is finished. Even worse, their base is also in danger. He makes a desperate call. Abandon Sando and bring as many people from Artisan Village as possible to perform the ceremony. One of his members is like, wait, you want to include all of Artisan Village in the ceremony? Another one asks, wasn't the ceremony supposed to happen 6 months later? But the leader's past the point of caring. He says it's the only way to kill these devils and orders everyone to get to work. In this creepy room with a massive symbol on the floor, the leader's having this internal crisis, thinking about who predicted they'd need to do the ceremony again so soon. He knows that if they sacrifice everyone from Artisan Village, something absolutely terrible is going to happen. He's basically at a crossroads, either become a crazy monster or somehow ascend to greatness. He starts praying to this statue, asking the great being to bless them with power. Energy and lightning start crackling everywhere, and Ma Young-ho begins transforming into this cocoon thing. The scene shifts, and Jerem rolls up to this sketchy location and immediately notices something's off. There's this nasty liquid-like substance stuck all over the walls. He's thinking back to what the professor told him and realizes this is where they're keeping the kidnapped people. He analyzes this gross element and figures out it's some fragment that literally absorbs people's life force connected to the root system or whatever. Up on the roof, there are guards keeping watch. Jerem appears from above and snaps one dude's neck and takes out the rest before they can even scream for help. Inside this nightmare factory, there are bodies everywhere, lying on the ground in absolute agony as this liquid drains their life force. One person's barely hanging on, gasping that they're all going to die if this keeps up. Then this cult member walks in all casual, and the people immediately start begging to be released, promising they'll trust the leader now. They'll do whatever he wants. Just please let them go. The cult member's like, well, you're not completely useless, and decides to give 3 of them a second chance. He tells them they can escape this penance room and become leaders just like him. The 3 people realize real quick that if they refuse, their life force gets drained completely and they're dead. So yeah, they reluctantly accept because what choice do they have? The cult members are all pleased, saying they made the smart choice. But the rest of them, their life force is getting absorbed. The people still trapped inside start screaming to be let out, but the door just closes on them. The 3 who escaped are thinking these masters are absolutely insane and about how everyone inside is going to die. The cult member tells them they'll perform some ceremony to make them bishops and to get ready, but then he hears something. Just then, Jerem walks in pissed, demanding to know what the hell they're doing. The cult member tries playing it cool, asking if Jerem's part of the rebels and saying his mistakes will be forgiven if he just repents and joins them. Before this idiot can even finish his recruitment speech, Jerem uses his chain and literally blows all their heads off in one move. The 3 survivors are just standing there in complete shock, like, did he just kill those monsters with one attack? Jerem introduces himself all heroic. My name is Jerem, leader of the Humanity Union. I'm here to save you all. They can barely believe it, asking if he really came to rescue them. Jerem confirms it, yeah, they're leaving together. They start thanking him, probably crying with relief, and Jerem uses mental care to calm everyone down. Now that he's dealt with these scumbags, it's time to rescue everyone else. The people come stumbling outside crying tears of joy. They can't believe that they actually survived that hell. Jerem's thinking his rescue mission is complete, but now he's got to deal with the really disturbing stuff, that creepy liquid substance everywhere. He swings his chain and throws it at the liquid, causing massive explosions. Then this freaky eye emerges from the goo, saying, I'll remember you, human. Jerem's response, you bastard. You'll be dealt with soon too, and he just stomps on it with his foot. He destroys the entire facility and rescues everyone he can. There's this sad moment where he's thinking about the people he couldn't save, the ones who were already dead. I mean, yeah, dude, obviously you can't save dead people. Cut to Hercules, standing there, looking at all the corpses, and he's absolutely disgusted. These cult masters are real pieces of shit. Jerem tells him to calm down because anger won't solve anything right now. Hercules agrees and offers Jerem a cigarette, but Jerem declines like a responsible protagonist. Hercules says he's going to quit eventually, but right now he literally cannot handle this situation without one. Hercules says if Jerem hadn't been there, nobody would have known what these bastards were doing behind everyone's backs. Jerem tells him not to blame himself, none of this is his fault. Hercules is thinking if he tried to do something earlier, he would have just died when the zombies came. Jerem actually laughs and says nah, if Hercules had retreated, he definitely would have taken the Archbishop's head with him given his skills. Hercules admits leaving would have felt terrible though. He really wanted to see Ma Young-ho's face when they executed their strategy, but now he's not sure he can pull off that level of petty satisfaction. Hercules tells Jerem straight up that he wants to smash Ma Young-ho's face in and asks our boy, what does he think about that plan? Jerem says news came from their colleagues at headquarters that a new variant has spread there, and the number of believers has increased, and he asks Hercules if he is really prepared to handle what's coming. Hercules is like, we're already fighting, so none of that other stuff matters. Instead of slowly building up our forces, let's just finish this all at once. Jerem agrees, let's end this together. Hercules tells Jerem not to bother trying to convince him otherwise. Jerem says if the situation were still in their control, he would try to talk sense into him, but things have gotten really bad. They don't know how strong Manhwa actually is, but Jerem doesn't think sitting around doing nothing is the right move anymore. He's also gone pretty crazy with rage. Plus, this isn't something he can just leave to Hercules to handle alone. They bump fists, and Hercules says he knew Jerem was a trustworthy person. Suddenly, Jerem's system window pops up out of nowhere. What? It's giving me this now. Hercules is confused, asking what's wrong. What is he talking about? The system reads, transfer requirement complete. Do you want to acquire joint transformation skill? Jerem's shocked. Hercules' skill, and Hercules is even more confused. My skill. What are you babbling about? The scene shifts to Neju City, where zombie mobs have gathered in one creepy location. A cult member tells the leader they've finished preparations to defeat evil. The leader says good, because they'll be coming soon. From another direction, Jerem's entire army is approaching. Jerem checks the leader's profile in his system. Choi Myung-ho, 47 years old, is classified as a new variant and believer of the false god. Jerem's thinking, so this is their leader. Myung-ho starts screaming dramatically. Great God, I offer you all these offerings. Please complete me. And then this absolute psychopath starts draining all the cult members' life force and absorbs it into himself. His entire appearance changes as he's powering up, and then he starts blabbering about how his god has accepted his devotion. Then a voice speaks directly into his mind. Kill all those who interfere with our planning. The leader bows mentally. My God, I will follow all your orders. So this psycho looks at our crew with the most smug expression you've ever seen and says now that the ceremony's complete, they won't even be able to stand before his greatness. He's going on about how this was a hidden blessing from God himself. Jerem's standing there like, yo, hold up a hidden blessing? Meanwhile, Myung-ho's grinning like he just won the lottery and drops this bombshell. If you idiots hadn't crashed my party, I never would have unlocked this level of power. This is all thanks to you provoking me. Then he has the audacity to offer them a spot. So let me reward you, join us. Join the immortal cult. Ezio immediately calls him out on his bullshit, pointing at all the corpses scattered around. She's like, you literally just drained your own followers dry and left them for dead. What makes you think we trust you? Myung-ho doesn't appreciate the call out, though, so he creates this energy gun in his hand, all dramatic, and says, the immortal god never abandons his believers. Then he starts channeling energy toward all those dead cult members and shouts, children of the immortal god, rise. And all these zombie bastards actually start getting back up. Jerem's processing this mess while Myung-ho keeps yapping, trying to sell them on his pyramid scheme. Once we achieve perfect immortality, even death becomes temporary. He's really feeling himself now, arms spread wide. So come on, worship our god and his magnificent power. All the zombies are howling and screaming. Myung-ho gives them his final offer. Then we cut to that bald dude from earlier, and he looks Myung-ho dead in the eyes, throws up the middle finger, and starts roasting this wannabe god. Myung-ho's face goes from smug to absolutely livid, while Jerem's entire crew starts laughing and mocking him. Baldy's on a roll. Worship. Worship. What the hell are we even worshipping here? Myung-ho's had enough. He extends his hand and fires this attack straight from his finger at Baldy's head. But before it connects, Jerem appears between them like the main character he is, deflects that shit, and redirects it back at the zombie horde instead. Myung-ho looks at Jerem, trying to figure out who's running this rebellion. Our boy just laughs and goes, yeah, like he said, my answer's the same. The bald dude is absolutely losing it with joy hearing this. Myung-ho's done negotiating. He orders his zombie army, kill these rebels. The zombies start roaring and charging. Dupel shouts over the chaos. Now's the time to show them what humanity's made of. Everyone, get ready. And just like that, everyone activates their abilities and gets into formation. The battlefield turns into absolute chaos. Myung-ho's watching from his high horse, calling them insects and saying, the result will be the same no matter what you do. Meanwhile, Hercules, Jerem, and ICO are cutting through zombies left and right until they position themselves directly in front of this bastard. Myung-ho hits them with his villain monologue. The beautiful journey of the immortal cult always begins with death. Hercules is absolutely seething hearing this garbage. Jerem glances at Izio, they exchange one of those silent protagonist nods and immediately rush forward to attack. Myung-ho's like, time to guide these lost sheep, and launches these arrow-shaped attacks at them. They're dodging and weaving, but then Jerem's system window pops up with some concerning news. You have inhaled death smoke. Your life force is being drained. Jerem's like, wait, what? What the hell is this? Izio's panicking too, saying her strength is literally fading away. Myung-ho's over there smirking, saying how this is just the beginning. Hercules sees his friends struggling and gets pissed. If you want to stop me, you're going to have to do way better than this. And then he transforms his arms into full gorilla mode and charges. Myung-ho's actually shocked. This guy's literally built like a gorilla. Hercules fires back while swinging, saying how he still looks better than him. ICO comes in from behind with her signature kick. Jerem wraps him up with his chain attack, and Hercules lands a devastating punch straight to his skull. All three of them are just unloading on this dude. After a solid beatdown, he's completely covered in blood. But then, this psycho stands up laughing. Is that really all you've got? Hercules is like, what the hell are you talking about? You're practically finished. But nah, this guy's putting on a whole theatrical performance. Ho starts his dramatic speech. Let me show you a glimpse of God's power, the life force of the immortal cult. But before he can finish his anime monologue, Hercules comes in with a haymaker right to his face. Ho's furious now. When I'm speaking, let me finish. And he counterpunches Hercules right under the ear so hard it sends him crashing into the ground. Hercules picks himself up and tells Jerem, bro, this bastard's even stronger than me. Ho confirms it with a smile. Correct. The longer I stand in this death smoke, the stronger I become. And all of you will keep getting weaker. Jerem folds his arms, completely unfazed. Yeah, you're right about that. Then lightning starts crackling all around him. We see him activate heavenly demon martial arts, joint transformation, and his legendary skill all at the same time. Then this absolute madman uses his synthesis skill to combine them all together, creating a brand new ability called Royal Physique. Ho's shocked for the first time. What the hell is happening? Jerem looks at him and asks, you said you're immortal, right? Well, let's test just how true that is. If we keep hitting you over and over and over again, let's find out what happens to your so-called immortality. Jerem activates his giant transformation, and Ho's brain is short-circuiting. Wait, did this bastard just get bigger? Hold on, isn't that the gorilla guy's skill? How the hell is he using it? He's literally screaming out loud. This is impossible, but our boy doesn't give him time to figure it out. Jerem lands a devastating punch right on his face, and he doesn't stop there, nah, he's going full combo mode, just absolutely wailing on this dude. Ho's defense is crumbling, and he knows it won't hold much longer against this absolute beatdown. Jerem casually asks while punching, so, does it hurt? The leader is furious, calls him an idiot, and raises his staff to counterattack. But when he swings, Jerem catches it with one hand, doesn't even budge. Ho's standing there in disbelief, while Jerem starts laughing and asks, so this is the power of that god. It's way weaker than I expected. Mo tries to save face, saying, it's just the beginning. Jerem immediately responds by landing another devastating punch straight to his chest. Ho's internal panic mode is activating. Even after being affected by the smoke of death, how does he still have this much power? He starts desperately summoning zombie reinforcements, screaming at them to hurry up and protect him. These disgusting mud-type zombie monsters swarm around him like a meat shield. Then Hercules shows up and starts demolishing these zombies left and right. But then he turns around and notices that these bastards are regenerating into a smaller version of themselves, and soon they'll overwhelm the battlefield. But before it can happen, Izio jumps in with her signature kick and hits them so hard they literally turn back into mud. She tells Jerem they've got this covered and that he should focus on the main boss. Meanwhile, Ho's losing his mind, asking, why are there so many of them? Then he starts casting some big dramatic spell, roaring about how anyone who goes against God will only receive a painful death. Jerem sees what's coming and realizes this psycho's about to use his breath attack. Suddenly, this sonic boom-type blast erupts from Ho's mouth and slams into Jerem. Now this bastard is already celebrating in his head, thinking to himself how our boy was strong but not strong enough to survive his breath attack. Now he is sure that Jerem will suffer and die inside this attack. Jerem's system window pops up with a warning that he's come into contact with some crazy dangerous energy. Then suddenly, a massive eye appears in front of him, and this eye actually speaks. So finally, we meet again. Jerem's unique skill chain explosion activates, breaking into multiple pieces and launching toward the attack, but it does absolutely nothing. The eye monster tells Jerem it won't let him escape this time, using its energy to grab and hold him in place. Jerem starts feeling suffocated as his system desperately warns him his life force is draining rapidly. But then something wild happens the moment Royal Physique fully activates. Jerem's demon avatar appears behind him. The eye monster is confused and asks him who he is and why he is butting in on his fight. The avatar speaks directly to the eye monster. Does the monster remember who this is? The eye monster is shocked, recognizing that voice. That voice is, but it doesn't finish the sentence, instead saying there's no way it's letting them escape. Jerem's avatar launches an attack straight at the monster's eyes and lands a direct hit. The system window confirms Jerem has completely mastered the heavenly demon martial arts, and the skill has maxed out. Back outside, Ho's celebrating like he's already won, thinking he's finally going to meet his god since he set up the ritual stage perfectly. And if that happens, no one would be able to stand in front of him. Jerem's crew is getting weaker by the second. Then this bastard uses his energy to lift the bald guy into the air and asks him if he still has that same attitude from before. The bald guy's struggling and suffocating, but this absolute madled is still giving the leader the middle finger. Seeing this, Ho's like, fine, then I'll cut off your arms and legs and kill you right here. Hercules is panicking, yelling at him to get away from the bald guy. Choi asks mockingly, should I pluck out your eyes first? But then someone arrives. Myung-ho senses the energy, and his confidence drops. He can't believe that our boy escaped, and now he is demanding to know how Jerem survived that dimension. Jerem's pissed, telling him to get his filthy hands off his friend. Myung-ho threatens that if Jerem comes any closer, he'll kill the hostage. The next second, Myung-ho's arms get cut clean off, and Jerem uses his speed movement to save the bald guy before the bastard even realizes what happened. The monster starts screaming in pain, looking at his severed arms on the ground. Jerem tells the bald guy he did an amazing job and bought him enough time, and since they worked so hard, it's only natural that he put in extra effort because he is their leader. Choi starts panicking, asking why he isn't regenerating. Meanwhile, our boy is all set, saying how now is the time for his punishment. He gathers all of his aura into his fist, uses his perfect martial arts, and lands one powerful punch straight to his chest that literally destroys half his body. Seeing the bastard on the ground, Baldy asks if it's over just then. A massive lightning bolt strikes down directly onto Myung-ho's corpse, and our boy gets a system notification that the high priest has descended. So now our boy is just standing there thinking how last time he almost got killed by just the eyeball guy, and now the whole damn thing is coming down. Meanwhile, Myung-ho's having his main character moment, saying he can finally hear their voices. All his devotion is paying off, apparently. Then massive energy starts flooding into him, and he just starts floating into the sky like he's about to ascend or something. Seo's like, Jerem, what the hell is happening? Jerem explains that the immortal cult's deity is manifesting right now. When Seo asks if they're really about to fight a god, Jerem clarifies it won't be a real deity, but it's still going to be insanely strong. Probably more than he can handle right now. For a second, he's actually considering just dipping out of there. Then his system pops up with a notification. The entity is descending, but it can't use its full power in this timeline. Modification process initiated. Jerem's reading this like, what does that even mean? He watches as this monstrous figure starts forming, but then chains wrap around its body. Another notification confirms the entity's strength is being adjusted to match standard parameters. Jerem gets it now, the system stepping in and nerfing this thing. Myung-ho's body goes through this violent transformation mid-air before he crashes into the ground hard. The adjustment finishes, though whatever's inside is raging about constant interference, messing with its plans. A new window opens, showing that some percentage of the entity successfully made it into the high priest's body. Jerem watches the whole transformation finish. Myung-ho's completely gone now, replaced by this being calling itself Estaros, and this naked dude has the audacity to invite Jerem to join his new family. Jerem's like, hell no, but Estaros keeps going, saying he's seen Jerem's potential, and together they could fundamentally change the existing order. Jerem's questioning his own sanity at this point, thinking, is this guy seriously asking me to team up with a monster? Estaros asks if Jerem sees him as a villain. Iseo jumps in with some sarcasm, asking if he's an angel instead, and Estaros just unfurls these massive wings from his back. He doesn't claim to be an angel, but he offers something comparable, vengeance against the person who actually started all this mess. Jerem demands to know who that is. Estaros reveals he's a victim too, a refugee whose home world got completely destroyed. He starts reminiscing about his planet, Chameleon, where humans and monsters live together in this thriving civilization. He explains that priests used to worship their guardian deity, a dragon named Estaros. Jerem's shocked, thinking, a monster was a guardian deity on another world? Estaros continues, saying 10,000 years of peace got shattered in a single day. The flashback shows the temple burning and soldiers running scared. One soldier's telling the high priest to escape, but zombies swarm them immediately. The high priests are crying out for their guardian deity to save them, but Estaros was dealing with his own crisis. Some guy's standing in front of the dragon, explaining that because of system restrictions after the invasion, he can't move freely on the planet without getting penalized. He thanks Estaros, saying the dragon's massive strength let him arrive without issues. When Estaros demands to know who he is, the man smiles and reveals he's an invader, the army leader who's destroying the planet. Estaros recoils at the word destroy. The man cheerfully confirms that multiple planets are collapsing at the same time, casually mentioning the zombies are just cleanup tools he deployed. Estaros asks him why he's doing all this, but that bastard points upwards and says that if he is really that curious, he should ask the higher authorities, but adds that just killing Estaros would be wasteful. He gathers energy in his hand and offers an alternative rebirth as a royal soldier, a guardian deity serving the Holy Empire. Meanwhile, back in the present, Estaros tells Jerem this trauma is why he's chasing supreme strength revenge. He says their goals aren't that different and extends his hand, promising serious backup. Jerem challenges this, asking how they could possibly trust someone who got corrupted by those invaders. Estaros counters that gaining more power is the only way to escape his current vessel, which requires destroying Earth quickly. When ICO asks what happens to them if Earth gets destroyed, Estaros assures them they'll survive under his protection. But Jerem sees right through it. This guy just wants them to help destroy other planets under the guise of protection. Estaros insists their current concerns are nothing compared to the inevitable disaster. He urges them to make the correct choice for survival, grinning while talking about growing stronger together for their shared vengeance. Jerem asks if this explains why Choi joined him. Estaros dismisses her as just a useful pawn who helped him manifest faster in this reality. Isio looks worried because Jerem seems to actually be considering the offer for a moment. But then Jerem refuses, saying he won't dishonor his planet by betraying it. Estaros' words are nothing but lies. Estaros blames the system, claiming it drove Jerem insane, just like it nullified the mana blades of his world. He asks what mere humans could possibly achieve. Jerem smirks coldly, saying further words are pointless and they should just fight. This bastard laughs at our boy's suggestion, saying how, no matter how much the system nerfs him, they won't be able to do anything against him. In the next second, the monster our boy saw when he was hit by the breath attack manifested right in front of him. Estaros warns Jerem he made a grave mistake. Jerem just laughs. Are they really sure about that? They'll only know once they actually fight after hearing our boy's response. Hercules is grinning like an idiot, saying how he always knew that our boy was different, and today he proved it by choosing to throw hands instead of kneeling to some wannabe god. Then he turns to everyone and yells to grab their weapons because it's about to get real. Duple's hyping up his troops too. And just like that, it's raining bullets, bombs, and every explosive you can think of. The whole battlefield turns into a fireworks show. But the Estaros, this cocky bastard, just laughs in their faces, asking if they seriously thought throwing bodies at him would work. He's about to show them what a real massacre looks like. He raises his foot and slams it into the ground so hard that the entire battlefield just splits open and absolute pandemonium breaks out. Tanks are sliding into this massive crack. Soldiers are falling, and everybody's screaming. Rosh is shouting at Wilson to save everyone before they all become pancakes at the bottom of this canyon. Wilson swoops down into the fissure and starts catching people mid-air. Duple's free-falling to his doom when Wilson snatches him up, asking if he's good. Duple confirms he's alive and tells Wilson he owes him. Meanwhile, Jerem walks up to Estaros and straight up asks, "What the hell even are you?" Estaros gets all high and mighty, saying this isn't even his final form and he's about to show them what real divine punishment looks like. Then lightning starts crackling all over his body, and a lightning bolt shoots straight at Duple. He screams for help, but before anyone can react, he's getting electrocuted. Through the pain, he manages to yell a warning to everyone. Do not let these attacks hit you. But the lightning's spreading everywhere, hitting multiple people at once. Duple's having this internal crisis, thinking about how Estaros just caused massive destruction with a casual wave of his hand. The power difference is insane. He's genuinely wondering if they can even win this fight, or if they've all just signed their own death certificates. Estaros is worrying about making these insects suffer when Jerem activates his divine registry and looks up. A giant magic circle formation materializes above them. Jerem analyzes it real quick. Yep, it's a super magic circle, and this monster's power is restricted right now, and he's still wiping the floor with them. Even Choi at full strength wouldn't stand a chance against this, but our boy's been grinding his skills, and he's way stronger now. He's got all these memories and techniques in his head, and if he executes everything perfectly, he might actually pull this off. He clenches his fist and charges straight at the magic circle like a madman. Using his heavenly demon martial arts, Jerem unleashes this absolutely devastating punch right into the formation. Estaros' smug expression instantly drops. He recognizes that technique, the same one from before. He's thinking, there's no way this kid already mastered that. That's impossible. Nobody has that kind of talent. But denial isn't going to save him. Estaros starts panic spamming attacks at Jerem, except Jerem's dodging everything, moving closer with every step. He shouts that it's game over for this dragon, charges up energy in his fist, and delivers a punch straight to Estaros' chest. Someone yells, "This is our shot," and everyone goes absolutely ballistic. Bullets are flying everywhere. Hercules is unleashing everything he's got, Duple's done holding back, and Sio's landing heavy hits. Estaros is losing his mind, raging at all of them. Jerem charges in again and smashes another devastating punch right into Estaros' face. That's when the dragon realizes that his body isn't regenerating. He's actually losing. Pieces of him start breaking apart, and after a while of this beating, Estaros admits defeat, telling Jerem this wasn't how things were supposed to go. He never thought Jerem and his crew would be able to defeat him, and starts praising our boy, saying how he exceeded his every expectation. Our boy then tells him how this is the end for him, but Estaros, being the dramatic villain he is, says they'll meet again someday, and he'll be waiting. Jerem hits him with the cold response. When we meet next, it'll be your last day alive. Estaros tries one last time, saying his offer still stands and Jerem should think carefully. Instead of entertaining this conversation, Jerem launches one final punch that completely obliterates the dragon. A system notification pops up in front of Jerem, informing him that as a reward for completing something so ordinary, he unlocked a surprising reward. He gained a new skill called Extraction that basically allows him to copy any skill from enemies he kills. The only catch? 3-day cooldown between uses. Jerem's looking at this new ability, thinking to himself how this is game-changing. He doesn't have to worry about other people's favorability or deal with corrupt bastards anymore. He can actually change everything now. Suddenly, Rasha comes sprinting over and throws her arms around him, crying. She was absolutely terrified. Jerem standing there awkwardly like, what are you doing? Everyone's staring at us right now. Rasha explains that she thought Jerem might actually team up with the enemy. Wilson beeps in with the sass, saying Rasha clearly has zero faith in their captain. Captain Jerem would never do such a thing. However, Wilson does raise a concerning point. If this monster was this insanely strong, how powerful is the one who originally killed Istaros at full power? Jerem agrees that's a good question, but they'll worry about that existential crisis later. Right now, he's checking if everyone's okay. Hercules confirms they're all good and laughs, saying that creature claimed to be a god but was really just all talk. Jerem's relieved. Now that they've made it this far, they're going to conquer both the provisional government and Jeju Island before they bounce. The scene shifts, and our boy's thinking back to when he met with the deputy governor of the Naya. That guy revealed the island had become the base of the immortal cult. According to him, even the president and high-ranking officials are tied to these bastards, but now that Istaros is defeated, it should affect all of them. A representative of the gamers enters Jerem's tent to inform him someone's here. Han Wanwook, the deputy manager of the Nia, whom our boy already knows, arrived at the camp. He brought along Admiral Naxu, who's in charge of the Marine Defense Detachment. The Admiral introduces himself to Jerem, who analyzes him real quick and learns he's a friendly awakened D rank. Wanwook informs our boy about the Union of Humanity. Despite strong defenses, the island was left without an owner. Turns out a meeting was called to discuss the threat of the immortal cult. Government members demanded that reinforcements be sent to the cult because if it fell, the holy water would stop spreading. But right when it was decided to send reinforcements, almost everyone present suddenly got enveloped in the mist of death. Han realized this was the perfect moment to finally overthrow the rotten government. On top of that, according to Han, all those who received holy water from the immortal cult are now dead. That same drug he spoke of earlier. Despite all this, the cult-obsessed civil servants caused disaster on the island. The Admiral's ashamed to ask Jerem for this, but he wants to move all the inhabitants of the island to the Union of Humankind. Our boy promises to give them support and move everyone because this way he'll be able to occupy the island himself. In return, both Han and Naxu promise to do everything they can to help our boy with the Union. The parties agree, and Jerem gets the opportunity to learn the skills of both men, clairvoyance, and command. With Admiral Norton's help, Jerem's men manage to easily get to the island and transport all the survivors without problems. Half a month passes. During that time, Naxu trained the ranks of the Union of Humankind's army. Jerem watched this man of command in action because in just a few days, the soldiers began moving as one unit. By activating the clairvoyant skill, our boy can now observe what's happening with the gamers without contacting them directly. Jerem's confident there won't be any more problems if his moving fortress project goes well. Isio thinks the idea is crazy. Nevertheless, our boy notes the high potential because there haven't been any problems with the preparation. When Isio asks who will control the movement of the fortress, Jerem replies it'll be done by artificial intelligence. Right then, Rasha runs up to them to tell them the good news. The first AI development has been completed. Jerem's impressed with how quickly the girl handled it because not even 2 weeks have passed since he asked her about it. Rasha admits that with an assistant like Wilson, it wasn't too difficult. The robot became the key to the AI plan. Our boy and ICO come to the research laboratory to check out Rasha's new achievements. The girl asks Wilson to demonstrate the results, and the robot switches to conversion mode. Now they have Wilson 2 inches in front of them with amazing features and potential that Rasha invites Jerem to try out for himself. Our boy stretches out his hand, and the robot registers his database, giving him full access. According to the system, our boy now has a special function, city management, which lets him manage everything in the city just by thinking about it. So now our boy's staring at this screen showing part of the city, and he's completely mind blown, asking Wilson what the hell he's looking at. Holographic Wilson pops up like a helpful little tutorial guide and explains that Jerem can now look at any corner of the city literally anywhere, ground level or underground, just by thinking about it. Jerem closes and reopens his eyes, and suddenly, he finds himself hovering over one of the districts like he's in spectator mode. For a second, this idiot thought that he teleported here, so Wilson quickly clarifies this isn't teleportation. His mind has just been temporarily moved here to demonstrate the ability. Then Wilson casually suggests Jerem try turning off a streetlight with just his thoughts. The people around the streetlight are suddenly confused as hell because the light just went out for no reason, seeing that his ability worked. Wilson started telling our boy how now he controls everything: electricity, water, even the defensive structures. They move to an empty residential area where Jerem starts messing with the defensive structures. According to Wilson, the construction of their walking fortress is 60% complete, and he suggests they go inspect it. They head to the workshop, and Jerem watches as these massive legs for the fortress are being assembled. They're planning 8 legs total to optimize balance, basically taking notes from an ant's design because nature knows what's up. Meanwhile, flying up to some sports field, Estaros is calling on his faithful servants to rebel. From a crack in the ground, the commander of the Holy Knights of the Kingdom, some guy named Caesar, rises to the surface like he's emerging from hell itself. The knight looks pretty insignificant to Estaros, but Caesar claims it's too early for him to make his move and wants to know why he was summoned. The monster shares the memory of his battle with Jerem, and Caesar is absolutely amazed by our boy's strength. Estaros considers Jerem an outstanding enemy, which is exactly why he needs him for his goals. He grants Caesar the power to bypass the system's restrictions and orders him to destroy the Union leader's base. Caesar asks what his reward will be for this, and after receiving Estaros' power, he transforms into a completely different and way more terrifying appearance. Cut to Han informing Jerem about an area in Seoul where zombies are gathering, and we're not talking about a few hundred. There are likely more than 1 million of these bastards. Our boy immediately understands this is Estaros' doing, but he needs another week to finish the walking fortress. According to Han, they've got 2 options: either abandon this place or somehow stop a literal zombie apocalypse. But rebuilding their base somewhere else would take way too much time and effort. So Jerem decides they're going to defend the Union with everything they've got and asks Han to reach out to the gamers for support. Right at that moment, Hercules appears at the doorstep, and it turns out he's already brought all his guys here. Han's completely shocked by how fast he showed up. It's been less than half a day since he sent that urgent message. Jerem informs Hercules that according to their estimates, they'll need to defeat about 1 million monsters. Despite those absolutely terrifying numbers, the big man promises to support Jerem because they're not strangers, they're brothers in arms now. From this moment on, the Union of Humanity enters a state of war, and Jerem instructs Han to prepare everyone properly. The scene cuts to Naxu, pulling up a map and showing everyone exactly where these zombies are setting up their blockade, and then he drops the casual bomb that, oh yeah, there's about 1 million of them heading their way. The old man damn near has a heart attack right there, and even Rasha's looking stressed as hell. But our boy Jerem, man's unfazed. He straight up says that they'll handle it because the Union's been grinding and leveling up. Choi backs him up, saying facts, they've got over 200,000 survivors now, so they're not some weak-ass settlement anymore. Hercules jumps in, asking Naxu about his forces, and Naxu says they can spare 3,000 guards for the battle. Hercules is like, wait, only 3,000? But ICO's Gramps isn't having it, explaining these aren't just any random guards, these are the elite 3,000, the best trained soldiers they've got. Plus, they only need to hold out for 1 week while the walking fortress finishes construction. Everyone agrees that if it's just basic zombies, yeah, they'd be fine. But the real problem? What if there are mutants mixed in that horde? That changes everything. According to intel, this whole zombie army is being led by some guy called Commander Skeleton. Kim points out the obvious issue. Even if Jerem takes down this skeleton commander, 1 million zombies aren't just going to stop, they'll keep coming at them. Naxu suggests they should rally volunteers and estimates they'll need about 30,000 people to pull this off. Jerem tells Professor Choi to gather everyone in the square because he needs to give a speech. But then Hercules suggests they should just force everyone to fight since if the army falls, they're all dead anyway, so what's the difference? Our boy immediately pushes back on that idea, and they get into this whole heated debate. Hercules is being stubborn as hell, insisting it's the logical move. That's when Naxu drops some wisdom, telling Hercules that in situations like this, your own army can sometimes be more dangerous than the enemy if you force them to fight. And you know what? It actually gets through to that thick skull of his, and the big guy finally agrees. But there's still the issue of actually getting volunteers. Nobody wants to risk their neck, and Park Dalbong's certain people will avoid fighting if they can. Rasha hesitantly brings up that people should want to help, since if the walls fall, everyone dies anyway, so volunteering at least gives them a fighting chance. This whole conversation continues about how humans are naturally sneaky and will hide if given the option. So eventually Jerem's like, alright, leave it to me. Cut to the big assembly, and our boy steps up to the podium and immediately hits them with the reality check. There's an army of 1 million zombies marching toward them. The Union's got 4,000 trained fighters, and even if every single person in the fortress fights, the numbers make it basically impossible to win. The crowd immediately starts panicking, people clutching their heads, thinking they need to bail as soon as possible. But Jerem shuts that down real quick, explaining the harsh truth. It's too late to run. The enemies already surrounded them. Now people are getting aggressive, yelling at him about how this is his fault and demanding he take responsibility and save everyone. Our boy doesn't flinch, though. He reminds them how they all lost loved ones when the zombie apocalypse first hit and asks them where the hell they think they'll go if they leave this safe zone. Does anyone want to lose everyone they care about again? Then Jerem makes his promise. He'll go out there and fight these monsters to the very end, like he always does. Suddenly, This one dude in the crowd who lost his son to a zombie bite stands up, shouting that he's ready for revenge. He says if they're all going to die anyway, they might as well go down swinging with Jerem. People around him get hyped up by his energy and start grabbing whatever they can use as weapons, ready to throw down. Within minutes, the entire crowd in the square is fired up and ready to follow our boy into battle. Naxu's standing there genuinely impressed at how fast Jerem united everyone, thinking once again that this dude's an incredible leader. They were hoping for 30,000 volunteers, but with Jerem's speech, they're easily looking at 100,000 people ready to fight. Elder Jung starts reinforcing the defensive walls, covering them with sharp stakes and fortifications. The zombie horde's getting closer, and Jerem gives the order to prepare for battle. On the other side, Commander Skeleton orders his troops to slaughter everyone until nothing but ashes remain of the Union. So the zombie horde is charging full speed ahead, and Jerem orders his soldiers to light these bastards up. Duple immediately goes into full Rambo mode with his car-mounted cannon, just unleashing hell on the zombies. Meanwhile, these dumbest mountain zombies are literally just headbutting the fortress wall. Professor Jang is watching this, and he is like, "You really think you are breaking through my wall that easily? Do you have any idea how much effort I put into this masterpiece?" Then he activates his wood magic, and spikes shoot out from the wall, turning all those snake-looking monsters into zombie kebabs. Just then, Yurim shows up and uses her transformation magic, and thanks to her transformation, the whole of the zombie horde is in a state of confusion. The Admiral orders the team to advance, and a whole squad charges forward and systematically finishes off all the trapped mutant monsters. One creature tries to attack a soldier, but Yurin summons her mud golem, which comes bursting out of the ground and punches that thing into orbit. The system window pops up, informing our boy that this mud golem is 93 days old now and has reached C grade. Looking at it, Jerem is thinking about how Yurin has been grinding off-screen and leveling up like crazy. Jerem is genuinely impressed, thinking about how much she has grown. Then Yurim starts flying around with her magic when suddenly a mutant monster attacks from behind. ICO warns her, and Yurim just casually freezes its solid midair, laughing about how she can use full freeze magic now like it is nothing. But then two serpent zombies come at her from behind. Luckily, Jerem swoops in for the save because somebody has to play hero. Jerem actually feels the impact of their attacks and admits these things hit pretty hard. He tells Yurim that he knows that she has become an excellent magical girl, but don't get careless here. She asks if he is okay, and he is like, "I am fine. Don't worry about it," and they both dip. Cut to the skeleton knight Caesar, who is looking annoyed as hell. A zombie minion runs up reporting that the humans' fortress is way stronger than they expected, and their single division might actually struggle. Caesar is not having it though. It is just one division. "Our military strength is overwhelming. Keep all divisions in order, decrease pressure on the fortress for now, and save that for when the time comes." Caesar is thinking about how well they have held out so far, wondering how long they can actually keep this fight going. Cut to 3 days later. Soldiers are still holding the line, screaming to kill the zombies and protect the Alliance. A zombie climbs up the wall, and some woman just straight up smacks it with a frying pan, which obviously does nothing, so the creature gets pissed. Then Hercules shows up carrying a literal boulder and chucks it at the zombie, complaining about their endless numbers the whole time. Jerem is fighting non-stop when he asks the Admiral about their ammo situation. The Admiral drops the bad news, 90% gone. Fighting with weapons is getting difficult now. Jerem realizes the only reason they have lasted this long is because of the fortress. Without it, they would already be completely screwed. Professor Jang is giving it everything he has got, but the fortress walls keep getting destroyed faster than they can repair them. If this keeps up, they are in serious trouble. Thankfully, people still have the fighting spirit at least. The Admiral suggests putting all survivors on construction duty to speed up repairs. Jerem agrees, saying if they can just hold them off for 2 more days before he can finish his sentence. He spots this absolutely disgusting transparent zombie where you can literally see all its bones and organs. Jerem immediately orders his soldiers to take it down first. They start shooting, but other zombies form a meat shield around it. Suddenly, there's a massive explosion. Jerem is on the walkie-talkie ordering everyone to handle the green liquid mutants first. After a while, reports start flooding and District 9's wall is melting. They need support now. District 7's wall is melting too. District 8 needs urgent repairs. Jerem realizes in shock that the reason they did not send these acid monsters earlier was because they were waiting for the walls to weaken first. The professor tells him they cannot hold much longer, their mana is running out. Jerem is panicking internally because there are literally tons of ordinary people here, and if the fortress falls, everyone dies. He orders through the walkie-talkie. As planned, evacuate all civilians underground. We are out of time. Move fast. The system confirms the city's defense sequence is activating as planned. The Admiral asks if Jerem is planning to hold them off underground. Jerem says hell no, if they go underground with those acid-spitting monsters, they will get trapped, and it will turn into an absolute nightmare. The Admiral agrees, saying holding them for 2 days was already nearly impossible without those acid monsters. Now they need to distract the zombies so they do not focus on the underground evacuation. Jerem says it will be tough, but they have to take out that commander monster somehow. The Admiral orders to go for Plan C, telling all guards to gather in District 2. Hercules cracks his knuckles and goes, "A fight? Hell yeah, let me join in." Just then, ICO arrives, saying, "We just have to kill one guy. That is too easy for us." Duple is itching for action too, ready to throw down, and Yerim wants to help out too. Our boy walks up to her and pats her on the head, telling her that he'll watch her back. In the next scene, they are in front of the gate. Our boy tells the group that he isn't going to give them a long-ass speech and just wants the gang to give them hell. With that, the gate opens. Cut to Caesar, where his lackey runs up all panicked like, "Lord Caesar, the fortress gate is open." Caesar is thinking they could not hold it, and their teamwork must be absolute trash. But then the minion drops the bombshell. "Nah, bro, they came out on purpose." Caesar does a full record scratch moment. Wait, what? Like, who the hell charges out of a fortress during a zombie apocalypse? Meanwhile, Jerem and his crew are already balls deep in the fight, and they are not holding back. Caesar realizes they actually want a head-on battle and calls them sheepwalking to slaughter. But then Duple is like, "Bet," and orders his team to attack. Their vehicles transform with spinning blades shooting out from the sides like some Mad Max meets Beyblade shit, absolutely shredding zombies. Duple is screaming for all units to get into battle formation, while Jerem and his team charge forward with an entire army of soldiers behind them. Our boy jumps up and swings his chain like he is Ghost Rider on steroids, wiping out a whole horde of zombies in one hit. There is this gorilla monster in the background, just screaming its head off when Hercules tells it, "Yo, look over here real quick," transforms his body, and literally stomps the thing so hard it gets buried into the ground. Everyone is in full combat mode now, and it is absolute chaos. Caesar is watching all this go down, low-key impressed by their energy, and his subordinate asks if he should send all troops. Caesar says no, all mysterious like he is coming. And right on cue, like he heard his name in a group chat, Jerem shows up and unleashes his heavenly demon martial attack, clearing a straight path through the battlefield directly to Caesar. The monster is absolutely losing its mind, freaking out about how one human can generate this much energy. Caesar starts a slow clap, all sarcastic. "Wow, great show. Looks like you are about to escape the mortal constraints, but what a waste of talent." Then this man drops his villain sales pitch. "Originally, I was going to kill everyone in the fortress, but you came here fearlessly, so I will give you one last chance." He creates some glowing contract seal in his hands and tells them that he'll spare all their precious comrades and awakeners if they accept this contract seal into their hearts. The soldiers are confused as hell, asking what happens to non-awakeners. Hercules cuts in with zero chill. "I am just wondering what the hell you are babbling about. You want us to abandon everyone and become your slaves." And this legend literally flips him off mid-battlefield. Caesar insists the contract is fair, awakeners will be treated as comrades, not slaves. Izio screams at him, "Are you crazy? You think they would actually accept that?" Caesar turns to Jerem specifically, "Do you feel the same way?" Jerem does not hesitate and replies, if they followed his plan, they would be no better than animals and would refuse his offer. Caesar sighs, all dramatic, saying how our boy reminds him of himself. Then they get hit with a flashback to Caesar's tragic backstory. He is fighting zombies when Astaros appears, saying Caesar cannot escape death and tells his knights to take his hand, promising to save them. Caesar asks about the villagers, but Astaros dismisses them like NPCs and asks him if those insignificant humans are more important than his knights. But Caesar didn't take his offer and ordered his people to fight the monsters, telling them that what is before them is not Astaros, is a monster. Astaros apparently did not want it to go this far but transformed completely, and even Caesar looks shook. Caesar tells Jerem how he was completely helpless back then. "As someone from a destroyed world, let me give you some advice. No strategy or effort will work here." Jerem fires back, "Like you just said, a human should live as a human." He turns to his crew, asking them if they are ready for this. Hercules shouts, "Yeah." His hands are itching for a fight, and he told our boy to hurry up so he can crack this bastard's skull open. Everyone is death-staring Caesar at this point. Caesar calls them foolish humans and orders his subordinate mech to take the army and kill everyone. The zombie minion bows, saying how he'll fulfill his wish. Then Caesar swings his sword, and this transparent dome forms over Jerem's head, straight up kidnapping him somewhere far from his comrades. Our boy immediately tries to split the walls with his chains, but they are not budging. These walls are built differently. Jerem realizes the transfer would not have been possible with normal magic, and asks out loud if his voice can even pass through, meaning there is literally no way to communicate with his team. Caesar is like, "It is all futile effort. No one has been able to break out to date," and while saying that he is all smug about it too. Then he asks our boy to look outside and asks him how long he thinks his friends would last, which pisses Jerem off immediately. Caesar continues, saying how there is no need to get angry, as his time is coming soon, While Jerem is trying to find his peace and strategize, Caesar starts rotating on some carousel-type thing and moves towards him to attack. Jerem calls him out, telling him how he is living according to a dead man's wishes and talking too much. Caesar responds, there's a lot of courage inside him. He would like to see how long that bravery lasts inside his cage. Then this man creates his own magic where something starts rising from the ground, and it is a whole-ass demonic horse. Caesar mounts up like he is in a dark fantasy and says he is going to make Jerem experience pain. They both charge at each other. Caesar attacks with his sword from above, but Jerem blocks his attack using his chains. The problem is Jerem's putting out so much strength that even Caesar is struggling. His attacks are becoming harder and harder to handle. Caesar admits he did well, but that is it, and pushes him backwards. Then his horse tries to literally climb on top of Jerem and trample him, but our boy dodges. Caesar keeps coming, hitting him again and again, and this fight continues with Jerem getting pushed further and further back, cut back outside the dome where Caesar's zombie army is going wild. Caesar taunts, is this it? Is this his best? Well then, just look over there. They see all of Jerem's crew, and they are in serious trouble. Dupel is fighting that massive zombie in what looks like a losing battle. The other soldiers are barely holding off the zombie horde, and Ezio is burning everything she can with her magic, but it is not enough. The Admiral is giving commands, trying to keep morale up, saying how there is no need to be afraid. He is certain that our boy will get out of there quickly. Caesar laughs and asks our boy if that is all the young captain had to show them. This is very sad. Jerem is frustrated, thinking he has to get out of this cage as soon as possible, but before that, he needs to keep himself calm. He analyzes the situation, skillful swordsmanship, overwhelming power. It is more powerful than he thought, and especially that horse is making things exponentially harder. They cover each other's mistakes perfectly. If he keeps fighting like this, it will not make any sense. He needs a new strategy. Caesar then mocks our boy, asking him if he didn't just a few moments ago tell him that he'll save everyone. Those words from a weak person's mouth seem very funny. He will completely ruin him. Jerem has been completely silent, so Caesar assumes he is scared, but Jerem tells him that is impossible. He has made his decision. Caesar points his sword at him and asks, what decision? In the next second, our boy rushes in to attack him, but Caesar raises his sword, ready to counter, and asks him if he has chosen to die here suffering. The horse comes under the chain, and Jerem has to worry about the weight shift. Then the horse's mouth lands directly on that chain, and blood starts pouring out. Jerem is absolutely furious and performs a devastating slash attack. After fighting Caesar for a while, our boy had realized one thing, that Caesar is not trying to kill him. He wants to keep him alive and make him one of his henchmen or something so he can use that fact to his advantage. Our boy activates the king's power and pounces on the wounded horse with his fists, stabbing it and eventually killing it. Jerem's stamina is already less than 15%, and he activates the special attribute Accelerated Recovery, and finally, he and Caesar are left face to face, and our boy intends to destroy his enemy. He activates a massive blast and hits it multiple times, dodging retaliatory attacks with divination. Caesar, who is already emitting deadly smoke, admits that he underestimated his rival, so now he intends to kill him and then make our boy into his slave. Caesar charges in, and their powers explode on contact, smoke everywhere. When it clears, Jerem's blocking Caesar's heavy-ass strike with his chain. Caesar starts trash-talking, telling our boy not to feel cocky just because he killed his summon. He slashes Jerem and kicks him for good measure, going on about how Jerem's technique is garbage and his experience is basically non-existent. Jerem crashes down hard. Caesar's smirking now, all confident, saying this is the difference between him and our boy. Jerem's just thinking, yeah, keep talking, because he knows Caesar isn't even at full power yet. Getting his ass kicked quickly, that's the plan. Actually, he's thinking it's worth the gamble. Caesar notices this pride creeping in and promises to show Jerem what's beyond heaven itself, then starts going absolutely feral with his slashes. Jerem's dodging with his chain, barely keeping up, realizing he can no longer read Caesar's pattern anymore. The skill gap just vanished into thin air. But with each attack, this bastard is getting stronger, and Jerem's thinking, where the hell do I even attack this guy? Everything becomes a blur, until boom, Jerem spots an opening and lands a clean punch right on Caesar's chest. Caesar acts all tough, saying that won't do anything. But then the system cheerfully announces, special ability activated, large explosion. Caesar's armor starts cracking and exploding like fireworks. Jerem recalls all his chains and launches this massive strike. Caesar tries blocking, screaming he'll kill Jerem right there, but his slash only catches Jerem's cloak. Caesar's standing there shocked, going, how is that even possible? Because Jerem's already behind him. Jerem throws Caesar's own words back at him, saying this is the difference between him and this bastard. He charges up his fist and absolutely demolishes Caesar's chest with another massive explosion. Caesar staggers back, thinking, this bastard's growing too fast. I'm screwed if this keeps up. He admits he underestimated Jerem, grips his sword tighter, and mutters he didn't want to use this attack. Then something monstrous starts forming behind him. Jerem asks if Caesar's really trying to end it with one move. Caesar says coldly that even if Jerem dies here, he'll make good use of the corpse. He activates his ultimate slash, and this huge creature charges at Jerem. But Jerem was ready for this. The heavenly demon martial form materializes behind him, and he's laughing, thinking Caesar's really confident in this one-shot strategy. Jerem throws his punch, pierces straight through the creature's body, and hits Caesar directly. When the smoke clears, Caesar's face down on the ground. He struggles to get up. Cut to Duple, who's completely wrapped up in monster tentacles. His system's screaming that his arm's disabled. Then a huge explosion goes off. Hercules notices the old man's in deep trouble too. He's surrounded by gorilla monsters. The large monster tells them struggling is pointless, gesturing to this massive zombie army behind it, asking if they really think they can handle that alone. Hercules is now pissed off. Meanwhile, the green-haired dude is crying over his dead comrades. The monster promises to kill them all slowly, making them hurt so bad they'll beg for death. That's when Caesar's domain starts crumbling. The monster heads toward it, assuming Caesar finished the job. Inside, Caesar's on the ground, unable to believe he actually lost. Jerem's looking at him, honestly thinking Caesar was really strong, and he would have lost if he hadn't recovered in time. Caesar's magic crystal is just lying there. The monster approaches Jerem, asking in disbelief if Caesar actually got beaten. Jerem confirms it, shows the crystal as proof, and tosses it to the monster. Jerem finally speaks up, saying Caesar's defeat made him want to rank up even more. He activates his skill, his transmission ability upgraded from grade B to grade A. His copying got better. The system tells him all his skills can now level up to B grade. Jerem stands up and walks straight toward the monster, stopping right in front of it, telling him that he is ready for round 2. Taking a quick look at the battlefield, Jerem's thinking now that their leader's gone. The rest of these monsters are running around like headless chickens. He told Naxu that he'll distract the horde, while Naxu helps everyone retreat. Naxu told him how crazy his decision is, but our boy is confident he can handle this solo and catch up with them in 2 days. ICO says that's a terrible idea, and at least a few awakened should stay with him. But Naxu relays Jerem's orders to her, saying they have to trust their commander now. Watching Jerem fight, his allies realize there's actually nothing to worry about and start retreating to the fortress. 2 days of non-stop fighting later, Jerem finds a spot to catch his breath, thinking these zombies literally have no end. Suddenly, Mong flies up with a note saying the fortress is ready and he needs to get his ass over there. When he reaches it, our boy's jaw drops at what they've built. The zombies are also stunned because the whole city just stood up on 8 huge iron legs and started walking away. Sitting in the control center of this walking fortress, Rasha orders Wilson to show off what his creation can do. The robot switches to destruction mode, and cannons and machine guns pop out from all directions, just lighting up enemies left and right. Some monsters are clinging to the fortress's legs, so Wilson turns on fire mode and roasts them. Jerem's pleased the investment actually paid off. Rasha's sitting there all proud, saying this is her greatest creation. Wilson asks Jerem to establish the root of the fortress, and he's faced with a choice. Go straight to Seoul or do interior repairs first. But then a notification pops up with a new quest, the hunt for arrows. Due to getting his ass kicked repeatedly, the enemy's extremely weak right now, and Jerem needs to capture the part of Seoul where Estaros is resting. That'll weaken him even more. He gathers all the leaders at the table and tells them he wants to move to Seoul, asking if it's doable. Choi suggests it'd be better to do interior repairs first, but Jerem tells everyone about the new quest. After learning Estaros is weak, Hercules agrees attacking him is the play and says all the gamers will back them up. All the leaders support the idea. Professor Kim suggests collecting as much intel as possible before they go in. Jerem thanks everyone for supporting the decision to move to Seoul. Choi goes to calm people down who are probably freaking out about this. The walking fortress reaches a ruined city that's absolutely crawling with mutants, including flying ones. Jerem spots them above his head and instantly destroys them, basically announcing that the battle for Seoul has officially started. The scene shifts, and this man's standing at the window watching zombies shuffle down the street. He looks back at his crying son in his exhausted wife's arms. His daughter, Sona's standing nearby, also crying from hunger, because there's literally nothing left to eat at home. Unable to take it anymore, the man grabs a backpack and a golf club, heading for the door to search for food. His wife's begging him to stay for the kid's sake, but he still goes. Outside, he's stepping over zombie corpses everywhere, hiding behind a garbage can hoping to find something edible, but his foot kicks a soda can. At the sound, monsters come running, and he starts fighting them off with his golf club. Then a huge mutant starts coming toward him. This guy obviously can't handle that thing, so he closes his eyes and mentally apologizes to his kids. But after a few seconds, he hears the zombie growling and realizes he's still alive. Opens his eyes and sees a robot spider killing the monster. Following the spider, soldiers appear and start rushing into battle with the zombies. The man asks who they are. The soldiers tell him about the Union of Humanity, which plans to reclaim Seoul. One soldier grabs a megaphone and calls for all survivors to gather on their balconies and wait for help. The man rushes to him in horror because zombies will gather at the sound, but that's exactly what the soldier wanted. He plans to get rid of all the enemies at once. The man can't believe how easily these Union members are dealing with mutants. Wilson turns on excavation mode, releases huge drills from the bottom of the fortress, and lowers them into the ground. After drilling, the fortress sits on the territory they chose for temporary settlement. Soldiers emerge from the gates to meet the shocked survivors, inviting them to enter the Union of Humanity and receive food, clothing, and household goods. Cut to Arose, sitting on a throne made of human skulls because subtlety is dead. He senses some unusual energy around him and realizes one of Seoul's districts got captured in less than a day. He's distressed, thinking he needs time to recover from losing Caesar. Suddenly, Balin shows up, having decided to come to Earth to support Esteros personally. The High Priest can't believe Balin managed to bypass the system and come here. He wants to understand his true intentions. According to Balin, he needs to take over Earth, or else their major faction's power will be in trouble. As payment for providing his power, he demands Jerem's death. Esteros agrees. Balin reaches out and shares his power, enveloping the monster in white mist. Cutting to the camp after completing the capture of the first area, Commander Naxu and Jerem are discussing their next move when Professor Kim runs into the office. He reports that all the monsters in Seoul have begun moving to the center, and they're all acting strange, like they're performing some kind of ritual. Jerem realizes if this is a movement on such a huge scale, then Esteros has started recognizing them as a threat. Our boy doesn't know what the enemy's planning but decides to move toward the center as well. The scene shifts, and they roll up to the Han River, and Wilson takes a look at the river and notices that the water's looking way too high. He told our boy that this situation does not look right. The administrator pipes up, saying he heard about this months ago. Apparently, it has been forever since it rained heavily, so the water level just kept climbing because no one was around to deal with it. Professor Kim jumps in with a warning, telling Jerem to watch himself out there because the river is packed with mutants. Jerem stares at the water and asks Kim if the mutants can breathe underwater. Kim told him that he has never seen one do that before, but ever since they came to Seoul, he has seen a few incidents. He told our boy that even if they are low-rank threats, fighting underwater is a whole different nightmare. And then our boy turns to Wilson, telling him to be careful heading in. Wilson nods and steps into the water. The moment his foot touches the river, water starts flooding in, and a shadow appears watching from the same direction. The monitoring system immediately begins to send alerts, detecting multiple movements in the river. The Admiral orders activation, and Wilson flips on extermination mode. Water zombies start popping up from the river and dropping dead instantly. Wilson activates blade cutting mode, and suddenly his legs sprout all these blades that shred through tentacles left and right, including some massive octopus that appears looking absolutely shocked that this is happening. Jerem glances over, sees it as just a blue-tagged creature, and tells everyone to ready whatever weapons they have available. Out of nowhere, Rasha bursts through a door, yelling for everyone to wait a second. She is looking around and then tells them they made a water robot specifically for this exact situation. Jerem is confused, asking about an underwater robot. Rasha confirms it and tells him to stop wasting bullets. Wilson walks up to her, genuinely surprised, asking if she is referring to the shark water unit. He cannot believe it is already finished and comments that this is exactly what he would expect from her. Rasha tells Jerem the unit is ready whenever he gives the word. Jerem is excited now, saying that this is perfect and suggesting they see what this unit can do. Wilson announces the hangar is opening. Then the doors at the bottom of the fort slide open, and these shark-type boxes drop into the water. The units come out and head straight for the octopus monster. These little guys swarm the monster, scratching and biting until there is nothing left but floating body parts. Magic crystal stones are everywhere in the water now, and someone is practically drooling over them, saying how nice this is. The scene cuts to the Zongo region, where there is a massive barrier in front of the gang. Jerem examines it, thinking it looks like some kind of protective shield just got thrown up. He orders Wilson to fire a long-range weapon. Wilson complies, saying, "Okay." Marshall lunges to the side and fires. The shot hits the barrier and does absolutely nothing, not even a scratch. Jerem admits the barrier is incredibly strong and does not think they can break it with long-range attacks, suggesting they try using their forces instead. They move behind the barrier and stand in front of it when a voice comes through saying it is already too late. The Estaros' shadows become visible inside the barrier, and everyone is shocked. Hercules stares at it, asking what this thing is. Someone confirms the offering has been prepared. Estaros look at Wilson and mockingly ask if that is their toy, adding that it is actually far more interesting than expected. Jerem powers up and asks who they are and if they really think they can talk like that after getting beaten. Istaro's reply that they did not expect living after dropping to such a low level would be this difficult. They admit even they were surprised by this outcome. Jerem, confused, asks what they mean by the lowest level. Istaros explained that a place with no skills, no talent, and no special powers, like their planet, is basically a loser magnet. Dupel calls Istaros a loser and tells them to keep their useless talk to themselves. This bastard then immediately replied that he is not the one who said that, but it's the truth regardless. Our boy then smiles, saying how he's talking big for a guy who's about to get his ass handed to him by those same losers. Then this bastard goes on to a different tangent, saying how it is truly unfortunate that he has to kill Jerem, but he has to do it now since he made a promise. So now our boy is genuinely curious and asks him what promise he is talking about. Esteros continues talking points to the skulls on the ground and says how it's only because of this promise that all this became possible. They then activate something to spread energy towards the skulls. This bastard then starts grinning and says how it's been a long time since he's used his true form. In the next second, an absolutely massive eye, way bigger than the entire city, appears. It is the Esteros. Hercules looks at it and says how that thing is huge, like way bigger than your parents' disappointment in you. Seeing his soldiers about to lose control, Naxu activates his command skill and tells everyone to calm down because they have been training for this exact moment. Just like that, morale shoots up, and suddenly everyone is actually coordinating. Jerem watches Esteros and realizes this adversary has grown significantly stronger since the last encounter. They are not just in a fight anymore, they are in a situation where they must determine who dies first. The fortress kicks into combat mode. Dupel's army lines up all their transformer machines and thousands of shots fly toward the monster. Esteros is practically giggling, saying it cannot wait to hear them all screaming. The creature redirects the bullets right back at them, but Wilson activates the interception system and the fortress blocks everything. Then Esteros grabs Jerem with one massive hand and raises the other, about to crush him into paste. Metal clamps shoot out from the fortress and grip the monster's fingers. Esteros cannot maintain the hold and have to release Jerem. Rasha yells at Wilson to keep holding on with everything he has. Hercules activates his giant transformation and rushes in to help. Jerem follows right behind and hits that bastard with a magic beam because, apparently, now is the perfect time to look impressive. One of Dupel's operatives controlling a transformer goes straight for the monster's tentacles, trying to shatter them. Then others too show up and they swarm the other tentacles. Union soldiers and spider robots all join in, stabbing their spears into Astaro's body. However, the spears simply break. The defense is too strong and nothing gets through. Esteros gets angry and throws everyone off in one move. They all go flying. Jerem sees his chance, breaks free from whatever is holding him, and rushes at the monster. He covers Astaro's eye with his hands and lands the most powerful punch ever. The monster's hands shatter from the impact. Jerem stares, but the wound heals instantly, as if it was never there. Meanwhile, over in the USA, the head of the US National Intelligence Agency is asking for updates on China. According to Jack, that organization they were tracking in the last report is getting stronger way too fast. The chief wants to know how dangerous these awakened individuals, or mutants, actually are. But most satellites are disabled, so nobody can give a straight answer. Then some employee tells the boss to get over there and look at what is happening in Korea right now. Everyone crowds around the screen. There's a giant robot fighting the biggest mutant any of them have ever seen. They spot a giant, some martial arts master, and a kid who can fly. The chief realizes the US should stop worrying so much about China because Korea's awakened are on a completely different level. The CIA officers are panicking over how fast this mutant recovers after being hit by so many awakened individuals at once. The chief knows if monsters like this keep going wild, the United States is next on the list. Then a bright flash of light explodes right in front of the mutant. According to someone's tablet, Istaro's power hit the limit of the current timeline. Outside interference is confirmed, and permission for correction is granted. Within 2 hours, all Union of Humanity members receive special privileges. The Awakened feel this surge of power, and wounds start healing on their own. Then everyone notices Jerem's hair turning white and his eyes going a glassy gray. While our boy was checking out his new gear, something absolutely wild happened that left everyone shocked because in the next moment, these massive white angel wings just burst out of his back. This was straight up system privilege, so now our boy was feeling on top of the world right now. Meanwhile, Esteros was losing his absolute mind, screaming at Jerem, saying how he is going to rip him apart. Bro charged in trying to clap Jerem between his hands, but Jerem caught both hands mid-swing. Seeing this, Esteros was stunned, yelling and asking our boy how he got this strong. And Jerem was just standing there all calm, thinking to himself that the power hit differently and he could get used to this. Cut to the mobile fortress control room, where Wilson was geeking out, going, "Yo, this is insane. A special phenomenon." His energy was completely restored, and now he was at full power. Then he activated hammer mode and got ready to join the fight. Back on the battlefield, Esteros was absolutely raging, screaming at everyone to back off. But no, the whole squad was not having it. They all rushed him at once, weapons drawn, going full combo mode. Soldiers were stabbing with knives, swinging axes, and just unleashing everything they had. They were hyped, shouting, "It's working. They are actually hurting him." Then Dupel rolled up like, "Aight, little robot guy, now it's your turn," and then just started blasting this man with bullets. Meanwhile, Hercules rallied everyone, telling them to show this bastard what they've got, and he himself took the charge from the front, and the next thing you know, Hercules came flying and throwing hands, literally boxing this monster, shouting, "His turn, baby." Izio was hyping him up from behind. Then she too swooped in from the side with a devastating kick that sent the monster flying in the opposite direction. Bro was taking mad damage and could not catch a break. But here was the thing, Astaros still had our boy locked in his grip. Jerem noticed and said he is recovering too fast and decided it was time to end this. He wound up the most disrespectful punch anyone had ever seen, channeling intense heat into his fist. The moment it connected, it just burned straight through Astaros' body, leaving a massive hole. Astaros was screaming, "Jerem, you bastard." And Jerem was just like, "Yeah, his time's up." The whole squad dogpiled on him now. Wilson slashing with his blade, Jerem specifically targeting his eyes with ice spears because he knew that was the weak point. Dupel was cracking jokes mid-battle, yelling, "Yo, they're having grilled honeycomb for dinner tonight." Meanwhile, Isio was yelling at him, saying, "How can you joke at a time like this?" Then they all coordinated one final attack right under his eyes, and then our boy rushed in for the finishing blow when Asteros thought to himself, "Oh hell no, he's not keeping this up much longer, he can outlast him." But Jerem just kept phasing through his body, attacking relentlessly from every angle. Then something crazy happened. Esteros' body started bubbling up like he was about to explode, and boom, he did, reverting back to human form. The dude was on the ground screaming, "I curse this system. Why is it doing this to me? He could have gotten his revenge and gotten stronger from this." Hercules looked down at him like, "Bro, if he is that weak, why is he making excuses?" Esteros shot him the most menacing glare, threatening, "They will all see him again, mark his words." Everyone looked up, and there was this crack forming in the sky like a portal opening up. Through it, they could see the route where Professor Choi and Jerem traveled in the mind space. Jerem noticed it too. Asteros made one last desperate leap toward the portal, trying to escape with everything he had. But then this little girl just materialized in front of Jerem out of nowhere, saying he shouldn't go in there. There is a barrier level protecting his body. It is not time for him to go there yet, telling him that if he ignores her warning and goes there, he'll only get himself killed. Jerem asked him then what would happen next for him. Astaros was still screaming from the portal, saying how he will remember this till the end. The little girl had had enough of his mouth and snapped, "Shut up, loser," and he just vanished. She used her power to seal the crack, and it slowly closed up. Then she turned to Jerem, all friendly like, "Honestly, it was really nice meeting you. This mission was way more fun than she expected," and he exceeded expectations. Then once again, she snapped her fingers, and a system window popped up, subquest complete. Calculating rewards. Jerem was staring at it like, "Wait, what the hell is this?" The girl grinned and said, "Oh," let her properly introduce herself, and told our boy that she is what they call the system, and added how she's been watching him for a while. The girl starts explaining to Jerem about the Holy Empire, this group that goes around conquering planets and wiping them out. The system is basically the admin of their dimension and helps planets that are getting screwed over. Izio's confused and asks why the Holy Empire, with all that power, hasn't just steamrolled Earth already. The lowly system explains that Earth is the lowest ranking planet out there. Barely any useful resources and low density measurement, which basically means powerful beings get nerfed hard here. ICO doesn't quite get what the system means by dimension density, so she asks about it. The system told her that dimension density is the amount of mana available, and to these guys, mana is like oxygen. The bigger the creature, the more mana they need to not suffocate. Hercules doesn't get it. How did Astaros even show up here if he was so strong? According to the system, Astaros isn't even that impressive compared to the Holy Empire. He's like officer level at best. Then she continues with her explanation, saying how the Empire can't send forces that exceed the planet's dimension rank. If they try sending someone too powerful, then she can step in like she did in their last fight. Then our boy asks her how many planets have managed to fight off the Empire, and the system replies that no planet's ever been able to fight off the Empire before. The Union of Humanity is literally the first. Dupol's annoyed, asking why the system didn't help them before the zombie apocalypse started. Turns out it was limited back then and couldn't restore balance. So as an apology, the system wants to share its power with the Union. Jerem gets this special ability called Awakening with a 7-day cooldown. On top of that, the system drops 2 rewards into his inventory, the Tower of Babel and a public broadcast ticket. The tower lets everyone on his team understand any language. The ticket can only be used once and lets him broadcast to the entire planet with automatic translation for viewers. Both rewards are basically tools to make the union of humanity famous worldwide. There's more good news. The Holy Empire is too busy dealing with the aftermath of countless wars, and since the system's focusing more on protecting Earth now, it'll be way harder for powerful beings to mess with them. Then she tells Jerim to like the video and help Mamoru to make juicy content and activate that cheeky little bell.